Storm near Blaine County, near Watonga. It has a mesocyclone intensifying a little bit with it, so we're watching that carefully. Here's Grant County near Medford. Corey was just talking about that one. And the rotation there now, right there on Northwest Highway between Oakwood and Watonga. So rotation, there's some there, so not impossible to produce potentially tornadic weather there. But it earlier had lots of baseballs. Now it's got quarters and golf balls with it. But tornado possible with that one. No tornado warning, though, but watching it carefully. Eric Dixon's right there. And then east of Cordell, south of Corn, that hail core again is weakening. Let's go to Eric Dixon here live west of Watonga, tracking that mesocyclone, and there it is right there. Eric?
Hey, Mike. You know, I'm here just to the northwest of this storm here, and I'm looking back at it. You know, as you can see, the windshield got bashed in with all that baseball-sized hail. The mesocyclone is kind of lowering to the ground. It looks kind of a bowl shape over here. So I'm zooming in on it right here. It bears watching here. If I kind of pulled out of it and got out of all that rain and hail just so I can get a better view of it here. But, you know, that kind of stuff just comes up and surprises you. A lot of cars pull off the side of the road, a lot of destruction to cars out here. But we're keeping you forewarned out here, and we're going to have to get a new windshield tomorrow, it looks like. Back to you, Mike. So,
Eric, tell me the damage to your car. What else do you have? Your windshield's just been decimated.
Well, the windshield obviously is gone. It knocked off my passenger side windshield wiper. It's gone. And then there's just tons of dents on this car. You know, I have an F-250, you know, an aluminum type car. So, I mean, it probably put, you know, little tiny craters in the hole and everywhere. You know, it's not horrible, but it definitely, you know, it ain't no smooth texture anymore for sure. So there's going to be a lot of car claims tomorrow for hail if you rep in this area. And keep in mind, you know, this is an example of, you know, any of these storms out here are highly capable of producing this type of stuff. You know, that's why, you know, we got to be vigilant just about the hail, the flooding, not just the tornadoes, the hail. I mean, you get outside and you get caught in it, that hail can knock you out. I mean, it was large. So that's, you know, as far as my truck, you know, it's repairable, but, you know, get out there in the hail, walking around, get in the parking lot, don't expect it. You know, that's another thing right there. You got to, you know, keep safe in this hail here. Back to you,
Eric.
Mike.
There were other cars out there that got damaged as well, right?
Oh, yeah, there was cars. You know, I've seen some cars that just kind of lost it, and, you know, the roads were slick. They pulled off the side of the road. You know, some, you know, kind of slid off in a ditch. There was, you know, dozens, if not hundreds of cars in this area got, you know, hit very hard. And I'm counting based on what I actually seen, you know, people just pulling off the side of the road that were caught by surprise by this storm here. But, you know, I'm here with this mesocyclone and this little bit of a lowering here, you know, with this storm up here in Watonga area. So, you know, we're going to do our best to keep up with this storm here. But, yes, a very destructive hailstorm up here by Watonga. Mike?
Okay, Eric, thank you very much. Yeah, so this was a sample when the storm was really getting underway here, about $50 size hail, but Eric had baseball size hail, so that's just a sample of some of these big hailstones that are falling out here. So if you're just now joining us, we have 2 tornado warnings. The mesocyclones are kind of transitory in nature. They spin up pretty quickly and then they spin down pretty quickly, including the one west of Watonga, by the way. They spin up and then they kind of spin back down again. The primary threat is big hail and damaging winds, hail up to baseball size. But with that being said, Kiowa County flash flood warning, tornado warning, and eastern Ouachita County a tornado warning there as well. 1, 2, 3 big storms right now to the west of Oklahoma City and one on the Red River south of Altus. The one up in Grant County has weakened just a bit. So here's a look at Grant County. Still a small pocket of hail between Pond Creek and Medford, and that could still be quarter size right there just on the northern side of Pond Creek. And then very close to Watonga here, that mesocyclone not moving very much, and it spun up very fast and then it kind of spun back down, and I'll show that to you. Still has golf ball size hail with it. The rotation basically centered there just to the east of Oakwood, and it's not moving very quickly at all, so it's going to take some time even to get to Watonga. So Watonga here in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. And then from there on down toward Hitchcock and Omega over in Kingfisher County, if it makes it. But it's not moving very fast at all. There's the mesocyclone that prompted the tornado possible on the severe thunderstorm warning, but notice that it disappeared very quickly. The red and the green spun up. You see a little counterclockwise spin, and then it spun right back down again. So that threat appears to be lower than it was even about 2 to 3 minutes ago. Spin up pretty quick there, a little tornado possible on that severe thunderstorm warning, and then it spun down. So that's the latest trend with that. And the hail size there is also continuing to diminish. A lot of quarters with that now, but the hail sizes are coming down fast. So tornado warning for eastern Ouachita continues. There was one brief tornado south of Cordell with that one to the west of Cloud Chief, and that cell's also weakening quite a bit, and it does not appear to be especially threatening in terms of any tornadic activity, but just to the south of Corn. So quarter size hail, golf ball size hail still possible, but that one's weakening as well. The motion here is to the east very slowly, talking about Colony on down toward Eakley and Binger eventually over in Caddo County. And then on back down, there's that rotation. It's just not there east of Cordell. So that's good news there. Does not appear to be a tornado threat. Now the one down here in Kiowa County, big hail here, golf ball, tennis ball, baseball size hail, severe thunderstorm warning, and a flash flood warning near and south of Hobart. And not moving very much. That's why the flash flood warning is there. And there's a couple of areas of spin inside of that storm as well. Supercell, yes. And the motion here, very close to Hobart right now. Not moving too much, flooding rainfall and baseball size hail. Hobart, Godebo area, and then eventually possibly over toward Mountain View. And the rotation there has intensified on this one south of Hobart. So south of Hobart, that rotation has intensified, and that's why there's an ongoing tornado warning. That's a pretty tight circulation right there, south of Hobart and northwest of Cooperton, and just to the west of Highway 183. Rotation strong enough to prompt that additional tornado warning remaining in effect down here in Kiowa County. Here's Oklahoma City right here. Notice they're pretty widely scattered now in terms of where they are. So this one's definitely weakening down by Colony, and the one near Watonga, the rotation's no longer all that significant, but flash flood warnings continue down in Kiowa County. This evening between now and 10 p.m., that'll be the storm zone right in through there, southwestern, west central parts of northern Oklahoma. Back over to Corey Inman with a live update here. Corey? Okay. Let's go to the news desk with Jolene and Kevin. We're going to go ahead and start our newscast here, guys.
That's right, Mike, as we continue to track the storms here that you're showing us, and we'll go back to Mike just as soon as we need to if we have any more very severe weather popping up. But we do want to tell you, today Governor Kevin Stitt getting an up-close look at the damage already in Marietta and promising help for those folks.
Members of the FEMA administration were with him, assessing one of the many sites devastated by this weekend's tornadoes. Marietta was one of the hardest hit. An EF4 twister ripped through the city, destroying its only grocery store and causing serious damage to its hospital, a nursing home, and at least 50 homes and businesses, including a major employer, the Dollar Tree Distribution Center.
Hundreds of people are now out of work because of that distribution center being hit. Governor Stitt and FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell toured the damage also inside the Love County Hospital today, and they say they're focused on taking care of as many people as they can.
We're still in session, and so if there's some kind of a gap that we need to do on funding, we can absolutely get that across the finish line. And because we're fiscally disciplined, we have the largest savings account in our state history. That's what that's for, is to be able to help out in times like this.
Know that we are going to be looking at what other federal resources, not just FEMA resources, could potentially be brought in to support these communities, because we know that there is significant business loss.
The governor says the most important thing right now is for Oklahomans to report their damage so it can be assessed. You can find that link to do so at KFOR.com.
Now, here's what we know about the devastation so far tonight. The National Weather Service now reports 25 confirmed tornadoes in our area on the 27th. 4 people were killed in the storms, including a 4-month-old baby. And more than 100 injuries have been reported by hospitals across the state. Damage has been reported to nearly 200 homes so far, the majority of those in Marietta, Ardmore, and Sulphur. And despite all the destruction in Sulphur, people in town are clinging to what they're calling a ray of hope there.
Despite some damage, a historic church is still standing and its priceless stained windows nearly untouched. Churchgoers told News 4's Hunter Elise it's nothing short of a miracle.
Moments ago, no reports of injuries, but this news that's coming in right now, it is still very, very new here. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for this storm as it begins to take a little bit more of a northerly jog here, I do believe here. So given that, it looks like there's no longer, at least the message coming in, a tornado with this cell. Now, there's still a tornado warning down to the south that we are still watching right now, and that is going to be for this storm that is down by Hobart. Has not moved. It has not moved much at all. This tornado warning has basically been for the community of Babs. Again, for the community of Babs right now. And so definitely, if you're in the town of Babs, serious storm, serious situation right now as this tornado warning continues to move to the east here. And this tornado warning goes until 6:30. Again, until 6:30. Also, another major threat with this cell because this storm has not been moving that much. Now flooding. You can see flash flood warning was just issued just moments ago. Let me show you the big picture right now. We'll reset here, show you everything that we are watching right now on the radar. And that is storms continue. Right now, really all the activity that we see a cell there over Blaine County towards Watonga, and then two tornado warnings right now ongoing for Washita and Kiowa County. Let me go back out to Shane, who is going to be on this damage from a tornado that just hit Cordell just moments ago. Shane, what do you see here?
Okay, so this is at the school. You see the little outbuilding here. It's got roof damage. It's a tin roof, so it can probably be fixed fairly easily, but it does have damage. And then if you pan over to the right, there's a fence down right here at the school. So it looks like most of the school, though, is in fairly good shape. The windows are in the building that we can see so far. And so hopefully that's a good thing. But, you know, that we've seen other buildings around town here that had windows blown out of them, so that's never a good thing. But right now, it looks like the school got off fairly decent because we're not seeing any other damage other than some roof damage. So I'm sure they'll have people out here looking it over to see what they can find. Taking it back.
Okay, and again, Shane, right there in the town of Cordell. Again, the town of Cordell that was just hit by a tornado just moments ago. This has certainly been a pretty bad afternoon when it comes to severe weather with these storms that have gone up in a very, very unstable atmosphere. So, still watching this cell down by Corn. Shane is on this. He is in the town of Cordell right now, looking at this damage. There's another tornado warning that we have right now down by Hobart, and looking at this storm that is going to be down by Hobart. Really, the circulation has been nearly stationary. It is going to be this red and this green that you see right here by the town of Babs. This is the last 15 to 20 minutes, and it has not moved at all, which is why the flood warning was just issued just seconds ago for this one. So definitely a very impactful afternoon that we are looking at right here. Tornado warning continues for just a little while longer for another 15 minutes there for Washita. Again, there for Washita, although the latest report, tornado no longer occurring with this cell right now as it is moving to the east. Let me go ahead and put a track on this one. I'm going to drag this one just a little bit up to the northeast here at about 20 miles per hour. So that will bring it into Colony at 632, Eakley 647, Sickles here at 708 with this cell right here. Again, that tornado warning will likely set to expire in the next 3 minutes. This storm right here, though, this is pretty significant down by Hobart and Godibo. So looking at that cell right, we continue to watch that. And then also up into Blaine County right now, watching that storm too. Definitely hail with this one. We've had some pretty large hailstones out of some of these cells today, pushing anywhere 3 to 3.5 inches. That is some really, really, really significant hail. Right now, again, watching these tornado warnings and this tornado warning right here until 6:30 for Kiowa County. So Sabrina, Jonathan, the team is in here tracking these severe storms and this tornado warning here. This cell moving up to the northeast. If it can pick up some speed here at about 20 miles per hour, we'll move into Godebo at 646, Sedan here 656, and then the community of Mountain View at 707. We'll come back to this real quick. Let's go up into Blaine County. Let's go up into Blaine County right now where there's a storm that has just been sitting right now over Watonga. And flood warning here coming in on the west side of Watonga. This storm is nearly stationary. And so you can see here, we're beginning to see the threat for flooding ramping up. And it does have an inflow notch that we can certainly see there just west of Watonga right now. And so brand new, again, severe thunderstorm warning coming out for this cell. Moving to the east here. Now, definitely Watonga, you're going to get some heavy rain. Here's a storm cycling right here, rotating south of Eagle City, west of Watonga, again until 6:15, towards Hitchcock there at 6:41 and Omega at 7:01. Again, you can see that inflow into this cell right here where the storm is showing signs of rotation right now. Okay, let's go back down towards Kiowa County. We're going to come back to this cell. We're just going to go back and forth with all these storms here. Actually, let's check back in real quick. My apologies, Jonathan. Let's go back into Ouachita County. Let me get an update from Shane. Shane, you're in Cordell. You've been driving through looking at this damage. Shane, what do you see?
Well, Damon, I'm standing here with a couple of folks right now. They're showing me pictures on their phone of the tornado that came through Cordell here. They was up by the car wash when it first started coming up, but also some of them were in the school. This is where we're at right now. The ones that were in the school ran into the safe rooms in the school, and thankfully nobody got hurt in the school. They said that once they heard it was coming, they hurried up and ran in there, and everything was good and safe. They are showing me video of the tornado as it came through town right here, which is pretty impressive. It looks like a little rope tornado as it went through town. Damon, back to you.
Okay, and so the good news report right now is that this tornado warning has been dropped. And so no longer dealing with a tornado warning here. Let's go up into Grant County. I believe, let's go back. No, I'm sorry. Let's go down to Kiowa County. Back into this tornado warning. Jonathan, I've been watching this cell, by the way. The rotation has been very close to Babs. It's been hanging out there for a bit, and you can still see it right over the town, the community of Babs. And so that is significant. Look, we're going to come back to this in just a moment. We have an interview right now from Cordell. Want to send it to the news desk for an update.
Thank you. We want to get to the mayor of Cordell, Phil Cleaver. He's joining us over the phone right now. First off, Mayor, thanks for being with us. What can you tell us about the damage there in town? How extensive is it?
Well, I'm just driving it still, and it's sporadic. It's really pretty bad at Main Street at the bottom of the hill. I think this is Calvary Street. And it's hit a gas station pretty bad, an implement dealership. It took looks like it took the roof off of a old grocery store. You know, I've heard there's damage to the south of town. You know, it's eerily similar to what we had in 01. The sun was out. You know, there wasn't any classic signs of a tornado, and then the sirens went nuts for 15 minutes. And, you know, I've heard ambulances. I've heard there was a report of somebody maybe trapped in a 18-wheeler, but I haven't seen that myself. I'm just driving around. I see tin and trees. Some roofs have already been tarped in kind of the south part of town. I will say, in deference to Sulphur, nothing like anything close to that, and this missed the downtown. I'm seeing now back over by the fire department, ironically enough, looks like telephone poles are just hanging. Deep water I'm going through right now, I'd say, I don't know, 6 or 8 inches through this intersection. A lot of people out looking at their houses. Something is going on up here that I have not seen, and that's by the fire department. And right here, for those of you that know Cordell, there's a 4-way stop, Highway 183 and 152, and this looks like it's about a block. Oh my gosh, I'm seeing stuff I haven't seen yet. That's just about 2 blocks from the downtown. Unbelievably similar to what happened here in '01 in October, that I was mayor at that time too. I guess I don't need to be mayor of this town. And I'm just kidding. I haven't heard of any kind of casualties. Wait a second, I've got OHP up here. Maybe I can get them.
All right, Mayor Cleaver, thank you. Just one more quick question. Where exactly are you headed? We're looking live at our storm chaser Shane Helton shot. So what we are seeing isn't what you're seeing. So tell us again where you're headed, where you see something going on, and then also just want to reiterate if you are hearing anything about people hurt or trapped.
Would you? Well, that, and they blew the whistle here again, and I guess it was all southeast of here. Yeah. So I think. Okay. Any damage? I mean, is this the kind of the centralized part of it?
Out to here another couple blocks.
Yeah.
You can see the line as it runs through town.
Okay.
Everybody.
Okay. All right, Mayor Cleaver, thank you so much there in the town of Cordell.
All right, Damon, I want to get back over to you because we have active tornado warnings, a warning happening right now.
Yeah, you're right. So an update right now, it is 6:20. So we have one tornado warning. It is going to be for this cell in Kiowa County. And so the tornado that went through Cordell, that storm is no longer warned, but just look at that velocity. This storm is wrapping up. This is getting pretty significant here with this cell near Babs. And again, watching this area of rotation, inflow coming right in. And this storm has not moved much at all. You can see your inflow notch right here. And so this storm is rotating right over the town of Babs, or the community of Babs, that is south of Hobart. Hobart right now is taking on a lot of hail and a lot of heavy rain right now. Definitely a flood threat that is ramping up, but this storm continues to look more and more significant here. This is definitely the worst storm in the state right now, is this one right here. Definitely keeping a close eye on this one. We're going to come back to this in just a second. Jonathan, let's go up to Blaine County, just get an update on the severe thunderstorm that we have near Watonga, because we were seeing a bit of an inflow notch just moments ago out near Watonga. And so this storm right now, you can see it's a severe thunderstorm warning, and there is a flash flood warning within this one as well right now. Watonga, you're getting some rain. The hail core of this cell is going to be just southwest of Hitchcock, east of Eagle City, right there. Here's your rotation. Not very strong, but it's definitely rotating near Eagle City. That is northwest of Watonga. And I believe that's going to be tracking up to the northeast and should be pulling away from the town of Watonga, but it will be getting pretty close to O'Keene or Hitchcock in that vicinity. So again, watching this flash flood warning. Okay, let's go back down to we'll go down to this Cordell cell, the severe thunderstorm warning. Just an update here. Not really much left to it at all. You can see there's Weatherford, and so this is the cell that came through here, and this is fizzling out here pretty quickly. This is kind of running the route that we expected it to, where as we get towards that 7 o'clock hour, a lot of these storms are going to begin to weaken, but they're still there. Rocky, there's a cell coming in, and then let's go down to this tornado warning down in Kiowa County right now, where this is the only tornado warning that we have right now, but this has been this rotation that you can see. Look at that velocity couplet right there. Just about 1 mile north of the community of Babs, but pretty close south of Hobart. That is a tight couplet right there on the radar. And that right there would indicate some pretty significant rotation with this storm. Again, this tornado warning goes for another 9 minutes. The storm hasn't moved a whole lot. It has been nearly stationary near the town of Babs. It's probably only moved about 5 to 10 miles, so has not moved very quickly. But over the community of Babs, once again, in your tornado shelter right now. Also, watch out for the flooding for Hobart. There is some tremendous rain right now that is currently coming down, and so flood warning has been issued for those currently in Hobart as well. And that flash flood warning goes for another 2.5 hours. Storm still definitely showing signs of rotation, headed towards Comalty at 6:44, Godebo at 7:15, Mountain View at 7:48, Alden at 8:11, Carnegie at 8:21. Lots of rain falling here, especially right on top of the town of Hobart, and it's going to continue as this storm is not moving much at all. I mean, really, this is about 2 to 3 inches of rain in the last hour. I mean, that is some incredible rain that is coming down right now. Still watching again for this area of circulation right here, right on top of Babs. Jonathan, you're watching the radar here closely. This is an area that has been rotating. It hasn't moved a whole lot, just kind of a couple miles per hour. But Jonathan, it's definitely tornado warned. What do you see from a radar standpoint?
Yeah, this storm has really good inflow to it, Damon. There's nothing obstructing it to the south. So a lot of times these very stout storms, and by the way, this storm goes up over 50,000 feet, so 53,000 feet to be exact. So the storm is just an extremely tall supercell. It's not moving very fast, so I've got a lot of messages. Hey, when are these going to hit OKC? OKC, you're absolutely fine. This storm's moving like 10 miles an hour. It's over 60 miles away, so it may not even make it to OKC. This is all about Hobart right now, Babs, Camalti, Gotebo, and then Mountain View. So tornado warning, we take our tornado precautions. Now, I've seen a little bit on the radar. This I can't tell if that's like a gust front. Sometimes, again, when we look at the velocity part, the Doppler part of radar does have area of circulation. That'd be indicative of a strong mesocyclone, strong updraft. But I can see this little tiny fine line. I don't know if that's a little gust front that kind of came out the back here. So maybe some roof line downdraft winds shooting out, so maybe some damaging winds on the backside. But I think, again, this storm has really good inflow, and it's a very tall storm. So I wouldn't be surprised if it starts to spin up a little bit more and cycle a little bit more. Winds down low at the ground are out of the southeast, and that's what we call a backed wind or a highly sheared wind. So it's no surprise that these storms are able to maybe spin up a quick tornado, and they may do that again here in the next 15, 20 minutes until, if they stay there too long, sometimes they can collapse on themselves. Again, we have directional shear. We just don't have that speed shear to push those storms off. But with the instability, you can feel it outside. We got to watch it very closely here for the next 15, 20 minutes. But Damon, on scale 1 to 5, I'm going to put at a 3.5, 4 for rotation. Strong meso on it.
It definitely does have that, absolutely. And again, we're still watching that right now. That's going to be near the town of Babs. Again, near the town of Babs. And so tornado warning still continues for another 5 minutes. And so we'll see if it's going to be extended or not. But this is the second tornado warning that we have had today. The first one went right through Cordell. If you're just now getting home from work, let me give you an update and show you the pictures of what happened in the town of Cordell. Shane Helton, KOCO5 storm chaser Shane Helton, was in Cordell as the tornado was lifting out. Let's show that video of the damage that he came up on just, again, moments ago. This tornado struck right around 5:30, and so as he was driving through here, you can see a lot of tree damage came right through here. Roof damage. This was in Cordell not even an hour ago. You can see there that roof was damaged. You have tree and vegetative debris there scattered all across the neighborhoods here, the front yards. Here's another tree that was snapped in Cordell. Here's a roof that was pulled back here. This one looks like it was pretty new. That's what Shane was reporting just moments ago. And so, again, as Shane was coming into town, the tornado was just moving out. And so definitely, there's a tornado that went right through. It's the very last day of April, and here we are once again dealing with more severe storms, more tornado threats out here. Still watching this inflow that is coming into the cell in Babs and Kiowa County. That's a community right now in between Roosevelt and Hobart. Jonathan, what do you see?
The National Weather Service is probably going to drop the tornado warning, but they're going to add a tornado tag to that. So I know this is kind of a short fuse warning. It's going to last here for about 3 more minutes. Just want to give you the heads up there. I know you're up there covering a lot. So transitioning potentially out of a tornado warning with a tornado tag. So that means, hey, still a supercell, could still produce a tornado, but based on what we're seeing on radar, possibly letting that tornado warning drop. We'll see. It could change. The next 2 minutes, we might see a really tight meso, and maybe it's got to get another warning on it.
And it kind of feels like, a couple days ago, we would see this happen sometimes where you would get this storm, this tornado warning, it would drop, and then all of a sudden, give it a few more minutes, and it would pick back up. So we're still watching this. Area of rotation, and while this tornado warning will be dropped, it's going to be replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning, but the tornado risk is not over yet at all, as this storm is still rotating. Now, there is a little bit of an outflow that is coming out of this storm. What does that mean? That means that basically this is pushing out like a little mini front. That can disrupt the wind field, but you get just a little bit of an inflow into that cell, and that can keep this storm and this supercell basically breathing. And so that's what this storm is trying to do right now. It is still producing some pretty large hail, a lot of 1.5 inch size hail. So you're pushing close to ping pong ball with that one, and some pretty strong winds. We have had some really large hailstones reported just earlier from the tornado warning that was up to the south. That storm is gone, but the one that went through Cordell did drop some really large hail down there, about 3 to 3.5 inch size hailstones. I mean, you want to talk about some really large hail. You're pushing just short of grapefruit. That is just short of grapefruit size hail. The storm is still rotating. Here's that outflow. You can see it's going to be that green line that basically kind of curly cues out from Babs out towards Lone Wolf, but then it just inflows right there.
Yep.
There's that notch.
Exactly.
Yep.
I don't know, Dame. That's really close to call.
That is a close one. It is really, really close. Absolutely. I mean, Hobart, you're still getting hit with heavy rain too, by the way, and hail, especially just there east of town. But you still have that inflow coming into this storm. And so it has not been moving very quickly. You can probably almost walk faster than this thing is moving. But right now, Camalti at 640, Godibo at 727. So that's about an hour from now. Mountain View to Carnegie at 812 to almost 9 o'clock with that cell right there. This is the only tornado warning that we have ongoing in the state right now. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning right here for Watonga. Watching this cell, there's a little bit of an inflow coming in towards Watonga. Storm is rotating as well. It looks like a little bit of rotation there between Carlton and Eagle City. This could be south of Canton. This storm is severe warned. It's not a tornado warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for Blaine County. Watonga, you're just barely getting the heavy rain. You're south of Watonga. You're not getting much of the rain here. These are moving to the east-northeast. Right now, pea-size hail that we see there on the west side of Watonga. So continuing to watch this cell closely. Otherwise, an update. So the tornado and the storm that went through Cordell, that storm is completely fizzled out. That storm is no longer, not even on the radar, really. I mean, there's that severe dropped, and so did the storm. Still watching this cell real closely, though, as it continues to move to the east here. Other areas of storms that we see up towards Longdale, east of Sealing. Again, those are severe. As you can see down here, severe thunderstorm warnings down to the south, no longer tornado warning. Let's check in with field meteorologist Michael Armstrong in Storm Command. Michael, you're on this severe thunderstorm warning for Grant County until 7 o'clock. Michael, what do you see with this storm?
Yeah, Damon, we've had a hail shaft that has developed with this particular storm up here. Now, it doesn't have the same look. It's not quite as low in terms of its base. It's not quite as surface-based. But this storm is impacting areas up around Grant County with some hail up to the northeast of Pond Creek and northwest of Lawton. Damon, I'll also tell you, I noticed this, and I don't know if I've heard you say this. Somebody actually found a 4.4-inch diameter hailstone that's bigger than softball west of Watonga, about 4 miles south of Eagle City. So that has been a massive storm across parts of Blaine County, and the storm near Canton is starting to increase as well. So hopefully we don't get a massive hailstorm around Canton or Canton Lake. But you guys in Longdale and Canton need to be ready for some big hail. Those storms have really been dropping some massive hail.
Okay, and those are some big hailstones. Okay, tornado warning just issued again for down in Kiowa County for this storm that we were saying, look, this thing is still spinning. You can still see that inflow coming right into Babs, south of Hobart. This tornado warning now goes until 7:15. So that's another 45 minutes. Still watching the storm right now, making its way. Has not moved at all. I mean, this is still the inflow coming right into Babs. So Hobart, you're in the tornado warning, although Hobart, the circulation is still going to be about 5 to 6 miles south of you. Again, about 5 to 6 miles south of you, down near the community of Babs, moving towards the east here. So Camalti to Godibo, heavy rain and hail there. Still watching this. This tornado warning first came out at about 5:45. The area circulation was about 5 miles west. It's almost an hour later, and the circulation is still almost spinning where it has been for the last 45 minutes. It has not moved much. It's just hanging out and hanging out and hanging out. It got to push to the east here, and then it just got stuck And right now it is still stuck, which is also why we have a flash flood warning for this. Hail, by the way, in between Hobart and Babs, still quite large. This storm is warned for, I believe, 2.5-inch size hail. Let me just double check that real quick. But yeah, that's tennis ball size hail. These storms moving to the, or just kind of drifting to the east here. I mean, like I said, you can almost walk faster than the way these storms are going. But Camalti at 6:47, Godebo at 7:29, Mountain View 8:12, Carnegie to 9 o'clock, Apache to 9:47. Once again, tornado warning just issued for this cell. And so Shane Helton is coming in on this, and Shane's going to probably come up once again on a bunch of hail. He was already showing us a bunch of hailstones earlier. Again, 3.5-inch size hail. That's some big hail, and you heard Michael mention just moments ago, over 4-inch size hail. Once you get the hail sizes like that, you're talking about grapefruits. So we are definitely dropping some really large hailstones on Oklahoma today with this atmosphere that is just so unstable right now. This has been definitely a very unstable afternoon, where the instability is extremely high. Look, the winds, the upper level winds were not that strong, but this time of the year, you don't need strong winds to get some rotation from these storms. And that's what we are finding right now near the town of Babs. Again, near the town of Babs. Jonathan, I know you've been looking at the radar. This storm, it has not been moving that much at all. I mean, this is a slow moving supercell. Jonathan, that rotation continues. What do you see?
There's a strong updraft with it, and so you said just a couple minutes ago, hey, they plan on dropping the tornado warning. What did I say? But that could change in a couple of minutes based on the latest radar data, and that's exactly what happened. So it has all the signatures, classic supercell. Again, there's not a lot of flow aloft to move it. Not a lot of speed in the jet stream. If you remember Saturday night, we had storm motion up to like 80 miles an hour at some point because the jet streak was coming through. This is all shear. This is directional shear. So down at the ground, you have winds out the southeast, and as you go up to the jet stream, albeit it's weak, there's directional shear. Sometimes these storms go up, and they're up to 50,000 feet. What goes up must come down, but if there's just enough to push that updraft over, it can keep on cycling. And again, some features here. This is your hook, that's your inflow. If a tornado forms, it would form right over the town of Babs. It probably wouldn't be mile to the east or mile to the west, literally right there where it says Babs. That's where the tornado would probably form. Storm's not moving very fast. We'll go back over to velocity here.
It looks like it might be jogging, drifting southeast almost
a little bit. And if you look, so here now we have gate to gate right here. So this is going to be, 2 miles. So this is going to be County Road east-west, 1440, and then County Road north-south, 2230. So a very rural area, but nonetheless, there's people that live out there, ranchers and individuals, and so that's where I would put kind of the mesocyclone itself is right through here. That's a little pixel that's kind of gate to gate. What I don't like seeing are these stronger inbound winds coming in, and that could show a sign of inflow. So a lot. And that's a sign that the storm is pulling more energy in, and I can literally see that on radar. So it might be ramping up a little.
Strength, it's a large wall cloud, fairly low, and it's got an inflow tail feeder band coming in from the southeast. So this storm is still very much breathing, still very much intense, and will likely keep producing severe weather. Flooding, rainfall, very intense lightning, up to baseball or larger size hail, and still not impossible to have tornadic activity, although right now there's no tornado on the ground, but a pretty intense vertical wall with an inflow feeder tail there coming in from the hail core. So that's a pretty intense mesocyclone. That's why there's a tornado warning out here in Kiowa County. That is Mason Dunn there reporting. Mason, let's go back to you. How would you describe that rotation on that?
Well, it is rotating, Mike. It is rotating a little bit, kind of to the left of where he's looking there. But I can tell you, right now, I am pointed towards the northeast, and the helicopter's basically flying to the northwest right now. The winds are ripping out of the southeast here, and so we're just kind of flying. Just started out about 2 miles. Now I'm about a mile from it, as you can see right there. So I'm going to tilt the helicopter just a little bit to the left to keep to slow us down on that. But right now, pretty impressive wall cloud out here going through Hobart. We'll keep an eye on it. Back to you.
Mason, we appreciate you and Steve Johnson out there. Again, big vertical wall there on the core side of the mesocyclone. And there's a fair amount of inflow coming in right there, too, with a steep vertical wall. So this is a strong mesocyclone. Also, if you look carefully, you can kind of see that it's got some curvature to it as well. So this wall cloud has got some oomph to it. That's why there's a tornado warning in effect. This is south of Hobart in Kiowa County. Notice it's changing shape here pretty quickly as well. A lot of inflow, both on the inflow side and also on the core side. And physically, the wall cloud's pretty large. Rotation rates are weak to weak moderate, but strong enough for that tornado warning. Down there in Kiowa County, storm has not moved very much, and flash flooding is widespread down in Kiowa County as well. So this is the view here south of Hobart with that ongoing tornado warning with that mesocyclone right there. Really fantastic picture there from the chopper and Mason Dunn and Steve Johnson right there. So pretty good wall there. Pretty good wall right here. You can tell it's kind of curved here in shape. Definitely spinning there. So that's a pretty dramatic sight down there in Kiowa County. Let's go back over to radar, show you where this is. This system right here, see the red and the green down there by Roosevelt. That's exactly where the chopper is located. And there's a bit of a hook there as well. Notice the storm has not moved very much. It basically has been holding stationary for about the past hour down in Kiowa County. So rainfall totals now are 4 and 5 inches of rain. And you see the hook right there north of Roosevelt on 183. Let's go back over to the chopper and take a look at that. The chopper really painting a fantastic picture showing that large wall cloud with the ongoing tornado warning. Mason obviously is maneuvering the chopper because he's dealing with heavy inflow, but the wall cloud continues to spin, and to the north of that, big hail, a lot of flooding, 5 inches of rain plus just to the south of Hobart right now. Let's go back up to Mason Dunn out there in Kiowa County with an update here on this wall cloud with an ongoing tornado warning. Mason.
Well, that's right, Mike. McIntyre Law Chopper 4 had to make a right turn. We're going to start the process over again. I'm going to move out about a mile and turn back around and point the helicopter to the northeast. I can tell you, like I said before, the winds are ripping from the southeast this way, probably 30, 35 at least, and the helicopter will be flying sideways. So I'm going to start my right turn right here. This is a large wall cloud going through just on the south side of Hobart. We are currently over the town of Roosevelt looking to the northwest. As you can see right there, this wall cloud. The storm is kind of moving east and moving very slow, unlike the storms we had the other day, guys. So these storms are moving really slow, but this is a really large wall cloud here. We're going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to make a left turn and get it back in the picture.
Mason doing a fine job out there. Man, you can see the inflow there for sure. Rotation rates, slow to moderate, but it's a substantial wall cloud, no doubt about that, as Mason maneuvers the chopper battling that inflow going into the wall cloud. So no tornado on the ground, but there is an ongoing tornado warning here. This is north of Roosevelt, pretty much right over 183 and south of Hobart and northwest of Cooperton a little ways. There's inflow there coming in from the core, the rain and hail core up there with 5 inches of rain very close to Hobart. So flash flooding is widespread and the hailstone fall is widespread as well. This is a large supercell out here in Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma with an ongoing tornado warning. Back over to radar here. We'll go back to Mason here coming up. Again, no tornado on the ground, as you can see, but obviously a supercell. See the hook right there coming around. So the wall cloud's right there. So Mason's like right here looking at it, that direction right there. So notice the motion there just is not moving. And that's now 6 inches of rain near and just east of Hobart on Highway 9 down to Godebo, north of Roosevelt, north of Cooperton, a half a foot of rain in about an hour and a half period of time. So rainfall rates, 3 inches, 3.5 inches per hour. Torrential rain. That is 6 inches of rain estimated by radar, very close to and just east of Hobart with that supercell. There's the hook. You can see it coming around there, and we'll take a look at the velocities. Again, the motion very slow off to the east, but it's really basically stationary, that supercell is. And there's the red and the green. It's coming together. Still fairly hot colors right there. So it's got some circulation for sure. And just to the north of Roosevelt and right over Highway 183. Let's go back over to the chopper here. Mason, still spinning, moderate right there. That ongoing tornado warning does continue.
Yeah, we still have a very large wall cloud with this storm here. There's a lot of inflow with it, I can tell you that right now. Let me turn the helicopter to the left here. Let me have Steve Johnson just pan the camera out and go like 12 o'clock low and show the inflow down here. So go straight down to these corners, just to the right. No, not yeah, just to the right there. You can see I'm pointed pretty much to the east right now and flying to the north. You can see, look at the grass moving there, guys. So we can go back to the storm here. You just kind of see what I'm dealing with there. But this is a pretty massive wall cloud. Still have a tornado warning on it. Got a little hook on it. Got an inflow notch. You got everything you need. Hopefully it does not produce a tornado. So if it does, we're right here with it. We'll let you know. Back to you.
Okay, Mason, thank you so much. You might be wondering where this is. So let's take a look at Max 1. We'll broaden the view out right here. So statewide view. So we have a small severe storm near Narden. We've got a little bigger severe storm now southwest of Fairview. That's got golf balls or a little bit bigger with it. Earlier, that produced 4.4-inch diameter hail, grapefruit size. And then the storm in Ouachita County, which did produce a weak tornado south of Cordell, has vaporized. It's gone. And a big supercell with an ongoing tornado warning in Kiowa County right now. And down by Tipton in far southwest Oklahoma coming into Tillman County, there's a severe storm there. They're moving only very slowly to the east, so they may never really make the I-35 corridor, at least not through the 7 or 8 o'clock hour. They're just not moving fast enough. The jet stream winds are fairly weak out there, so wouldn't be too concerned for these storms to come racing into the I-35 corridor. Later tonight, these storms up north should get going, and they may head on down toward the metro much later tonight. So up here to the north, up in Grant County, a small storm here, quite small up here by Narden and Deer Creek. Let's go to Corey Inman, update there in Grant County. Corey.
Yeah, Mike, I'm here at Highway 74, Highway 11. You can see the hail bouncing off the truck. This is $1.50 size hail. This is on the back side of the storm. I've got $1.50 size hail raining down on me, and the sun's shining just to my left. So this thing continues to track east towards the Deer Creek, Narden area, eventually over towards Blackwell, Bremen. We came through an area between Pond Creek and Lamont where we had the $1/2 size hail covering the road. So this thing continues to pulse up and down, heavy rain and some moderate size hail is big threats, Mike.
Okay, Corey, thank you very much. That's over there by Deer Creek and Narden. It's not very big, but it's got a fairly intense small hail core up there, tracking eventually over toward the Tonkawa-Blackwell Airport, over toward Tonkawa and Blackwell. So that's over here in eastern Grant County right now. Back over to radar. So the motion there is to the east at around 25 to 30. So yes, Blackwell and the Blackwell-Tonkawa Airport south of Bremen's where that's heading. There's Edmond right there. There's Oklahoma City. Cluster of storms really, again, not moving very much. This hasn't moved really a whole lot in the past couple of hours. North of Oakwood, south of Fairview, and very close to Canton Lake right now. Golf balls with that. It is severe. The storm near Watonga still has a little hail. That's the one that produced the 4.4-inch diameter hailstones that just trashed our storm tracker Eric Dixon's truck. Really heavy damage, and there was a lot of car damage out there. That was during the 5:30 time frame, about an hour and 20 minutes ago, and the Watonga storm is moving to the east, but it's not as big as it was, maybe Kingfisher by about 7:38 if it holds together. And there's no organized rotation right there. We're in pretty good shape. There's a little bit of rotation out here northwest of Canton, but it's not very strong. That's right where the hail core is as well, about golf ball size hail. That's going to be up there in far eastern Dewey County and northwestern Blaine County. So there's the tornadic storm down here by Roosevelt. The hail sizes have come down. There's a flash flood warning in effect as well. 6 inches of rain in about a 90-minute period. So rainfall rates running 3 to 3.5 inches per hour, and the storm stationary still pretty much around the Hobart area. The storm earlier that produced the weak tornado near Cordell has vaporized, no longer even there, and the storm down by Hobart drifting very slowly to the east, and the red and the green coming together. Still some circulation there north of Roosevelt, and drifting east at about 10 miles per hour. So flooding, rainfall, very large hail, damaging winds. Still an ongoing threat, potentially of a tornado. The chopper's right there. Let's go back to Mason Dunn and check that out live. Mason?
Well, we've moved back out to the south a little bit, making a right turn. You can start to see that it's pouring down rain just to the left of this wall cloud. This is a very large wall cloud. You actually have, I want to say, 2 hooks on it. You have the wall cloud, and then to the left I saw like a little, like it was trying to do something. So anyway, zoom in right there, Steve. You can see in the middle of the wall cloud, just starting to get a little rotation, updraft right in the middle right there. So I'm going to finish my turn to the right here, and we're just going to stay up here and keep an eye on it. You still see a beaver tail coming in from the northeast on it too. So it's starting to rain heavily just behind this wall cloud. So like I said, McIntyre Law Chopper 4, we're up here. We're going to keep an eye on it. Back to you.
Boy, that's a big storm out there, Mason. Really large supercell out there with a flash flood warning, tornado warning. Earlier, at least baseball-sized hail has a hook with it as well. The hook is north of Roosevelt, pretty much right there on the highway. And lots of flooding rainfall here, up to 6 inches of rain in the past 90 minutes or so. Near and east of Hobart, big red core right there of a half a foot of rainfall. So there's the hook. It is getting a little more intense. So you folks in Roosevelt, the tornado warning is right there immediately to your north, and with that hook kind of swinging around right there, pay attention to that and seek shelter if threatening conditions approach where you are north of Hobart, and that's right where or north of Roosevelt. That's right where that red and green are coming together right there. Let's go back over to Mason here and look at it. Mason, the mesocyclone is holding its own. It is not weakened. It's still holding its own and has some moderate rotation with it right now.
You got a little hook there. We are right on the south side of the notch from that hook right there, just kind of northeast of Roosevelt. Looking right there, you can see the velocities, you can see the green and the red. It looks like broad rotation, so it doesn't surprise me. It is a huge storm out here. The inflow is pretty decent. You can see a beaver tail starting, it's been there for a while, but coming in from the northeast to it. Steve, zooming in on this part, you can see the inflow, the upflow to it. You can see that scud rising up into it. So this is moving. It is southeast of Hobart right now, kind of on the north side of Roosevelt. We'll keep an eye on it. Back to you.
Yeah, a lot of upward motion right there, Mason. So it's got some strength to it. That's pretty good rising motion right there in the middle of your screen. And the rotation has been gradually coming up. It's broad, but there's localized areas that are a little bit tighter, and that's pretty good vertical velocity right there to the north of Roosevelt. And it's got a hook as well, so that localized rotation right there, if it were to tighten up, it still would be a potential tornado producer, although right now the rotation broad enough, not showing a TVS, but the ongoing tornado warning continues. Mason, what's your inflow there at chopper level right now?
Too much. It is, right now I'm pointed back to the southeast. I'm guessing probably 35, 40 mile an hour winds feeding into this storm. It's not, we've had some rain out here, so it's not really pulling dust like we've seen in the past from a mile or two away. So right now I'm flying to the southeast. You could see the rotation when we were zoomed in there. So we're going to turn back around and get a little better picture of it here. But I have to keep moving out here about a mile, and then let the inflow kind of push me towards it, and then I have to keep doing a circle out here. So there's some storm trackers down here on the ground, and I keep coming back to them and then flying back to the south. They probably think I'm crazy. But anyway, we're going to make a right turn here. We're keeping an eye on this storm. The good news is it's in a very wide area. There's a few towns out here, but there's a lot of open land out here, so if it does do something, hopefully it'll be out in the middle of nowhere, but we'll keep an eye on it. Back to you.
So going back over to Max 1 here, I want to show this to you. The rotation is getting stronger. There's no doubt about that. The hook right there north of Roosevelt, and you can see the core, the hail and the rain actually feeding in or being funneled into the updraft where the mesocyclone is. Looking carefully, that red and that purple right there. And it's more of a classic hook and more of a classic supercell. So this is getting stronger and not weaker. So tornado potential is actually rising and not falling. You can see that looking at the radar presentation right there north of Roosevelt. Let's go back over to the chopper here in Mason and kind of talk about that. You're looking at all that vertical velocity in through there, Mason. Rotation rates are going up.
Yeah, look at that. That's coming from the ground up to the storm. Don't know if that's sucking moisture off the ground up to the storm, but I'll tell you what, this is a massive storm, and it seems to be moving a little more southeast than east right now, so we're having to move a little bit to the southeast, but you can see a little disturbance or something going on the ground. It looks like it's sucking dust up right there into the storm, so Steve Johnson doing a good job of showing you that. Let me turn around here and see. Yeah, so, yeah, just look at that, Mike. I don't know exactly what that is. I don't think that's a tornado on the ground, but I think it's actually lifting dust or moisture or something from the ground. It looks like dust. So, I don't know. Can you tell? I can't tell on my monitor
if it tries
what that is, but let me make a right turn here.
If it tries to connect, tornadoes form from the top down and also from down up. They form from both directions, tornadoes do. So this is probably what looks to be the beginning of some type of tornado genesis right here. Can't really tell how fast that's spinning, but the velocities are localized right there. So this is some type of beginning of some attempt to produce a tornado. Notice the vertical velocity. Look at the top of the screen. It's lifting up quickly right there, and it's condensating and making an effort to form a funnel. So this is very, very close to a tornado right here. Doesn't appear to be anything really violent, but it's making an effort at tornado genesis right here as that basically condensates and it's spinning some and tries to go up there and connect to the developing funnel up above. So you're looking at it right here live from the chopper. Let's go back to Steve Johnson here in Mason Dunn, the pilot. Update there, lifting right up into that tight spot there on that rotation, Mason.
Yeah, it appears that the wall cloud is getting broader and a larger motion there. You can see it is pulling dust up from the ground right now. So, and the cloud's moving straight up into this storm. This is a massive storm. It's got a hook on it. We're right in the notch, pretty much. Looking to the. So let's see. Where's Roosevelt? Roosevelt. I'm just. East of Roosevelt, looking about 2 miles, looking to the northwest, and yeah, look at that dust being blown up or being picked up into the storm here, guys. So it still has the beaver tail, it has all the signs. So we're just going to stay up here with it and give you these crazy, amazing pictures.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible stuff right there. That's pretty incredible stuff. You look carefully there, you can see it making an effort to connect. And that vertical velocity, all that upward motion is right there. So it's making an effort there to form into a funnel. Again, tornadoes form from the ground up and from the top down. They do both. And they connect basically in the middle. So you're seeing that kind of in a slow motion effect from the chopper. Tornado genesis kind of in a slow motion effect. The tornado warning has been extended. And it includes Roosevelt. So Roosevelt's just to the south right now. So it's very close to producing a tornado here. And the spinning motion is definitely there as well. So it doesn't appear to be especially violent, although there is clearly a lot of motion right there underneath that mesocyclone. Guys, so you see all that scud there, that condensate just forming. It looks like it's kind of gently spinning. Would you say that's right?
Mike, it is picking a lot of dust up now from the ground. It's getting bigger, whatever it is. It's strengthening, is all I can say. It is picking a lot of dust up straight up into the storm. You can see that right there. That's crazy. But right now, I can tell you that it's got a lot of inflow to it, and it is broad. The wall cloud is broad up above what you're looking at right there. So, can you believe that? That's amazing. That's some crazy video right there. So, we're going to keep an eye on it. It is still picking scud up into the storm. we are slowly moving to the southeast to stay out of the way of this thing. So we're just going to keep an eye on it, Mike. It's just that's just an amazing sight out my window that you're seeing live here.
So we're looking at the velocities, and they're still about as strong as they have been all day with that mesocyclone, and it's a classic hook there, classic supercell as well, and 6 inches of rainfall there on the northern side of that. So tornado warning for Roosevelt, tornado warning for Cooperton. Roosevelt here in the next few minutes trying to turn to the southeast ahead and to the north of Roosevelt right now.
Starting to tornado.
Pretty incredible stuff there, guys. Gently spinning, though. Not rapid spin, but kind of gently spinning right there. What do you think?
I don't know what to think about it. Don't know if I've ever seen anything like that. I think that's a field that has been tilled or something from a farmer, and it is just picking the dust straight up into the storm. Now we got a little funnel. Got a little funnel coming down to the left. There, Steve. We got a little funnel coming out of it, guys, so we're going to stay here and see exactly what happens.
Okay, this is down in southwest Oklahoma in Kiowa County, ongoing tornado warning. Roosevelt, tornado precautions there. Cooperton, tornado precautions there. Flooding rainfall, baseball-size hail. Rotation's about as strong as it has been all day, and you're looking basically at tornado genesis here, making an effort to produce a tornado. There's dust lifting up and condensate cloud material lifting up into well, it looks to be a developing pretty large funnel cloud right there, potentially intermittent touchdowns right here of an ongoing tornado. So this is just very slow motion to the southeast, right up toward the Roosevelt area. Looking at Doppler velocities right there, the red and the green coming together right there, just on the northern side of Roosevelt on 183 in Kiowa County right now. So big hook, lots of flooding rainfall, and lots of big hail. That is a potent supercell right there. Guys, again, kind of a big funnel there trying to form on that wall cloud with all that condensate and dust underneath it.
Yeah, as usual, I've had to make a right turn and kind of bug out a little bit to the south here, but Steve's going to keep an eye on it as we're flying back to the southeast into the inflow. But that was the funnel is gone, but it is still picking dust straight up into the storm, lifting motion into this wall cloud. It's a massive saucer-looking wall cloud up above. You're zoomed into the bottom of it right here. So right now we are just moving out to the southeast, and hopefully I can turn around and give you a little better picture, but we're just going to stay on this. It's getting a lot of rain now, as you can see, as we are moving out. So if we see anything, I'm going to go out about another mile at least before I turn back around to this storm.
Okay, Mason, thank you very much. Over to Max 1. So this is a big supercell down in Kiowa County here, and it's moving to the southeast at about 10 miles per hour. And Roosevelt, tornado warning there. Cooperton, tornado warning. And the red and the green there coming together. Let's take the chopper full here and take a look. Another little plume there of dust and condensate lifting up into the center of the mesocyclone right there. Guys, zoom into that. What is that doing?
It looks like it's spinning.
Yeah, so that looks like a tornado right there.
It's trying to form a tornado. It has broad rotation too, and it's starting to get taken over by rain here. So it's gonna, this whole wall cloud's gonna get rain wrapped here before too long. Steve's doing a great job of trying to show you that. I'm actually trying to stay away from it a little bit. So. Right now, we have moved out a little bit, so I'm going to turn the helicopter to the left, face it to the east, and we will be flying north right towards it. So this is what you see right here, and it looks like you could still see a pretty good wall cloud. Even though we have rain, you can still see the wall cloud. Look at that, guys. It's just a big flying saucer up under this storm, this massive storm out here.
Yeah, so I think what we just saw was basically tornado genesis, and then the rain came up from the south and wrapped cyclonically or counterclockwise into the tornado circulation. And we saw the tornado actually go down to the ground as the rain was wrapping up into it, and now it's rain wrapped. Now it is a rain-wrapped circulation, which is right there on the very edge of that, the corner of the box right there near the skids of the chopper. And it may still be on the ground back in there. Let's go back over to Max 1 here with see the velocities. And so they're looking at this area right there, right on the northeast side of Roosevelt. Pretty good wind there coming through, wrapping around. The rear flank downdraft coming around in the Roosevelt area right now. So tornado warning all in through there. And there's some pretty high wind up in there. And the tornado developed right there, the red and the green coming together. And that's what you just saw from the chopper there live. And now that rain's coming up into the circulation. Guys, ongoing tornado warning. You and Steve are doing a great job, Mason. What do you got?
Well, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado in that rain, the way it's picking up the dust and the way the dust is moving into that rain right there, Mike. I'm not saying there is, but it wouldn't surprise me if there is from what I'm seeing with the dust being lifted up to it right here. That's pretty dramatic looking video with the dust being just picked up into it like that. It's a broad rotation, and the velocities are pretty heavy. Pretty strong here on the radar. So we're right in the hook there. There's a notch there. We are just to the southeast of it looking at this storm. So we're going to keep an eye on it. From McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
Okay, guys, so ongoing tornado warning. It looks like the rain may be starting to weaken the circulation just a bit. So let's go back over to Max 1 and show you the tornado warning polygon right there. East and southeast of Roosevelt, tornado warning there over to Cooperton. This is southern Kiowa County. Look at the curvature there from the chopper. It's just spinning like a top up there. And flooding rainfall, 6 inches of rain. Very severe flooding around Hobart, Highway 9, and also 183 south of Hobart. And the storm earlier in Ouachita County is no longer a real threat. Produced a brief tornado about 2 hours ago near Cordell. Here's the metro right here. If you're just now joining us, got a couple of storms between Kingfisher and Watonga and a few showers forming near Norman and Newcastle right now, but those are not a concern. It's really about this one big storm right here. And the rain just wrapped into the circulation, and the circulation is now turning less hot, although you see where the tornado is clearly located. So I think it's very clear what we just witnessed. We just witnessed a tornado coming around. The rear flank downdraft came around, and then it spun up a tornado. You saw that live. And then the rain came around into the circulation, and it's obscured, or you can't see it because the rain wrapped around the tornado circulation. But that is high wind. That's high winds in the Roosevelt area. So damaging winds, very strong damaging winds around Roosevelt. And the tornado is still quite possibly located just on the northeast and east side of Roosevelt right there. But this is powerful wind here coming in from the northwest in the Roosevelt area. So ongoing tornado warning there, ongoing hook. The rain has just become a little more involved around the tornado circulation. Let's go back over to Mason Dunn with an update here. Mason?
Well, Mike, right now it just looks photogenic. I mean, it is a massive spaceship up above, a lot of rain coming out the bottom. You can't see the wall cloud anymore. You can't see where it's picking up dust anymore either right now. So we're just trying to stay ahead of it. We're just probably 3 miles east of Roosevelt, looking to the northwest as this storm is kind of southeast of Hobart, slowly moving to the east, southeast. There's a little hook there. We're right in the notch, and I can, if the rain subsides a little bit, you can still see that the wall cloud is in there. So you got a little bit of heavy rain on the right, heavy rain on the left, and I can see a little area in the middle that Steve's showing you right there. So I believe that's just a rain shaft right there, that it's not pulling up any more dust, but it's pretty dramatic earlier. So we're still out here keeping an eye on it. From McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
Okay, very much. Very good there, Mason. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the broad view. So if you're just now joining us, looks like we've had a couple of tornadoes today, earlier about 2 hours ago, just south of Cordell. Just saw one develop from the chopper there live, just north of Roosevelt. ongoing tornado warning there. And there aren't too many storms left out there in Oklahoma east of the dry line. There's more widespread storms up in southern Kansas. This will come in to northern Oklahoma later this evening, and from Ponca City down to Perry, down to Stillwater, and maybe the metro later tonight coming in from the north. Widespread thunderstorms up here. We have a severe storm over Canton and a severe storm north of Roosevelt and to the southeast of Hobart right now. And here's northern Oklahoma. Earlier, that storm near Nardin and Deer Creek falling apart altogether. Corey Inman's been on that, and no longer severe, no longer a threat right there, so we're in good shape. And still some golf ball size hail up here by Canton Lake, and some small hail east of Watonga and west of Kingfisher right now. Earlier, 4.4-inch diameter hail near Eagle City to the west of Watonga, grapefruit size hail. So this storm still has about golf balls with it. It is severe, and it's moving slowly east. There's your time of arrival for that one right there, over toward O'Keene eventually. And no organized rotation up in Blaine County. There's your little pocket of golf balls near Canton and Canton Lake. And then a big supercell down here in Kiowa County, and a couple of areas of hail redeveloping near Cordell. That storm quite a bit smaller, and this has big time flooding rain, 6 inches of rainfall, and also the very large hail, still about tennis ball with that. So Cordell, east of Cordell there, that storm is heavy but not severe right now. And there's Oklahoma City, a few showers down by Newcastle and Norman, nothing major there. And the storm back over Kiowa County is not moving very quickly. It's drifting to the east and to the east-southeast. And I think we just witnessed the tornado there, north and northeast of Roosevelt. Saw that live from the chopper, and now the rotation rates are coming down now. They're coming down. The rain came in to the circulation, and it's starting to weaken that mesocyclone circulation. The tornado spun up there. Looks like for about 5 minutes or so in that rain. Let's go back out to the chopper with Mason Dunn and Steve Johnson. Guys?
Well, we're still hanging out just east of Roosevelt, a couple, 3 miles. I'm still flying to the southeast here. The storm is moving east-southeast very slowly. It does have a flood warning on it, has a tornado warning on it. We're right up here with it, McIntyre Law Chopper 4. So we saw this. Let me turn back to the right here so we're not shooting through the skids, but you can still see a little bit of the wall cloud right here. You saw that dust being lifted up into the storm. Now it is, the wall cloud is rain wrapped. You can see a little bit of it that Steve is showing you right there to the right. If you zoom in on that, whatever that is, that a funnel? Kind of looks a little bit like a funnel. Not sure. It's through the rain here. So it's pretty photogenic storm. It is a huge UFO-looking storm up above with the wall cloud. That looks like a funnel to me through the rain here. So I'm going to turn back around to the left so we can get just a little better view of that. Yeah. Wind is, well, the wind is still out of the southeast. It's more out of the east-southeast now. But right now, you're looking at the wall cloud, the bottom of the storm here, that is southeast of Hobart and north of Roosevelt, moving to the east, southeast very slowly. Steve's showing you the structure up above, and it is just amazing looking. So hopefully this storm doesn't do anything. We saw that dust being lifted up earlier, which was pretty dramatic looking video. I've seen dust come from miles out, but I've never seen them. I don't think I've ever seen it come up straight up from a big storm like that. So that was a pretty great sight to see out the window. I won't say great sight, but it was an amazing sight to see right outside the window of McIntyre Law Chopper 4. Guys, back to you.
Mason, thank you. Emily joins us now live. Emily?
Yeah, Mike, we continue our team coverage. Excellent job by McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, and the team. Unfortunately, one of our trackers, Eric Dixon's windshield was destroyed from hail. We'll be checking in with him in a little bit. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning watch that continues across parts of western and central Oklahoma. A tornado watch just north in Kansas. I want to point out this newer development in Kansas. There is concern that this eventually turns into a storm complex and then will move south during the overnight and early morning hours across north central Oklahoma. So the threat does continue. We have seen some huge hail today. Right now, you're taking a live view of Chopper 4. Been working hard. You had a tornado live on the air about 10 to 15 minutes ago. Watch this loop closely. You see how it had the traditional supercell hook, a clear indication of an imminent tornado. And that's what happened. North of Roosevelt had a lot of dust being picked up by the powerful winds feeding into the storm, and also from the RFD, the rear flank downdraft. That's kind of the final step of the low-level winds that wrap around to produce a tornado. Right now, the other thing I want to point out is how slow this is moving. It was veering to the east, kind of moved southeast, and then when it wrapped around farther to the east instead of southeast, when the rain wrapped in, that's when it briefly produced the tornado. It's difficult to see within the dust and the haze. We'll have to go back and get the video for you later this evening. You could see the couplet. Okay, we're going back right now. Let's go live to Mason Dunn in Chopper 4. Oh, that's the earlier video. Okay, guys. Let's go ahead and take a look at the video. This is from earlier. This is not live at this time. And you can see it feeding in. There you go. All of the dust being picked up. And at the very end of this, as the storm went from moving southeast to east, that's when it ended up producing the tornado. If you look closely in that area of what looks like smoke, that is dust being picked up. And if you look very closely, it's rotating. So what you look for is a funnel, and then towards the ground, you eye any sort of debris being picked up. It was challenging to see because it was already picking up all the dust. Again, you're watching video from earlier when this ended up dropping a tornado. Let's go back to velocity to take a look at what happened. So see what I'm talking about? Kind of moved south, and then when it veered east and the rain wrapped around, that's what helped the low-level circulation just tight enough to produce a tornado, and then it became occluded in rain. I also want to point out these little spikes you're seeing in the pixelations. That represents the hail core. We have had some huge hail today. This storm still has the potential of up to 3-inch hail. That is tennis ball or baseball size hail. Farther south, I want to point out a couple of severe storms that continue from Frederick to Snyder. These are veering off to the northeast and still could have some larger hail with it. At this time, this is about golf ball size hail. Zooming in closer, you can see the core of that near Tipton, near Manitou. These storms are crawling. They're moving at about 10 miles per hour. So we have seen some flash flooding out of the storm, some of these producing 3, 4, or 5 inches of rain. Farther north, I want to take a look at the severe thunderstorm that continues near Canton Lake. This produced mammoth hail earlier around 5:45 p.m. We have reports of, check this out, the city, Fay, grapefruit-sized hail. Grapefruit-sized hail. That is larger than softball-sized hail, which was also reported. And this was at 5:45 p.m. Eagle City. That's where our storm tracker Eric Dixon was. Unfortunately, his truck was demolished by the hail. Eric, I did not see or hear it live. Go ahead and describe to the viewers what it was like to go through that. And hey, we're so glad you're okay.
Yeah, Emily, I'm doing fine.
I'm not far from Surreal. I'm just kind of cutting off here so
look
I can
at
get
the truck.
On 277
most of the truck is actually okay. It's got a lot of little tiny dents, but it did pretty much cave in my windshield. It's intact, but there's some craters in it. One of the craters I have, it's about 6 inches. So I'm not sure what happened quite right there. But maybe that was that grapefruit. But I've got about a 6-inch. I'm going to go home and measure it and get a little shot of that back to you here when I get a tape measure. But, I mean, it's bigger than my fist. Most of them are, little splinters here. So, we're making ourselves safely back home, regroup, get the new windshield in tomorrow, and do it again tomorrow afternoon. Emily?
Okay, thanks for that report, and we are so glad that you are okay. The grapefruit-sized hail, the softball-sized hail, those were just 2 storm reports. Remember, that may not represent the largest hail that fell with that storm. So there's going to be some serious property damage out in that area. Oh, feeling for the folks that are going to be cleaning up. We are so glad you're all right, but this is why it's so dangerous to be driving out in severe storms. This even happened with our trained storm trackers. Let's go ahead and go back to the maps where we continue to track the latest. A couple of severe storms now crossing over from Kansas. This is going to be our next round, so to speak, that will be moving in overnight. We'll continue to see storms moving into northern Oklahoma. So this motion is moving off to the southeast. This is eventually going to be heading towards Cherokee. At this time, it is 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Taking a look at these rainfall totals, you can see the bullseyes near Watauga and near Hobart of rainfall. This little circle of pink you're seeing, that is 5 to 6 inches of water that fell in an area in addition to all the hail. So flash flooding is a real concern with these storms as they are not moving very fast. But for that reason, because they're not moving very fast, it's going to take a while to try and push into central Oklahoma. You can see the core northwest of Watauga also picking up 2 to 4 inches of rain out of that in addition to the hail. Oklahoma City right now, we have some very weak showers near Norman. They are not severe, important to note. And we have some weak showers west of Kingfisher as well. Let's take it back out to Chopper. He continues to track the tornado warned storm in southwestern Oklahoma. We have Mason Dunn and McIntyre Law, Chopper 4. Mason, we watched live on the air as that storm ramped up, picking up a bunch of dust. And then sure enough, some of that dust was rotating as it turned east.
Yeah, pretty amazing sight. Huge storm here. Right now, we're showing you, go to the left here, Steve, just a little bit. This is the storm that's coming up from Snyder. This is a storm south of me right now, so I'm in between storms. So I'm going to have to make a decision here to vacate right now, or, pretty soon before the storm gets up. Let's go back to the right. You can't see much of the storm that we were showing you earlier. It is completely rain wrapped right now. It looks like the velocities are still there a little bit. The winds are still, the inflow is still raging from the southeast as we're turning around here. So this is a storm that is north of us. This is a storm that went through Hobart. It's heading to the east, southeast, has a flood warning on it, has a tornado warning on it still. You can't see it near as good as we were showing you earlier. I'm kind of looking at my window to the left. It's pulling dust even from the southwest of it into the storm right now. It's kind of hard to see, but I can see that. Looks like around Hobart. So anyway, we're up here going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to have to make a decision here, and I think we're going to either head east or west to get out in between these storms. Back to you.
Okay, excellent report. Great job today. You saw live from McIntyre Law, Chopper 4 earlier, a tornado touchdown, and that tornado warning still continues in southwestern Oklahoma. Here's a look of the video from earlier near Roosevelt. These storms are nearly stationary, which is definitely a scary sight to see, and it's been a heavy rain producer, huge hail producer as well. What you're seeing here is a tornado touchdown. So we were watching live as all this dust is just feeding up into the storm. You have to remember, there will be high winds around a tornadic storm, not just from potentially developing tornado, but from the rapid inflow into the storm and the RFD, the rear flank downdraft winds. That's the final low-level spin-up you need to produce the tornado, and that's exactly what happened here as the rain wrapped around and the tightening happened. It produced a tornado. Granted, pretty short-lived. This storm had a hook on it. It's a traditional supercell. Let's go ahead and go back to the maps. That was the previous video. Again, not live right now, though we still have Chopper 4 out on that storm. There's still a severe thunderstorm watch that continues until 9 p.m. It does back up to the metro. And, if you look at radar, you would think, oh, they're coming our way in a few hours. No, these storms today are crawling at just 10 miles per hour. So they're going to take forever to make it into central Oklahoma. It's actually a pretty low chance from these storms because it is breaking up. The main storms are still in southwestern Oklahoma. However, notice in the past hour, we're going to be focusing on this new development in northern Oklahoma as this is going to continue to build south, move into north central Oklahoma throughout the evening hours and overnight tonight. And data suggests more storms, a storm complex in north central and to the east, and it will nosedive overnight. So then there's a chance for the metro in the early morning hours. Let's go ahead and zoom on into that tornado warned storm that continues. You can see in the loop how it hooked, and it looks like it's trying to cycle a little bit. heavy rain producer because it's almost just sitting there. When it tornadoed, what happened is it was moving off to the southeast, and then the rain wrapped in, moved east, boom, dropped a tornado, had it live on the air. Switching over, look at the couplet, and you can see how it's rotating back north, occluding north, and it looks like a new circulation is forming here, almost in the same area. That is so interesting. So it went south, it's occluding north, and it's just rotating in on itself. And it produced, could still produce tennis ball size hail, as well as some very high winds still potentially with this. Of course, still a tornado warning. And I know, Cooperton, your sirens may be going off, but I have to tell you that circulation has been just sitting there north of Roosevelt. I mean, it's barely moving, nearly stationary at this time. See how it's just rotating in on itself. So it could be cycling back up again. What's challenging now is it is wrapped in rain. So it's going to be difficult to see it, and we have McIntyre Law, Chopper 4 on top of this. Let's go live to Mason Dunn. Mason, we are keeping a close eye on the velocity, but it's really interesting how it's barely moved over the same spot. That circulation is still prominent at this time. What are you able to see? I know it's challenging with the rain wrapping in.
Well, if you can see our picture, Steve can zoom in. We can see the wall cloud again out behind this storm. The storm is moving to the southeast, so right now it is just about over Roosevelt as the storm is moving east-southeast. So we have moved about, I don't know, I want to say 3 or 4 miles south of Roosevelt. We can still see the wall cloud, but like I said earlier, I'm keeping an eye on this storm coming up from the south. That's about to get to Medicine Park. We're going to have to vacate in between these two storms to make it. I think we're going to go west. So you can see the wall cloud right here, guys. We're trying to keep an eye on it. But we are in the clear. We're in the sunshine, actually looking into the dark, which is kind of hard to see. But you can still see the wall cloud in there. I don't see any dust being picked up like we had earlier. So we're going to keep an eye on it. From McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
Excellent report there. Yeah, of course, we're getting closer and closer to sunset. And a day like today, so much moisture present, so much haze. We managed to surge well into the 80s. So with temperatures climbing so fast today and so warm, we had enough instability to produce also some mammoth hail. Unfortunately, look at that windshield. Yeah, he's heading up to O'Reilly Auto Parts. We hope that Eric Dixon can find some help here. Thankfully, he's safe first and foremost, but very large hail, grapefruit and softball-sized hail reported. This is near Eagle City, so west of Watonga at around 5:45 p.m. Oh, here we go. Here's some video coming in of the windshield. This is what 4 to 5 inch hailstones will do to your car. It can be terrifying chasing if it breaks your windshield because it can completely break through and the glass can hurt you. So we are so happy to see that he's okay. Unfortunately, his truck is not okay. And I'm just thinking of the people in that area because there's going to be some widespread damage. These storms were only moving 10 miles per hour. So that means you have all these huge hailstones beating down on your property for much longer versus a fast moving storm. Going back to velocity, we're watching it closely. So you see how it kind of wrapped in on itself? It's called the Fujiwara effect, where it circles around. And you can see the circulation is just sitting there north of Roosevelt. I mean, we usually see it move around, but it is still going. The persistent circulation there as the tornado warning continues. Once again, for anyone living north of Roosevelt, stay in your shelter. You've had to be in your shelter for almost the past hour now, at least, as it's just been sitting there and producing potentially up to tennis ball size hail, as well as very heavy rain. So potentially up to half a foot of water just out of this storm. Very dangerous situation sitting there near Roosevelt. Then to the southwest, severe thunderstorm warnings continue over Frederick. I am watching this hail core. It is starting to pulse up south of Snyder. We have had some big hailers today, and that potential is still there. It really can damage property, and you want to stay away from windows. You saw what it did to the windshield. That can happen to your windows, too, when hail is around. Off to the north, this is the prolific hailer that happened earlier. It still is persistent, moving to the east. It's weakening, but there is a hail core east of Canton, also big flood warnings in the area as these are just moving 5 to 10 miles per hour. So this is the hail report I was talking about earlier. Fay reporting grapefruit size hail, and then Eagle City softball size hail, and that happened at 5:45 p.m. Moving farther north, look at this newer development. So this is back building from Kansas into northern Oklahoma. This is our next round, so to speak. While the other ones are just moving at 5 miles per hour or stationary, this one is moving a little bit faster to the south and east and will eventually be making its way towards Cherokee, but still at just about 15 miles per hour. I believe we have our storm tracker Corey Inman in northern Oklahoma tracking these storms. Corey, this is going to be the next round that we will be watching for the overnight hours. It looks like the data is showing it continuing to drop south. Eventually, this could graze the metro by the morning hours. Go ahead and tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, Emily, on Highway 11 here between Medford, making our way over to Cherokee to get into position for this severe cell coming out of Kansas. This whole line all evening up there they've had tornado warnings off and on, a lot of really gusty winds and large hail up there. This stuff continues to slide to the east-southeast, going to affect Alfalfa, Grant, and Kay counties a little later into the evening. So we're getting into position as these things cross the border, and we'll let you know what we got, Emily.
Okay, we appreciate your report. All of our trackers working hard, even from last weekend. We're in the thick of it, guys. So about to jump into May. We're just getting started. And I want to stress, I know after huge storms like we had, the deadly tornadoes on Saturday, there's a lot of storm anxiety. Thankfully, right now, what we're seeing is that one prolific storm, but the other storms, severe at this time. This is not to the level of what we had. I will caution, though, that the tornado risk is still there for the next couple of hours, as long as we have the low-level jet present. What's really, really impressive and concerning is that all of this blew up even without the jet stream overhead like we had last Saturday. So this ended up overproducing what data was suggesting, but that's why we're here. We have our team in place to keep you forewarned because it's Oklahoma springtime. We have severe weather, and it continues at this hour. Still have a tornado warning sitting over Roosevelt. I feel for the people of Roosevelt right now. If you're listening, you have to stay in your safe spot. I know you've been there probably for at least an hour at this point or longer, but this storm is persistent. It still has circulation, and it's nearly stationary. So zooming in a little bit closer, had more of the classic hook earlier. It's become a little bit more muddled as the rain wrapped around, but switching over to velocity. You see these areas of peach? That is the velocity. It's picking up on hail spikes. Within this storm, there's still the potential of tennis ball size hail. And so it's bouncing back to the radar and creating these beams, these little hail spikes. So we watch where the red meets the green, and you can see how it's kind of rotating around. It went south-southeast, and then as it moved east and the rain wrapped in, that's when it dropped the tornado. And now it continues to move off to the north. So it's still sitting just over north of Roosevelt, but I'd say a big hail threat with this still remains. Okay, we're switching over to Lynx, and this is showing our hail tracker, and the hail continues over north of Roosevelt, the hail core. There we go, it's building in. It's still sitting there, the potential is still there. And let's go ahead and go back to the radar. I want to continue to show this. Okay, there we go. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues, and to the southwest near Frederick, the hail core is pulsing up. There you go. So you can see the hail core west of Frederick lifting off to the north and east. And we are still tracking this hail core near Canton, near O'Keene and Hitchcock. Let's go out to one of our trackers right now. Maybe Eric Dixon real quick, who is on top of, okay, he's probably at the store trying to fix his windshield. But Eric, earlier you had some big hail. Actually, let's go to Corey Inman if we can. He's still on those storms in northern Oklahoma. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, Emily, just to the west of Cherokee a little bit, looking back to the northwest. I don't know if you can see it in the shot there, but these cells really haven't completely lined out yet. Still kind of individual. There's a couple of rain-free bases back there to the northwest. Showing some indications of some really large hail back in the Burlington area moving towards Cherokee. So we're going to continue to get over here in front of it and try to sample that hail core and see what we've got.
Okay, we appreciate that. Let's go back to the maps. New tornado warning for the storm near Frederick. We're getting reports of multiple funnels coming in out of this storm. So this is the tornado warning moving towards Frederick at this time. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning just north of that. That's veering more north of Snyder. But anyone in the town of Frederick, you need to get into your safe spot. This already has a history of producing funnels. So inevitably we could have a tornado drop. We have one of our trackers heading towards Cache. So he's on his way to that storm. He's going to have to drop south in order to get a view of it. Let's go to Chris McBee. Chris, we're watching this now, southwestern Oklahoma. We've had that persistent tornado warning near Roosevelt earlier, and now we have a new tornado warning with confirmed funnels near Frederick. Go.
That's right, Emily. I am on I-44 in the Lawton area. I'm trying to get over to that area, west of the I-44 corridor over towards Cache and Snyder, down towards Frederick in that area where that tornado warning is that you just described. I'm a little bit further out right now, so I haven't seen any structure or anything. I haven't been in view of it, but I should be here pretty soon, and I'll be able to update you on what that storm is doing here in southwest Oklahoma, Emily.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you for that. I'm switching over to velocity right now, just zooming into that area. And boy, we have some hail spikes coming out southeast of Tipton. That's where you could have potentially some very large hail. Look at that rotation ramping up as well east of Tipton. Okay, that's what we're concerned about. And like the other tornado warned storm, it's almost stationary. In fact, this motion is more to the northwest as it's occluding. It's doing the same thing as the other tornado warned storm. It's what we call the Fujiwara effect, where it acts like a carousel and rotates in on itself. So that's lifting to the north, and concerning that this is really starting to pulse up east of Tipton. It looks like we are on Chopper 4 right now as he's likely going to on his way to get some fuel soon. He still has a very, very good view of the storm right now. Go ahead, Mason Dunn.
Well, Emily, right now we've flown to the west to try to get out from in between these two storms, which we were successful. But you have this is what it looks like. The very back of this storm that has gone through Hobart. This is the back end of it. It almost looks like it's trying to form a new wall cloud back here. So we're continuing to fly to the west a little. We are going to have to get some fuel here pretty soon, and I will need to talk to controllers here. So I'm going to hand it back to you.
Okay, we appreciate that. We're pretty concerned about this developing tornado near Frederick and Tipton, really. The circulation's near Tipton. Let's go ahead and switch over to velocity. There you go. The area of concern is just southeast of Tipton. And what is particularly different about this storm is usually we see the tornadoes moving northeast, okay? Look at the motion. This is veering off to the west. Look at the pixelation pulsing up. This is strengthening. We have a rapidly developing tornado. It's already had earlier funnels with it, likely a tornado on the ground. Not only that, but a strengthening tornado right now. Southeast of Tipton, this is north of Burt, and it's not the traditional track, guys. It's veering more northwest. So the town of Tipton is in the path if it keeps up the current track. These have been moving in a circular motion. So if it repeats itself, what was happening earlier, it's going to take more of a west and then southwesterly track and likely graze or hit the town of Tipton. So the town of Tipton, anyone there right now, if you're watching us, remember you can stream us live, KFOR.com/live. In case your power goes out, this is not a good situation. We have a developing strong tornado likely on the ground. This is really ramping up north of the town of Burt. What's terrible about this, too, is that it is nearly stationary, okay? You're having a strong developing tornado sitting over a spot. This is located east of Tipton. This is not a good scenario for the town of Tipton. Really, anyone living just east of the town of Tipton. The circulation is located just south of 5C near the intersection of Highway 5. Anyone in the area will know this. It's located just east of Tipton. Notice the motion of the circulation pushing to the northwest. So developing tornado there. We'll have Mike Morgan chime in as well. Team coverage. This is a strong tornado, very concerning. We have our trackers on this. Let's go to Chris McBee right now, who's heading towards that area. Chris, what can you tell us?
Well, Emily, I'm just kind of watching that on radar, just like you guys are. I see that couplet down there in the Tipton area. Like I said, I'm heading down towards the Lawton area and trying to get west, back into where these storms are forming here west, of the 44 corridor. But, I can see that kind of on the backside of that storm. You definitely looks like a gate-to-gate couplet there down the Tipton-Manitou area. So I'm trying to get there to see what's going on, and as soon as I have a picture, I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, and we are still tracking a tornado-warned storm for the town of Roosevelt as well. This has had persistent circulation just sitting there. Let's go back to the maps. So tornado warning continues for Roosevelt. Just like the other storm, it is just sitting there to the north. Definitely concerning. Let's go ahead and move farther south. Still tracking this likely tornado near the town of Tipton. And the way the storms have been moving today, it's not traditional motion. By traditional motion, usually tornadoes are moving east or even northeast. But in this instance, it's circulating in on itself. And that means it's also nearly stationary. So you have a tornado, likely a developing strong tornado right now east of Tipton, and it is just sitting and churning there. So this is very concerning to watch for anyone in this area. East of Tipton, you have a tornado just sitting overhead. So please get into your safe spot if you haven't already. In addition to that, of course, we're seeing very large hail out of these storms, but a serious developing situation as this is a strong tornado now developing east of Tipton. I'm watching the red and the green. We watch for that couplet. We watch for the brighter the colors. That represents the higher the winds. And so this is a strong tornado developing at this time, likely on the ground near Tipton. Yeah. We don't want to see that. And in addition to that, it is occluded in rain. So it's wrapped in rain. That means if you're trying to go outside and look for it, you're not going to be able to see it. You're going to be hit by the waves of rain, a 3 to 4 inch hail, and then the tornado is going to hit, and it's just going to sit there because it's nearly stationary. So in addition to that, we have some very heavy rainfall and flash flooding. So hoping and praying people in Tipton, especially if you live east of Tipton, that you are in your safe spot and staying there. Same for Roosevelt. People located near the town of Roosevelt have been sitting in their storm shelter, hopefully safe and sound, but sitting there, rightfully so, over the past hour, hour and a half as this tornado, potential tornadic circulation near Roosevelt and actual tornado near Tipton remain. So not a good situation, ongoing serious situation in southwestern Oklahoma at this time. Let's go back to Chris McBee, who's our tracker in this area right now. We also have Chopper in that area, I believe, if we can go to Chopper. But let's go to Chris McBee. Chris, serious developing situation. I think what's happening is we're getting close to sunset, classic low-level jet ramping up. I mean, we're seeing a big strong tornado developing now east of Tipton. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely, Emily. The low-level jet is definitely kicking in. And like you said earlier, it's interesting that these storms went up so fast even before that low-level jet kicked in. So that was pretty impressive. But, yeah, I'm just trying to get down into that area, down to where I can get a better idea of the circulation and the hail and everything going on down here in southwest Oklahoma, trying to get down to that Tipton Manitou area to have a look and see what's going on down there. But I should be down in that area here shortly. I'll be westbound in a minute where I have a little better view. So I'll get you some pictures on this just as soon as possible, as soon as I can get a little bit closer, Emily.
Okay, thanks for that report. Yeah, we want to go back to velocity and look at the latest motion. It is now moving northwest at 10 miles per hour, almost more of a northerly track. So the way it's moving right now looks like it's going to stay just east of the town of Tipton. But the motion has not been typical with these storms. They're kind of occluding in on themselves, wrapping north. So it was moving more northwest towards town. And the latest few velocity scans are taking it more to the north. You can see the winds really spiking with this. The couplet is strengthening. We have now seen some visuals of funnels with this storm earlier. So likely a tornado, really tightened up. Now it looks like powerful winds still with it. Could have some very large hail as well. And then moving to the north, the Roosevelt storm it looks like the couplet's still there over Roosevelt. We still have rotation, but it does not look as strong as what we had earlier. Let's switch over to Lynx 1 or Lynx 2, wherever we have the hail core right now. We are tracking the latest on the hail that continues northeast of Roosevelt. And you can see how it's really spiking up. So we also have up to tennis ball size hail north and east of Roosevelt. Earlier, near west of Watonga, Eagle City reporting grapefruit size hail. You're seeing on the side of your screen, by the way, all you do is you take your phone, hold it up with the camera, and it will pop up a link, and you can download the Forewarn Me app. What's good about that, and if you go to KFOR.com/live, whenever we're in streaming tornado coverage, you can watch us streaming live. So even if you're in your storm shelter, the power's out, hopefully you can keep watching. And I'm just feeling for anyone near Roosevelt in your shelter for the past hour and a half, we had a tornado live on the air from McIntyre Law Chapter 4 earlier. Granted, it did seem like a weaker tornado, but a tornado's a tornado, right? And then it became occluded in rain. You're looking at video from earlier today. This is from McIntyre Law Chapter 4, I believe shortly after 7 o'clock. And we watched as the dust was rapidly feeding into the storm. And what happened is as the storm began to become wrapped in rain, that final circulation is all it took to drop the tornado. And that's what you're seeing here. You look closely towards what looks like a smoke plume. All it's doing is it's picking up all the dust in the fields, right? And you can see that the dust is rotating. So that is indeed a tornado. Let's go back to the maps. We are still tracking the Tipton tornado. It really pulsed up east of town. So this is great news to see how it is moving more north, avoiding the core of town. It is now occluding more north and not looking quite as strong as it was momentarily. But that tornado warning continues. We've been getting more images coming in of funnels associated with this. I do believe that when it had a tornado on the ground, it was likely wrapped in rain, so it'd be challenging to see. But we have our trackers in the vicinity. Of course, we are getting closer and closer to sunset. We don't want to see any nighttime tornadoes, but what happens as you get close to sunset, we have something called a low-level jet. So it's these winds that feed in and can give that extra oomph to get storms, continue storms, and actually cause them to tornado more close to sunset. We certainly had the fuel available today as it climbed well into the 80s and 90s, and the high humidity as well. Let's go out to Chris McBee, who continues to track storms in southwestern Oklahoma. We know you're trying to head that way. We have 2 ongoing tornado warnings. Definitely don't want to see it when they are moving so slowly over areas.
Yeah, Emily, I'm in Lawton right now. I'm trying to get west towards the Cache area, kind of dealing with some traffic right here by Fort Sill. But I'm trying to get west out here. And like you said, the slow-moving storms, you know, when they move that slowly, they dump a bunch of rain over one area. A lot of, our storms the other day were moving 40, 50 miles an hour. These are sitting over one area and just causing all kinds of flooding, and it's just big problems when the storms are nearly stationary like they are today. But yeah, I'm trying to get a little bit further west here, just trying to get a little bit closer to these storms down here in southwest, and I'll let you know what I see when I'm able to get a little closer.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of supercells down here in southwest Oklahoma, and they're still going. We've got some strong circulation now right over Roosevelt, a lot of high wind as well. So supercell here that finally is moving out of the Hobart area. Over a half a foot of rainfall there. A lot of damaging winds with this, and the hail size is still right back up to baseball plus. So Roosevelt, southern Kiowa County, just getting hammered here by a very intense, very slow-moving supercell. And the hook is even re-energized here in the past 15 minutes or so. So still ongoing tornadic activity, basically right over Roosevelt, maybe on the south side of Roosevelt now. So Roosevelt, hopefully everybody's safe right there. A lot of high wind, mesocyclone, looks like a possible tornado there. And you see the hot red and the hot green. In fact, there it is. It traveled back down to the southwest. So Roosevelt back down to the southwest of Roosevelt. The circulation center is right there, southwest of Roosevelt near Highway 19. So the ongoing tornado warning for southern Kiowa County very much continues there. And it looked like it may have produced a tornado very close to Roosevelt just in the past 5 minutes. So this is in addition to a lot of damaging straight line winds and a lot of flooding rainfall and some very large baseball-sized hail. Good news down here by Tipton. That turned to the north and dissipated, that tornado there. So that's good. It stayed to the west of Tipton, then it lifted to the north and fell apart. That circulation down there, another core came into it, but this storm has been amazing over the past 3 hours and still very much ongoing and still spinning like a top down here in southwest Oklahoma. So ongoing tornado warning there north of Snyder and Roosevelt down 183 in southern Kiowa County. Dangerous storm here for sure. And the rainfall totals have been 6 inches plus in Kiowa County, down around Hobart and east of Hobart on Highway 9 back to Cooperton. And the circulation now is just to the southwest of Roosevelt, kind of drifting to the southeast at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. That's your approximate time of arrival right there. Might be moving straight south now. And circulation center there, the hot red and hot green, still coming together, but it looked like it may have tried to produce a tornado there in the immediate Roosevelt area about 5 minutes ago. So let's hope not. But there was some pretty strong localized circulation right there. New tornado warning comes out, upgraded tornado with tornadoes here and funnel clouds being reported out of that storm. And it's drifting to the south at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Here's the metro right here. So these are actually not even heading towards central Oklahoma. We'll get storms coming in from the north later tonight, now up along the Kansas-Oklahoma border. And the supercell down here in the Tipton area, another core came into it. This storm here merged into that supercell and disrupted the circulation. So it was to the east of Tipton, traveling to the northwest, and then it lifted to the north, and it may have just now started to re-intensify just a bit, but it's moving due northward now and stayed to the east of Tipton. So it did not directly impact Tipton proper, which is good. It stayed about 2 miles to the east of Tipton and lifting to the north down here in Tillman County in far southwestern Oklahoma. The hot red and hot green, no doubt a tornado right there. Weakened, now re-intensified, could be another small tornado right there lifting due northward, and that will not directly affect Tipton, although there is a lot of damaging wind down here. But this is a dangerous storm, obviously, with the red and the green there coming together. Tornado intermittently in progress. Storms will probably come in from the north later tonight here in Oklahoma City, and that's going to be our next chance of rain for the metro. These are not going to affect the Oklahoma City metro, but two big supercells down here, and continuing with mesocyclones and funnel clouds and ongoing tornado warnings here. So flooding rainfall and that very big hail has also been a real problem. So Jolene and Kevin are over at the news desk with a bit of information tonight from the news desk, guys.
Yeah, Mike, as you and the weather department continue to follow those storms, we are hearing reports of some of the damage left behind. I called the Ouachita County Sheriff's Office in Cordell a bit ago, and they tell me that the school there was hit and there is damage to, this is obviously not the school, but part of the school was damaged, as well as multiple homes in the southeast part of town there in Cordell. They're still assessing a lot of that damage. The good news, though, thankfully there were no reports of any injuries. This is a picture from Zach Holt of Cordell, who sent this in. It looks like one of his outbuildings there blew over. And then just north of Cordell in Eagle City, you heard Emily talk about the grapefruit-sized hail, and I believe we've got a picture of that as well.
We do have some pictures from Eagle City. There it is right there. What is that, Jolene? 3 inches almost in diameter. Eagle City, about 90 miles southwest of the metro here. Small community, 40 people, but doesn't matter how many people are there when you're having to deal with hail like that. You worry about everybody, and that's what they had. That from Tanya Nix. And we appreciate those pictures coming in.
Yes, the storm, of course, has moved south, and you see our crews there. Here's another picture. Not as big as the grapefruit-sized hail, but this is in Thomas, again in that area there, from Jay-Z Munoz. About the size of a nickel, but still.
It can definitely ping up a car. There's no doubt about that. And we encourage you to send any pictures of hail you've received or anything you think we need to show other people involving this weather event tonight, mainly in southwest Oklahoma, also in northwest Oklahoma. Please send us pictures, and we'll try and show it to the folks to show them what you're dealing with.
All right, let's send it back to Mike.
So we're ongoing tracking these supercells, guys, down in southwest Oklahoma, and also a pretty good line of severe storms now coming into northern Oklahoma, and these will make a run at the metro here late tonight. around 2 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning. So coming in from northern Oklahoma. So this is going to be a pretty good wall of water. So good rains tonight for Ponca City and down through Perry, maybe even down to Enid, and it'll make a run through the Stillwater area as well, and may come down to the metro around 1 to 2 a.m. in the morning. Right now, large hail and damaging winds, the threat with those. That's a tornado watch in green and a severe thunderstorm watch in blue, and a couple of ongoing tornado warnings down in southwest Oklahoma. The Roosevelt area, still a very frankly dangerous supercell down here, and also around Tipton as well. Notice the storms at this point in time are not directly moving toward the metro. These are staying in southwestern Oklahoma. And these storms are doing a good job now moving into northern Oklahoma. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings here all the way back down into Alfalfa County. So north of Cherokee and north of Medford and up by Waukeeta and Manchester and to the north of Newkirk and Ponca City. And a pretty rough drive up there northbound I-35 from the Kansas-Oklahoma border up into Wellington, Kansas. That's a lot of blowing spray and heavy rain and winds 70 to 75 miles per hour right there. So the motion is going to take this down through Grant County, probably into Garfield County, into Kay County, and into Noble County. And that's what makes a run at the metro in that 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. time frame tomorrow morning. Right now, the main threat with that is large hail and damaging winds. Here's your time of arrival. Southeast at about 28 to 30 miles per hour. So Waukeeta there and Renfro and Medford and Deer Creek and Blackwell by about 9:10 this evening. It's almost 8 o'clock right now, so about an hour away from western Kay County. So winds up to 70, maybe locally 75, and lots of quarter and golf balls with that line right there. So still a leftover supercell in Blaine County. Let's go to Corey Inman here in northern Oklahoma. Of course, Corey's from Ponca City. He knows the area well. And there's a look at those storms now rolling in from Kansas. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, just north of Cherokee here on this severe cell up in the Burlington area, you can see the rain shaft on the right. If you look on the left side of the screen there with the sun behind it, that's what's left of what was a wall cloud for about the last 15, 20 minutes. It's kind of, as you can see, falling apart. It looks like maybe a new one trying to form there. Just to the right of the old one. As I pan the camera back to the north, you can see there's a nice big hail core back in there, and these things extend all the way up, like you said, into southern Kansas. Some of them have a couple of shelf clouds out in front of them, becoming outflow dominant. But this one here in the Burlington area, tail end Charlie, still got a lot of inflow blowing into it, and you can see there on the left side of the screen that wall cloud's trying to cycle. So we're going to hang here with it and see what happens, Mike.
Corey, nice job. So this will be good rains up here. Hopefully not, not too big a hail here to damage the wheat crop, but we could sure always use the rain this time of year. Rain makes grain, as they say. So northern Blaine County here, Hitchcock, O'Keene, a small little supercell kind of left over right here, and that's got some quarters with it and nickels, mainly nickels and dimes, and maybe a little small pocket of quarters there. That's kind of left over from that huge complex that produced that giant hail, 4.4 inches in diameter at Eagle City, west of Watonga, and that was at about 5:30 this afternoon. You saw Eric Dixon's car just hammered by that huge hail. Look at the video there from his car. He said he had a imprint dent that's like 6 inches in diameter. So he got hit by one of these 4-inch diameter hailstones. There's the video right there of his truck. And it just breaks your heart. Large hail is just so incredibly damaging and devastating. And there were a lot of cars up there on Northwest Highway, west of Watonga, that were storm tracking that storm. And the whole thing just expanded in size. And the hail size jumped from $0.50 to 3 and 4 inch plus in nothing flat. And a lot of folks got their cars trashed. And Eric Dixon right there with his windshield and a 6-inch dent in his car, in his truck, from about 5:30 this afternoon. So we hope everybody's okay up there. Let's go back over to radar. So that little storm there is moving southeast. There's your time of arrival. Loyal, Omega over there in Kingfisher County. No mesocyclone with that, just a little hail core, and it's generally non-severe right now. That's what's left of the hail. Not very big at all. Okay, different story down here. These just don't want to give up the ghost at all. They're producing a lot of flooding rain and a lot of big hail. And look at the ongoing rotation. Emily talked about the Fujiwara effect, and that's when two circulations literally rotate around each other like an egg beater, right? You know, the egg beater that has like the 3 egg beaters that spin around each other? That's what this is doing right now. You can see it. Look at the hail cores there, literally rotating around each other. That's called the Fujiwara effect. And this whole big thing is just a giant low-pressure center with little areas of intense low-pressure centers inside the main one. So this one has overperformed. It's done a lot of hail damage and a lot of very heavy flooding rain. 6 inches plus of rainfall. There's tons of water in the fields up in Kiowa County, and there's an ongoing tornado warning with that. And you can see it's still spinning like a top. There are 2 main circulation centers, and the main one is down here south of Roosevelt and north of Snyder, and the whole thing is drifting to the south and south-southeast at about 10 miles an hour, not moving very fast. Circulation sitting right there, and a circulation center sitting right here. Roosevelt, damaging winds, large hail, and a damaging storm down here, damaging hailstorm, damaging flooding, rainfall event. And as far as the rotation is concerned, it's sitting right down there to the south of Roosevelt, and the other area of rotation is weaker, but it's south of Cooperton right now. But an ongoing tornado warning continues, so folks need to stay in their safe spots, certainly away from windows and storm cellar or basement if you've got it for sure. A lot of damaging winds embedded in this big area of low pressure down here with this supercell. So the Tipton tornado has weakened and pretty much gone away altogether. That's good news. So it's north of Tipton and is now dissipated, but it did produce a confirmed tornado. And just kind of tracking this area around Comanche County. So eventually it's kind of heading down towards Saddle Mountain and down toward Mount Scott. And then from Snyder down the highway to Frederick. Some pretty big hail here, ongoing tornado warning.
West of Frederick, so the tail end of that now.
And a funnel cloud west of Frederick, this one right there. Funnel cloud with that little guy right there. So a tornado warning continues right there. And that's drifting very slowly to the east, almost stationary down there in western Tillman County. So this is all not approaching the metro, and it will not. It's going to stay down here until it finally dissipates and goes away. We'll get a line of storms coming in from the north. So let's go back up to Corey Inman. Speaking of the north, we'll talk about that area coming into Grant County and Alfalfa County. Here's an update from Corey up north. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, just to the southeast of Burlington. You're looking back to the north at this severe cell moving out of the Burlington area. I'll pan over to the left here for you and kind of zoom in. You can see, again, that wall cloud that cycled there really hasn't done much. You can see it's kind of breaking apart now, so haven't noticed any rotation at all out of it. And as we pan to the right, you can see hail core rain shaft just to the north, going to be due north of Cherokee, north of Highway 11. And as I continue to pan to the right, you can see the stronger storms just across the border north of Waukeeta becoming outflow dominant. You can see the shelf cloud there coming off of those. So we're going to hang with this one for just a few more minutes, Mike, and then we'll probably slide back to the east towards Waukeeta and Medford. Back to you.
Okay, I'll take it. Thanks for that. We appreciate our storm trackers, of course. They were working very hard on Saturday, and now we are still in the thick of severe weather season. So ongoing severe weather, this has been really jumped late this afternoon and ended up producing tornadoes. I think Roosevelt has had a tornado warning for several hours. We're going to have to calculate how long it's been. But the storms have been nearly stationary, so that's not good. It's also creating a big flooding threat. Some places getting over half a foot of water, so flash flooding continues with a lot of these storms. In addition to that, we have had huge, destructive hail, grapefruit-sized hail. So there's softball and then there's grapefruit, and that's what fell west of Watauga near Eagle City earlier today. I'll show you the storm report coming up. You were just hearing from Corey Inman. This is our next round of storms we're going to be eyeing. See that tornado watch box that goes up into Kansas? This is a line of storms that will continue to develop. It is slowly moving east, and data shows it dropping south. So it is going to be moving into parts of central and especially eastern Oklahoma overnight tonight. The main threat with those storms will be some powerful winds as well as a flooding risk during the overnight hours. Severe thunderstorm watch continues all the way until 9 p.m., although I have to see if that's been extended at this point because these storms are persistent. Whenever you see the fuchsia box, that means a tornado warning with a confirmed funnel or tornado. So that has been the case. Roosevelt has just been sitting with these large hail cores, up to tennis ball size hail, and tornadic circulations. We've been watching it for the past several hours. You can see the hail cores currently located just south of Roosevelt. In addition to that, we are seeing some very high winds out of this entire storm. So it looks like that core area of circulation has dissipated, but what we're seeing now is, look at these winds blowing out near Cooperton. When you see these spikes of peaches, that represents the different pixels there of the peach color. That represents a hail spike. So the radar's picking up on these big chunks of ice, and it's reflecting back as kind of jargon there. So that's what you're seeing on the radar. What we're also seeing here, you see the bright shades of blue. That means the winds are spiking. So we're having some damaging straight line winds out of this from Cooperton all the way to Roosevelt as well. Farther south, tracking the ongoing tornado warnings, we had 2 areas of circulation east of Tipton, tornado there, and then a new area of funnel cloud reported west of Frederick. So you can kind of see that little, it's trying to hook around a little bit. Let's switch over to velocity. So earlier we were watching interesting motion north of Tipton. It was moving to the northwest and to the north. So these storms have been rotating around themselves like a carousel effect. It's called the Fujiwara effect. That's your buzzword for the day. And that's why these storms have been just circulating around the same areas, which is terrible, because if you have that circulation overhead, that means it could circle back to you in the same area. It can pulse back down, cycle back up again. So we're watching west of Frederick for that circulation as well. In addition to that, we're just seeing some high winds out of this, still some large hail. So dangerous storms ongoing in southwestern Oklahoma. I want to take a look real quick. Some light rain through Dibble, through Purcell and Tribby. So right now, the metro, we are in the clear. Tiny little shower near Kingfisher, not severe. This storm south of Okeem was severe for a long time, and that produced some huge hail that destroyed our storm tracker, Eric Dixon's windshield, unfortunately. Look at these hail reports at around 5:45 p.m. Fay, so this is located west of Watonga, south of Oakwood, northeast of Thomas. Grapefruit size hail, and then also near Eagle City, softball size hail. That is going to produce widespread damage, and it certainly did for Storm Tracker's car. I am happy to say, though, he is safe. That is terrifying when large hail hits your windshield. He said about 6 inches in diameter for his cracked windshield on one of the possible hailstone marks. So he's going to measure it officially for us. But wow, because remember, grapefruit size hail, that was just one storm report. It could have been larger. Okay, we're getting this. There we go. There's a picture of a hailstone. Remember, when you get it after the fact, when it is safe, some of it has melted on its way to the ground because you have warm air near the surface. But look at those marks on the windshield. Happy it didn't shatter in his face. That's what's so terrifying. All right, let's go back to the north. We're still tracking severe storms in northern Oklahoma. At this time, it's just 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail reports, as this will gradually be making its way south and east. It has been crawling, so this is also a heavy rain producer. Parts of northern Oklahoma, mainly close to Ponca City, received closer to about 3 to 4 inches of rain, some places even 5 inches of rain over the weekend. So you have to take into account the saturated soils. That's where we could have more flooding overnight and into the morning hours. Let's go ahead and go back to our tracker, Corey Inman. This is his part of town by Ponca City, and this is our next storm system we're going to be tracking during the overnight hours. Corey, tell us how much flooding or heavy rainfall you had with the last system and how that's a concern for tonight.
Yeah, definitely, Emily. I've seen pictures from Saturday where places in K County had over 6 inches of rain. There are, talking to some people with the county today, there are some county roads that are still flooded and have water flowing over them. So any more heavy rain is just going to run off and cause more problems up here. Right now, Emily, we're north of Great Salt Plains Lake, eastbound on Highway 11, back towards the Waukeeta area. The cell over towards Burlington is kind of pulsed down for the time being, and this one over here just to the northwest of Waukeeta is kind of ticked up a few notches. So we're going to slide over here, and we'll be in front of this cell as it tracks from Waukeeta into Medford, Italy.
All right, thanks for that report. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these rain totals. So these storms have been crawling only at about 10 miles per hour, and it's been resulting in some very high rain totals. So this is over the past 4 days. So he's talking about northern Oklahoma. Look at this. 6 inches of rain. And then we had that bullseye in southeastern Oklahoma. I've seen it as high as 8 inches near Sulphur with a terrible tornadic storm, but it produced some very heavy rain. So as we have more rain coming, not only today, but there's a severe weather risk for tomorrow, and then even more rain with a front on Thursday. Flooding is going to be a growing concern. Let's go back to the maps where you can see just over the past 12 hours, we've had areas within these severe storms that they can quickly produce 2 to 4 inches. So we've had flash flood warnings. This one east of Hobart ended up producing about 6 inches, that Roosevelt storm, 6 inches of water in a short time span. That's a lot. And then with the storm that produced the huge hail, also ended up turning out about 3 to 4 inches of water with that. So flooding continues. It's still very warm. We still have the storm field. And what happens around sunset is we have the low level jet picking up, and that can still allow for storms to rotate, to spin, and to continue to drop tornadoes. Let's go back to our storm tracker, Chris McBee, who's in southwestern Oklahoma. He's on top of these storms. Chris, we know you're getting there as fast as you can. Of course, now we're trying to race with daylight as well. What can you tell us?
Well, right now, Emily, I am between Indiahoma and Snyder. I'm actually going to get north here on Highway 54, just try to get a little bit of a look at what we're dealing with up here, and then I may need to backtrack a little bit, get back towards Lawton with that tornado warning that's moving southeast there toward Comanche County. So here momentarily, I'm going to get northbound on 54. Get a little bit of a view of what's going on, and then I'm going to head back as this whole thing seems to be moving to the southeast, and I'll get in the path of that out near the Lawton area, Emily.
Okay, thanks for that. Of course, stay safe. We've had some very large hail with that, and the winds are ramping up out of that storm as that one storm near Roosevelt that's been so persistent is now just flattening out and producing some high winds potentially with it. It's a messy situation. In addition to that, there's going to be some serious flooding here, if not already, as it has just been sitting overhead. So it looks like right now the hail core is located just south of Roosevelt. That continues and into Cooperton. So over the past 30 minutes, you can see how it hooked south of Roosevelt again. These things have been cycling where the circulation, although it's been persistent, will tighten up and then potentially produce a funnel. We've had several reports of funnels out of these, or even drop a tornado. We had the tornado live on the air earlier with McIntyre Law Chapter 4. In addition to that, heavy rain producers. I want to switch over to velocity to see what the winds are doing. So right now we're watching, it looks like a new area of circulation. What's happening is that these winds are blowing out, and on the outer edge of the winds blowing out, it looks like there's a new circulation trying to form southeast of Cooperton. So watching that area, but you see how these reds are pulsing up east of Roosevelt. We're also looking at some potentially high winds churning out of this storm now. Even if we don't technically have a tornado, there still could be 70 to 80 mile per hour winds out of that storm. Really feeling for the folks from Cooperton to Roosevelt that have been sitting under this tornado warning for two and a half hours at this point, maybe 3 hours. I'm going to have to see when it officially started, but that has been ongoing for a while. I think since about 5:30. That is a long time to be under a tornado warning. So off to the southwest, still tracking ongoing tornado warnings. You can see how this one west of Frederick that had a funnel reported with it had a little hook, and then that hook wrapped in, and that storm continues to move off to the east. Also tracking the tornado warned storm really pulsed up near Tipton, just missed the town of Tipton, stayed east, thank goodness. We're going to have to see any ground reports on that. This is from earlier near Roosevelt, so this is not current video, but this is from earlier from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. We had Mason Dunn, chopper pilot Mason Dunn, watched it live on the air, tornado genesis. That is the life cycle of a tornado. So at first you see the winds picking up and feeding some of that dust into the storm. Remember, there's very strong winds feeding into a tornadic storm, not just the tornado itself, but the inflow winds, something called a rear flank downdraft. Those are those wraparound winds at the surface. It's kind of the last step in tornado genesis that causes the tornado to form. And as the rain wrapped around, sure enough, looking closely, you can see the dust, that cloud, rotating. So that's an indication of a tornado, albeit a weak tornado, but it is still a tornado. That happened, and then after that it kind of became included in rain. Let's go back to the latest. What's been so interesting today are these storms. They have been moving an atypical motion than what we're used to. So usually you see a tornado tracking east, or it turns east and then it tornadoes, or it's lifting northeast because it has to do with the jet stream motion. We don't have the powerful jet stream overhead like we had on Saturday, which is why this is still so impressive with the low level jet into play. We have the very warm and moist air today. But what's happening is these storms were kind of circulating around itself like a carousel. And that's why the motion has been at times off to the southeast or off to the northwest. And that's actually been a good thing when it comes to that tornado that just missed the town of Tipton because it was moving off to the north. Let's go to Chris McBee right now. He's still tracking those storms in the area. Chris, what can you tell us?
Emily, I'm kind of watching this area. I am east of Mountain Park, northeast of Snyder, watching off to my kind of northwest here, that the Roosevelt storm. I think Caleb's doing a good job getting this on camera here. Just a minute ago, I had what looked like a small little needle funnel. It was very short-lived, but that is in a tornado-warned area. We've had a lot of circulation there all day, just like you've been talking about. Watching this area very intently because every once in a while we get what looks like what could be a funnel. So just keeping an eye on this. I'm also watching what's off to my northeast here. I'm not too far from Cooperton here, so I'm watching what's off to my northeast as well. But I'm watching these two areas, and as soon as I see something, I'll let you know. But I'm pretty sure we did have a funnel on this just a few minutes ago, Emily.
Okay, yes, and if we can, also stick with your shot, at least double box with it. We're going to stay with you in case it funnels again. This has been the case all day today. We've had a brief funnel or a brief tornado touchdown. It cycles back up. I do think we had a stronger tornado that moved east of Tipton because that couplet really pulsed up. It was concerning to see as it was nearly stationary at the time, just east of Tipton. Let's go to velocity to see. We're also watching a newer area of circulation I'm eyeing closely. This is what I've been watching all along. There's a new couplet forming, and that's on the outer edge of these higher straight line winds, the northern edge of these bowing out winds. So that's more of a QLCS kind of setup if that happens, but that's a spin up southeast of Cooperton. So we're watching that as well. And then Roosevelt, you see those winds spiking up, still high winds in place there. Roosevelt has been under the gun since about 5 p.m. Really high impact of large hail, damaging winds, several circulations. And then you just heard from our storm tracker, Chris McBee, who's near Snyder, where there's a circulation there, and also west of Frederick, tornado warning, several reports of funnels with that one as well. Let's go ahead and move south where we're still watching. There you go. It looks like it's picking back up that circulation west of Frederick. And off to the northeast, still tracking some weak showers here. Let's go back to Chris McBee right now, who's still on those storms. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, just watching this area. Let's see. I am a little bit east-northeast of Mountain Park. I'm watching back to my west here, west-northwest, south of Roosevelt. It's this area that's been rotating all day, like you're talking about. You can probably see some of the mountains here in the background of the shot. But this is the area. I mean, the whole storm is rotating. I can see all the movement just as we're sitting here. The sun is almost down, so we're losing visibility here pretty quick. But I'm keeping an eye on this area. I did have what looked like a funnel just a few minutes ago, like I mentioned. A lot of low-level, scud and everything in here. So just keeping an eye. There's a lot of rotation here. It's been spinning all day, and just waiting to see if anything comes out of this, but keeping a close eye.
Okay, yes, we appreciate that. And of course, chime in as soon as you have anything. Of course, you had that brief funnel earlier, and that's been the case. Several of these have been dropping funnels. And we're getting reports now, new tornado warning for near Frederick. Let's go to Corey Inman right now. He's in northern Oklahoma, where we're tracking the line of storms dropping south. Let's go to Corey right now.
Yeah, Emily, I'm on Highway 11, just to the southwest of Waukeeta. Let me get pulled over here and get you a shot. We've had this is the backside of the Waukeeta cell we've been watching for a while, kind of developed a pretty large wall cloud there. It's pulled in quite a bit of scud and starting to get some broad rotation with it. So definitely going to have to keep an eye on this as it slides to the southeast through Grant County. Again, this is going to be just to the northwest of the Waukeeta area, maybe by 2 or 3 miles just northwest of Waukeeta. But you can see the motion in the base there on the wall cloud as it continues to try to strengthen inland.
Let's go to Max 3 and we'll show you what he's talking about. This is a line of storms moving southeast. I want to go back to southwestern Oklahoma. We're still tracking several areas of rotation right now. We were just talking to Chris McBee and zooming into some of these circulations right now. High wind still near Roosevelt. Okay, let's go to Chris McBee right now. He has a developing funnel. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, Emily, just watching this area here on the Roosevelt storm, haven't really moved from where we are. Every once in a while, we get what looks like some development. Just a moment ago, this area in the center of the screen looked like it was developing into a funnel, but now it's kind of lifted back up and doesn't look nearly as intense. But I'm very intently watching this area. It's a little ragged and unorganized at this point, as you can probably see here, but just keeping an eye on this area. You know, it's tornado warned. There's a lot of rotation, and you know how fast these things can happen sometimes, Emily.
Right, very subtle feature on velocity. Let's go take a look at it, what he's talking about. So he's near Mountain Park. If we can switch over to velocity full screen so I can see it. All right, so that's going to be just northwest of Mountain Park. It looks like there was a subtle pulse up. There are a few of these circulations within this. We're watching it. This has really gone up. New tornado warning for this circulation that's pulsed back up west of Frederick. We're see where the red meets the green. That's where we have the possible tornado. This had previous reports of funnel clouds with it. The latest motion is taking it more of a traditional easterly track. So this will be taking the tornado warned storm into the town of Frederick. If you are in Frederick right now and you're listening, you need to get in your safe spot. If you aren't already, you've been under a tornado warning for quite some time. So your circulation is heading your way. We're keeping a close eye on that one. And then moving off to the northeast, nothing for the metro. Happy to report that. Off to the northwest, there's that previous hailstorm. I'm going to skip past the hail reports. Take us into northern Oklahoma. Earlier, that storm produced up to grapefruit size hail. And then severe storms continuing to move into northern Oklahoma. This is where we have Corey Inman. This is going to be our next round of storms that continue to drop south. Can't stress it enough that we are going to have a flooding risk into the overnight hours because northern Oklahoma had about half a foot of water, at least closer to Ponca City. That happened over the weekend, which we need the water, right? But now we're entering a flooding threat whenever we have slow moving storms like we're seeing right now. At this time, this is still about 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with this line that goes all the way up into Kansas, and this line will gradually make its way south. So I do think it could make it to the OKC Metro, but that may not happen until the early morning hours. Let's go back to Corey Inman for the latest in northern Oklahoma. Corey, we know you're keeping a close eye on this one. All right, we'll check back in, but his shot really tells the story, doesn't it? You can see the storms heading south across northern Oklahoma. So this is what's going to be dropping south later into the evening and overnight hours. Let's take it back to southwestern Oklahoma right now, where we continue to track these tornado warnings. All right, we have an update. Let's go actually really quick to the maps, and then we'll check in with Chris McBee. So let's go back to the maps because I have a good update, Max 3, to show you real quick. This storm over Cooperton, there we go. The part over Roosevelt no longer has a tornado warning on it, so I am happy to report that. And it continues, though, east of Cooperton, moving to the south and east. So I was showing you earlier that new rotation forming east of Cooperton. That's for the new tornado warning. So let's go ahead and zoom on in. Very heavy rain with this as well. Look at those winds blowing out over Roosevelt. But this is why we have a tornado warning. So I was talking about the winds blowing out. And sometimes when you have winds blowing out on the northern edge of the winds is where you can have a spin up. And that's exactly what's happening right now. This is located southeast of Cooperton. And it's going to be veering slowly off to the east. So it's barely moving there. It is more in a rural area, but it looks like it is trying to head towards Highway 115. So that is our new tornado warning. Again, it's located just southeast of Cooperton. Farther south, we continue to have tornado warnings as well. Frederick, tracking that tornado warning. And this is really wrapping up here west of Frederick. If I can switch over to velocity, here we go. So we were watching earlier potential funnel trying to form near Mountain Park. Let's go to Chris McBee. He's on top of that storm right now. Chris, there's still plenty of circulations in that area. So we're watching near Cooperton. We're also watching west of Frederick. And this could easily cycle back up. Right now, it looks like it's mainly straight line winds, but there is a little bit of circulation still trying to hold on north of Mountain Park. Go ahead.
Yeah, there definitely is a little bit of circulation out there. You saw that they did drop the tornado warning. I'm kind of repositioning right now, glancing that way. I'm not really seeing too much. It doesn't look nearly as gnarly as it did a few minutes ago with any kind of lowerings or funnels or anything like that. Pretty flat wall cloud at this point. I'm heading south a little bit to try to get back over towards the Cache area for this ongoing tornado warning that's there east of Roosevelt and northwest of Lawton. So trying to get into that area to get a better eye on that, but keeping a close eye on the storm to my west, and I'll let you know if anything else develops out of that, Emily.
Thanks for that report. All right, let's take it to meteorologist Mike Moore.
Emily, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. We are still tracking this ongoing weather that we have. So we have a storm down in southwest Oklahoma down by Frederick, tornado warning there. And then there's some rotation in between Mount Scott and Saddle Mountain right now, tornado warning there. And then we have storms up in northern Oklahoma that are gradually pushing to the southeast. Those will make a run at the metro later tonight about 1 to 2 a.m. in the morning. But good rains up in northern Oklahoma and a severe thunderstorm watch has been extended deeper into the evening for a little bit larger part of our state as these storms come in from the north. Here's the big view. There's nothing directly approaching the metro right now. These will make a run at the northern and eastern sides of the metro in that 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. time frame. Pretty good rains and some damaging winds and some golf ball and a little bit bigger size hail up in northern Oklahoma. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings here. Grant County, west and north of Medford. So a little bit of rotation there, so that's worth noting. There's some rotation coming up near Wakita right now, so the hail size will be coming up with that. And then north of Arkansas City, over to the east of Arkansas City, a lot of water there. And the motion here southeasterly at around 30 miles per hour. So Grant County, Kay County, into Noble County, and then Pawnee County and Osage County. These are all heading your way. There is a bit of mid-level rotation coming up a bit in Grant County, so that storm hail sizes may come up a little bit. Let's go to Corey Inman. He's up there looking at that point blank and tracking that for the folks up in the northern part of our state. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, I'm on Highway 11 directly south of Waukeeta. You're looking back into the area of rotation that you were talking about. Had a persistent wall cloud in there for about the last 15, 20 minutes. Every once in a while, it'll pull some scud up in there and get it to spin just a little bit. Rotation's broad. I haven't really had any areas that have really tightened up and localized, but that whole thing is turning real slow. So you can see, pan the camera to the right here for you, and you can see to the east of Waukeeta just a tremendous amount of heavy rain and hail back in there. Waukeeta's getting ready to take it on the chin with a big hail course. So we're right here just to the south of this lowering where the rotation's at, Mike, and we're going to track it on into the Medford area.
Yeah, that has been intensifying a little bit, so the hail size is coming up here in Grant County. So again, near Waukeeta and to the west through north of Medford up toward Highway 81 and Renfro. That's where that is heading. So some pretty good size hail and some damaging winds there, 70, 75 miles per hour. Back over to radar. So that storm has been coming out of Kansas here on Max 1 and moving to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. That storm right there. So again, there's Waukeeta right there. Here's Medford. Here's Renfro, Highway 81 right here. So some mid-level rotation there picking up a bit, moving east-southeast at 30 to 35 miles per hour. So there's your time of arrival. So we're talking about Waukeeta right now, Medford at 8:44, Blackwell at 9:05, Lamont at 9:14, and Ponca City by 9:32. So they are severe right now. No tornado warnings in this part of our state, but there is some mid-level rotation forming near Waukeeta right now. So there's Stillwater, there's Perry, there's Pawnee. They'll be rolling toward that part of our state as we head toward around 10 to 11 p.m. this evening. So some pretty good rain up here in northern Oklahoma. This little supercell here is just vaporized and gone away. It was loosely part of that overall complex that produced all that hail out there around Watonga and out toward Oakwood and Fay and Thomas. 4.4-inch diameter hail, and one of our storm trackers has a 6-inch dent in his truck. And lots of severe storms down in southwest Oklahoma. Ongoing tornado warning here, yes. That rotation has weakened between Saddle Mountain and Mount Scott to the northwest of Medicine Park. Has a ongoing tornado warning, and new rotation has increased now to the south of Apache. So that rotation has come up, and that's a brand new tornado warning lifting to the north. So that's from south to north. So you folks in Apache, it does include you. Between Boone and Apache, stay alert. You're under a tornado warning, large hail damaging winds, and that storm came up very quickly on the front side of all this rotation back here to the west. So lifting to the north right there. So heads up for the Apache area. That is a brand new tornado warning for you. That rotation has weakened quite a bit near Saddle Mountain and northwest of Mount Scott. A lot of flooding in through here and a lot of hail, bunch of hail. A lot of golf balls, some tennis balls from time to time. This rotation here is no longer a threat. That whole thing is gusted out, and there's no tight circulation there at all. So that's good news for the Roosevelt area. Good news for Comanche County. Still has rotation here on the west side and northwest side of Frederick. So tornado warning here down in Tillman County in far southwest Oklahoma, and that rotation is centered about 6 miles west-northwest of Frederick. Still spinning, but not spinning quite as quickly as it was earlier, but an ongoing tornado warning in the Frederick area right now. And right now the most intense storm appears to be this one coming up on Apache. So lifting from south to north, pretty good spin right there on the Comanche-Caddo County line, lifting due northward. So Boone and Apache right here, heads up for you as that lifts to the north into Caddo County. That is a brand new tornado warning right there. And kind of broadening out here, there's Lawton, there's Chickasha right there, Rush Springs, Grady County, and flooding, flash flood warnings widespread in through here as well, with over 6 inches of rainfall and hail damage and flood damage in Kiowa County. So all this action down here in the southwest parts of our state. The most serious storms are the one here near Apache, lifting north. New tornado warning there. And to the west-northwest of Frederick, about 6 miles, that circulation center is right there as well. So this is going to go on for a while longer here. Again, a brand new tornado warning in the Apache area. So that leftover circulation near the Wichita Mountains has weakened. It's weakened quite a bit. It was earlier between Corey Inman up there in Waukeeta. Let's go to Corey Inman here live. That rotation up there in the Waukeeta area. Now got a little bit of a blocky wall cloud. So that rotation there has picked up some near Waukeeta. Go Corey Inman.
Yeah, Mike, this is going to be just over Waukeeta. There was a funnel there right before you pitched to me. You can see what's left of it. Came out of the right side of that wall cloud there. It looks like it may be trying to form another one there. But rotation has definitely increased here just in the last couple of minutes. And like I said, we had that one funnel there. Should be just to the, kind of right in the center of the screen is where it dropped that funnel right before you came to me. Looks like it's trying to cycle now. That funnel's dissipated. So, but if it does happen, it's going to be right here out the window, Mike.
So, Corey, that has formed pretty quickly. I mean, we talked to you 5 minutes ago, and that was not there, and that formed fast.
Yeah, this thing's been on the uptick for the last 15 or 20 minutes or so. Form a wall cloud, and then it would cycle, form another one. That one there was probably the most intense one of the day. So, like I said, we had one funnel out of it. It was right over the town of Waukeeta. You can see the lights from Waukeeta there in the bottom of the shot. So, this is right over Waukeeta, tracking towards the Medford area. So,
Corey, what's your surface wind right where you're located right now?
Right now, Mike, I still have a south wind at about 15, 20. I know I was talking to somebody a little bit further to the east, and they were in outflow, but I still have a south wind here.
And where are you located right now?
I am due south of Waukeeta on Highway 11.
And you're looking basically due north?
Looking due north into Waukeeta, yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Let's go back over to radar here. So it's not tornado warned. There is some outflow in through here, which would normally keep this thing from doing too much. And the outflow, you can clearly see it there looking at radar, that little blue line. So that's outflow, the wind's rushing away from the storm there at low levels. So it could have mid-level rotation, but it may be undercut by outflow. And I'm really making a reference to its ability to produce a tornado. It's certainly not impossible, but that is definitely outflow coming on out, racing out ahead of that storm. And that's usually something that can keep most supercells from producing tornadoes, not all, but most. And that circulation right there where that notch is, that wall cloud you saw from Corey, right there where that notch is. Let's go back over to Corey again. Corey, can you see a wind shift coming in from the north right now? It looks like it's got a fair amount of outflow.
Yeah, most of the outflow, Mike, I can see. There's a lot of scud just to the east that is totally outflow. But from here back to the west, and I'll pan the camera for you. Here back to the west, I mean, there's not much of any outflow, but if I pan back to the right, you can see all that outflow up towards the Medford area, pushing across Highway 11. But like I said, I'm checking the winds right now. I've still got a south wind at about 15 right here, blowing right into this area.
Okay, very good. This is up here in Grant County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Grant County. It's all heading down toward Kay County as well, and on down toward Noble County for you folks in Perry, and even parts of Garfield County near and east of Enid, Breckenridge, Garber, Billings area, on down towards Sears and Red Rock. So let's go back over to radar here. This is northern Oklahoma right here. There's your severe thunderstorm warning down to Pond Creek, Lamont, Deer Creek, and Nardin. And just tracking the motion there of that little notch you see there from Corey Inman. That shows you the strongest updraft, and there is the time of arrival. Golf ball size hail, winds of 70 to 75 miles an hour, and there's your time of arrival for you folks up in Grant County. Again, there is a pretty big amount of outflow with it, so that's certainly a good thing, and most times storms don't produce tornadoes when they're outflow dominant like that, but it's got mid-level rotation with it, keeps the hail size going for sure. So again, there's another look at your timeline there. Lamont on down toward Ponca City by about 9 o'clock. It's 8:30 right now. So here's all of northern Oklahoma coming in from Kansas. This little tiny supercell there basically gone now. It's vaporized west of Hennessy. Earlier produced that giant 4.4-inch diameter hail at about 5:30, and south central, southwest Oklahoma. A lot of these storms have weakened in terms of tornado potential, but there's still two areas of rotation. One is weaker, just northwest of Mount Scott, and the other one is near Apache, lifting due northward. So there are two tornado warnings right there. A lot of flooding rainfall and a whole bunch of quarter and golf ball size hail. So widespread hail here in Comanche County and southern Kiowa County into southern Caddo County, and near and north of Lawton, a lot of heavy rain as well. And there's been some road washouts down here due to some flooding rainfall, over a half a foot of rain in Kiowa County, so a lot of full bar ditches and such. So here's all that quarter and golf ball size hail, and rotation-wise, that's all outflow dominant, which is really good, so nothing too bad right there. Scary-looking clouds, as we say, outflow dominant there, gust front clouds and things like that. The rotation near Roosevelt's totally gone, so not a threat there. And then the Apache rotation lifting due northward here out of Comanche County into Caddo County with that ongoing tornado warning there. Just to the southwest of Apache. Not all that strong, but not impossible. There's a lot of spin going on down in this part of our state. Kevin and Jolene, join us from the desk, guys.
Thanks. All right, thank you very much. Jolene earlier was showing us some damage from Cordell down there in Ouachita County.
There is damage sustained at the school and multiple homes there. That's where News 4's John Hayes is there right now. John, I know you just got on scene, but have you learned anything? What did it look like as you were driving through town?
And we've seen some pictures you've sent in, John, and there is some real damage down there.
Kevin, Jolene, things here still obviously pretty fresh, pretty frantic. As we were getting into town along Main Street, you couldn't really see too much. But as we were pulling closer to the elementary school, which we're going to try and head over to in a bit, it's like a block or two away. We saw some damage, including to this business behind us here. You can see it looks as if the roof has been torn to pieces. A lot of that metal just left dangling. I did get a chance to talk to the owner on the phone. He doesn't want to go on camera, but says that his family has owned this building since the 60s. It's really just a tough loss for them. Oh, and as the wind blows, you're seeing some of that metal sheeting on the roof looking like it might even rip apart or fly off at any moment. Things obviously pretty unstable there. We saw some of the family members packing up clothes from what looked like one of their vehicles on site. Obviously a pretty tough, pretty fresh loss for them. He says that they were inside of the business at the time this tornado swept through this area, really just fearful for their lives, thankful that none of them were hurt. And then if we take a look across the street here, you'll see some damage as well. Now, we aren't sure exactly what that building is. We didn't notice any signage on it as we were pulling into the town here, but you'll see that it looks like the roof has been pretty much torn off. Part of that tree right there, that tall tree, looks like it's been snapped off, and you can see a group of folks kind of in the front there looking like they're looking into this business, this building, whatever it is, really just surveying the damage for themselves. It looks like they actually might be boarding some things up. I'm having a tough time making out exactly what they're holding. Isaac, can you see anything? No. I think it's parts of the roof. Yeah, it looks like they might be using parts of the roof to board this building up, make sure it's secure. As we're driving by, we noticed it looked like there were some items inside, so it might be some kind of store or consignment shop. Really not sure, but really these folks are just getting a grip on things here. The good news here, we've reached out to the county sheriff here locally. No injuries reported as of yet, but of course they're still surveying this damage, assessing things, making sure that everyone is okay. Obviously everyone shaken up. This storm really just coming so quickly into this community, tearing things apart, as you're seeing countless examples around us here. A very, very tough night for this community, especially in the aftermath of severe weather throughout the weekend. Kevin, Jolene.
All right, John, we appreciate that report. You're looking now from McIntyre Law Chopper 4 live over Cordell, a community of about 2,500 in Ouachita County, and they were all taking cover earlier this evening.
You can see some of the homes there sustained damage. It looks like you can see a tarp over part of that roof, and I suspect we're probably going to see more of that as well. This is in the southeast part of town. I spoke with the sheriff's office earlier today, and in addition to the school, they told me there are several homes. There is another one that sustained damage, and they are still assessing that damage, so we don't have a count of how many homes, but thankfully we do know there are no reports of any injuries at this hour.
Yeah, we want to keep it that way, of course, but as we're looking at this, and Jolene explained, a lot of roof damage here, and we heard about some damage possibly at the school there, and Johnson in some pictures earlier showing some random damage in that area, and he's next to a business that apparently had been in that area for some time that took a lot of brunt of the storm this afternoon. As we continue to look from Mason Dunn, this is near Cordell. Well, it is Cordell, down there in Ouachita County, looking at the damage from above, and you can see what we've seen many times here in Oklahoma when we look from helicopter shots how these tornadoes or strong winds throw things everywhere.
I think he has that. That must be the school. I saw the track, and it looks like they've got parts of that, the entrance there, the entry to the entrance to the parking lot and the school blocked off. I don't see any damage, but again, it's kind of hard to see that from this vantage point.
Right.
We're getting, but we do know that the school did receive some damage in parts. Not the entire school, but parts of the school, according to the Ouachita County Sheriff's Office.
John's on the ground for us there, and John Hayes will continue to check all of those reports for us as we look. You're seeing some interior views there. There's some more from our ground shot where John Hayes was earlier, and there you see more damage. Not exactly what that is. It could be that business.
He was outside a business.
Yeah.
He said there were people who took cover inside the business, and then you can see the roof peeled away, and much of that structure, what's left is just kind of the supporting structure there, but everything else is the skeleton of the building. Everything else, the tin and everything, peeled away. And then across the street, a window was blown out, and you could see people trying to board that up and keep the weather from getting to whatever is stored there inside. Not sure if it was a business or what that building was, but they're just kind of trying to board everything up and then picking up what they can and finding a place for the night.
And John Hayes, as we mentioned, is on the ground for us. He can fill us in a little bit more about what we're looking at and what he's seeing. John.
Yeah, Kevin, Jolene, as we've spoken about just so much damage surrounding this community. Really just spotty for the most part. As I mentioned, on the main street when you're driving into town, there's not really much that you can see, but one business here clearly hit hard. You can see a ton of damage here. Really, it looks like part of the building was torn to pieces by these intense winds that came into town. We did get a chance to speak with one of the owners of the building. He said that his family was inside at the time this tornado did come through this community. He says that everyone is okay and that this building was really just a staple in their family. It's been a staple in their family for decades. He says he believes they've owned it since the 60s, but it's really been a staple to this community since the 40s. We are, of course, still waiting on more damage assessments as we continue to track more details and learn more. We will, of course, fill you in, but just take a look. I mean, you really can't speak to how much damage this caused, how devastating this is to this community, to this couple, to this family. You can see parts of metal just clearly torn away from this building while they were inside, safe, secure, scared, frantic. A lot of emotions clearly going through their head and a lot of memories here that they just clearly won't be able to get back. They're salvaging what they can. We've seen groups of people standing around, talking, picking through clothes, trying to salvage what they can. But again, really emotional here, really a lot of thoughts. Our hearts are, of course, with this family, with this community, and of course these business owners as well as they work to salvage what they can and, of course, rebuild. Kevin, Jolene.
Let you continue to gather more information and hopefully get more information about the school, the damage there. Let's go back to Mike Morgan in the Forewarned Storm Center. Mike.
You know, Cordell had a F3 tornado on October 9th of 2001.
Wow.
And an F3 is a strong tornado, stronger than that one, but that was 23 years ago.
And you know, a lot of families are probably still there.
That's right.
That went through that.
Yeah, October 9th, 2001, F3 in Cordell. We actually had that live from the chopper back in 2001, 23 years ago. So it kind of brings that back. Confirmed brief tornado near Boone. Down here in southern Caddo County, confirmed brief tornado near Boone. So nothing directly approaching Oklahoma City, just to let you know that. Activity down here in Caddo County and also Comanche County. And also power flashes with some damaging straight line winds up in Medford. So power flashes here. It's that outflow that you see here, that blue line. So power flashes with damaging straight line winds in Medford. So severe thunderstorm warning continues for Grant County. It's heading over into Kay County. Some winds 70, 75 miles an hour. Let's go to Corey Inman. He probably saw some of that damaging wind rolling through. He's right there near Wakita. So damaging winds, power flashes in Medford, Corey, from strong northwest winds related to that storm we're looking at right there.
Yeah, Mike, we left that area back in Wakita. We are just east of Medford. Had another chaser that I was speaking to after we talked last, had 80 to 100 mile an hour winds between Medford and Renfro. There are power lines down on Highway 81 north of Medford, and the entire town of Medford is without power right now. So we flipped over to the night vision eastbound on Highway 11. We're scanning back in there, seeing if we can see any more power flashes. But definitely a damaging wind event with this leading edge gust front as it pushes out from Medford to the southeast. So people from Lamont, Deer Creek, Narden, on over to Blackwell, Tonkawa, definitely heads up as this thing moves in. Confirmed 80-plus mile-an-hour winds north of Medford, Mike.
Hell, but it almost looks like maybe one of those might have been a power flash right there on your night vision scope. So you're looking northeast right there, right? You're traveling eastbound. So you're looking northeast, really right up toward that Medford area and west through north of Blackwell and Tonkawa.
I'm east of Medford right now, Mike, looking off to the northeast. This will be to the area north of Deer Creek, east of Renfro. So, yeah, definitely looked like maybe one power flash in there, but there's a lot of lightning in there as well, and it's kind of hard to differentiate between the two with the rain and the hail there, but definitely some strong winds continue to track off to the east. We're going to try to beat this thing back over to I-35 and see if we can measure the winds as it moves in there.
Okay, we want to check back with you, Corey. So just now joining us here, winds 80 plus, some estimates close to 100. coming in from the northwest. It's this blue line here racing out ahead of the line of severe storms. Came through here, and Medford is without power. It's not even raining in Medford. They had the damaging straight line winds with the outflow coming through Medford, and this is a line of severe storms from near Waukeeta to just north of Medford up to very close to Bremen along I-35. So I-35, a rock and roll up here in northern Oklahoma, K County, and a tornado warning over by Cedarville, Kansas, which is out of our viewing area, a little ways to the north of Pawhuska, moving away. But damaging straight line winds here affecting a lot of folks up here in Grant County, and it's coming into K County. So Medford without power, 80 with one estimate of near 100. Corey, one more time back to you before we go back down to southwest Oklahoma. So a damaging wind event up here in Grant County heading into K County, and also right down into Noble County.
Yeah, we're going to be just west of Deer Creek, Mike, looking back to the northeast. Spoke to a resident that lives north of Deer Creek, and their winds just went completely calm about 2 minutes ago. So that gust front's getting ready to move through there. Like I said, we're going to make our way over towards I-35 and see if we can get in front of this thing. But there's just a tremendous amount of wind in there. Scanning, some of those in there, if you're looking at the video, kind of look like power flashes. They kind of look like they're starting at the ground instead of starting. There's some lightning mixed in there, but there looks to be a few power flashes in there as well from the damaging wind.
Very nice job. You folks want to stay away from your windows, your west windows and your north windows. You want to stay away from those with winds 80, potentially locally up to 100. So let's go back over to radar. So stay away from windows, flying glass, very dangerous. So Tonkawa on down to Billings on down to Carrier and Hillsdale. But the main thrust of that is heading through Billings and Tonkawa, about to pass through the Blackwell-Tonkawa Airport on I-35. And from there, even down Ponca City, yes. Marland, Sears, Red Rock, yes. And down to Perry, yes. So just know, 80 with one report of 100. So stay away from windows up here. Widespread power outages in Medford. Here's your time of arrival. And moving a little more quickly now. That outflow is really racing out a lot. So Blackwell-Tonkawa Airport, I timed the core. The wind is out ahead of the main core. So the wind will be there a lot sooner than these times. The core, though, you see right there, the Billings area, as we head a little bit later on in the evening. So we're talking about Garfield County, Noble County, K County, and points southeast from there. So there's again, the time of arrival there. Tonkawa coming up here real soon, and Billings there coming up. That's the core. Now, keep in mind, the wind is much, much sooner than that, but right around that 9:30 time frame or so. So here's northern Oklahoma right here, down to Stillwater right there. This is all traveling east-southeast at 30 to 35 miles per hour. That little storm's completely gone in Kingfisher County altogether. That was part of that complex that produced that huge hail, 4.4 inches in diameter at about 5:30. Southwest Oklahoma, confirmed tornado near Boone in Caddo County, and flooding here continues. Severe thunderstorm warning there out by Roosevelt again, but southwest of Roosevelt near Blair, Altus Air Force Base just north of there, Altus Lugert Lake Dam really close to there, and that one spinning storm there near Boone and Apache with an ongoing tornado warning. They're the hail sizes still running about baseball out near Blair and north of Hedrick and just north of Altus Air Force Base, so big hail there. And the motion generally is slowly to the east and to the east-southeast. And most of this is outflow dominant now. Most of it's outflow dominant, meaning the tornado threat's a little bit lower. They're the velocities, but the leading edge of that over here by Boone, little tornado right there. You see it right there. There's Boone. So that red and green, that little spin you see right there, that produced a little tornado there to the south-southeast of Boone about 4 minutes ago. That little circulation center right there. It's lifting slowly to the north and slightly north-northeast. So between Boone and Apache on the highway is where that would be tracking right there.
Circulation south of Frederick, and it's right by the radar.
And we'll go down to Frederick here.
Yeah, the sirens are blaring in Chattanooga.
Let's go on down here to Frederick. So this supercell right here at Frederick, tornado warning continues there. 6 inches of rainfall, a lot of flooding in Kiowa County, and the Frederick area and the Boone area are the two main threat areas. There's the path of Apache and Boone. Up to the Apache Y, up there a little ways to the south of Anadarko is where that one's tracking. And we'll head on down there now down to Frederick and check that out. The circulation there very close to the radar in the immediate Frederick area. Ongoing tornado warning there. And there's the circulation literally on the southeast side of Frederick. Down here in Tillman County in the wheat fields, very close to the 88D, the Doppler radar down here at Frederick, just to the southwest of there. So the hot red and the hot green, they're coming together. Ongoing tornado warning for Tillman County. The circulation has cleared Frederick, and it's moving to the east over toward Hollister and Chattanooga down in southwest Oklahoma, a little ways to the west of the Bailey Turnpike. So Tillman County over into Cotton County is where that is heading. Here's southwest Oklahoma. Got a few showers and thunderstorms in Purcell now. Those are not severe, and these will continue to generally push very slowly to the east. So perhaps we should get another update here from the Cordell area with that tornado damage there, and the chopper, of course, was over Cordell as well. The damage not as severe as the 2001 F3, but there is damage, tornado damage and straight line wind damage in Cordell. So here's a view of the Cordell tornado right there, and this is from Patty Johnson. So Patty did a great job. Gosh, look at that. Right, just dangling, roping right over the city of Cordell. Amazing picture right there from Patty. Zach Holt there, some of the wind damage. That's a storage building rolled over on its side right there from Zach. Zach, we appreciate that picture a lot. Winds 85, 90 miles an hour roll those storage buildings like that. That's why mobile homes aren't safe in tornado strength winds. And that's also down there in Cordell. So Cordell took a hit from a tornado. That would have been at about 5:25 this afternoon, quite a bit earlier this afternoon. So that's the very latest from Cordell. Let's go back to Corey Inman up in northern Oklahoma with this wind event with winds locally 80 plus now in Grant County, heading into Kay County and Noble County. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, we're in Deer Creek, right here along Highway 11. The main precipitation and everything has stayed well to the north of Highway 11. The winds kind of gusted out in front of us. The winds we took between Medford and Deer Creek were about 40 to 50. They lasted for maybe 5 minutes. Looks like the eastern edge of this flank is starting to die out, and maybe that storm that we were initially watching back in the Wakita area is starting to pulse up and may take over. So we're going to drop south from Deer Creek and get down towards the Lamont area as that one tracks to the southeast as well.
So, Corey, have you seen any power flashes here lately?
Have not. I've been scanning the night vision up in there to the north. Haven't seen any. Flipped the camera around to the southeast once we caught those 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. Did not have any power flashes to the south either. So that's definitely a good thing. The further east this got from Medford, but right now, like we're saying, really the entire.
That's Corey Inman up there in northern Oklahoma tracking those winds. Power out widespread in Medford, tree limbs down, things of that nature. But one report there of estimated close to 100, but widespread 80 mile per hour winds. So where is this? Let's go back to radar here. So northern Oklahoma, Kay County here, Grant County. So there's Pond Creek and Lamont and then Blackwell and Tonkawa and then on down toward Ponca City right here. That blue line is the outflow. That's the high wind racing out ahead of the line of severe storms up here. And the storms themselves have quarter and golf ball size hail with them. And there's your timed arrival here. Ponca City coming up here at 9:13 and Billings at about 9:26. So the winds from the northwest. So you want to stay away from your west and north windows as this moves on in from Grant County and northwestern Kay County where it is right now. And again, quarters and some golf balls in there. Severe thunderstorm warning, winds locally 75 plus miles per hour, moving southeast at around 35 miles per hour. So here's basically the North Metro right there. These are going to head on down through Noble County into Pawnee County and maybe down into the Stillwater area as well. That storm totally gone near Kingfisher, and that's part of that complex producing that great big hail. Here's southwest Oklahoma here. Ongoing tornado warning with that tornado near Boone, just to the southeast of Boone a short while ago. And that storm now is centered just on the west side of Apache. That's where the updraft is spinning still. So an ongoing tornado warning there. Notice another hook out there by Blair in Jackson County. So severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, but a definite hook there that's on the very western side of this entire complex. So that storm's severe, and it has baseball-sized hail with it right there as well. Blair on down to Altus Air Force Base and Hedrick. Let's go over to Kevin and Jolene at the news desk, guys.
Thank you, Mike. And as we've been reporting all evening, and as Mike's been telling us, Cordell has so far the most damage that we've seen.
The school there and several homes in the southeast part of town. Let's go to John Hayes, who's been there for about half an hour or so, John, and you're surveying much of the damage. What can you tell us?
Jolene and Kevin, we showed you some damage to a business just a little bit ago. We've been talking about that elementary school. We've seen it from the sky. We want you to take a look at some of the damage inside here. We're going to walk along, and Isaac, I want you to be careful here because a lot of this debris is just scattered around here. You can see a lot of insulation on the ground here. Some paneling has been torn aside. If we pan up to the side of the building here, you're really going to see a bulk of that damage to the side here. Again, this is the elementary school. You can't really see it from outside of the elementary school fence, but here is the bulk of the damage right here. Thankfully, we haven't seen too much extensive damage otherwise, but if you follow us down just a little bit further, it is a little bit slick, so I'm going to be careful. Isaac, again, be pretty careful here, but this is pretty dramatic right here. This is, we're told, an AC unit that's been completely torn off. The employees that we spoke with just a few minutes ago, again, didn't want to go on camera, but they gave us some context saying that this, somewhere off to the side here, you can see some wiring up where this may have came from, but it looks like it just it's almost completely detached from the wall here and is in a lot of pieces indeed. So we're going to continue surveying damage here, but in terms of what damage you can see at the elementary school from inside of it, here's what we're looking at. We're looking at the AC unit, which we've shown you, and then if we turn back around, Isaac, you're going to see, again, this damage to the side of the building here above the brick. Lots of insulation and debris on the ground. Really just miraculous that more of this building hasn't been damaged. We actually see some windows here on the side as well, and if you can believe it, those are still intact. Really just all of the damage situated to that AC unit that I showed you back there, and of course all of this siding damage that we're going to see here. So they're going to be in need of a cleanup. Of course, we haven't seen any crews in this area assessing this damage specifically. We're going to keep an eye on things, make our way into some other neighborhoods, and of course keep you all updated throughout the evening.
John, I know in a lot of small towns, the elementary, middle school, junior high, high school are all on the same campus. Is that the case in Cordell, and is the elementary school the only building with damage?
Yeah, good question, Jolene. It's the only building that we've been able to see with damage. They're all pretty much surrounding each other in the same general campus area. Again, an employee had to let us through a gate right here, right next to the elementary school. In order for us to even see this damage, you wouldn't be able to see it from the street level. So that's an important factor to clarify here. Again, and your Isaac is showing you some of this damage, but again, we've noticed insulation being ripped out here. A lot of damage really just to the side of this building, and of course that AC unit. Again, clarifying we haven't seen any other damage to any of the other schools nearby. That includes the high school and middle school as well. It really just seems like an isolated case of damage to the elementary school here. Kevin, Jolene?
All right, John, good job getting inside and showing us what the storm did there. Be careful. There are nails out there and everything else, and power lines that could be down as well. We've been getting pictures then.
Yes. Let's start. This is in Cordell as well, in another area of town. Looks like this looks like an outbuilding, maybe a storage building that was blown over, tossed aside there. This is in Eagle City, just north of Cordell. Right,
a town of about 65 miles away from the metro here, and it's in Blaine County, and about 40 people live out there, and I guarantee all of them were looking for cover when this kind of hail came down, 3 inches in diameter.
And not far away in Thomas, more hail, not as large as some of the grapefruit-sized hail that Emily mentioned that some of the places in those few counties there had, but still more pictures of hail.
That can sure ding up a car if a lot of it comes down. Look at that piece of hail right there.
Southwestern Oklahoma in Lone Wolf.
So, producing big hail all across the state.
Oh, what do we have here?
In his mouth?
It's
hail in his mouth.
Hey, it's still a ball.
Yeah, he was playing fetch with Mother Nature there.
Yeah, it's an ice ball. Yeah. Hey guys, really discouraging to see all this hail.
Canton Lake.
Because wheat's coming up, could be doing some damage to the winter wheat crop. We hope not, but hail is an enemy of wheat once it's coming up.
In Blaine County.
Well, we are still tracking some tornado warnings, guys, in southwestern Oklahoma. And we have a big severe thunderstorm watch that's officially been extended until 11 p.m. Thank you for all those reports. We appreciate your viewer reports. Remember, safety first. 2 ongoing tornado warnings, a new one issued for the circulation near Apache, still a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Oklahoma. And these severe storms in northern Oklahoma have been producing up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. The entire town of Medford is without power right now. Let's go straight to Corey Inman. He's tracking this line of storms. This is going to be persistent into the overnight hours as it plunges south. Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, still on the Highway 11 here, going from Grant County into K County. Like you said, I had a report of 80 to 100-mile-an-hour winds between Medford and Renfro. I know the Mesonet site there in Medford officially clocked 66-mile-an-hour winds and power's out in Medford. Speaking to some people in Blackwell, the winds were maybe 25, 30 when the gust front went through there. Haven't seen any power flashes in the last 20 minutes or so. So we're racing over here, try to catch up with this storm that's just to the east of Bremen, moving up towards the Newkirk area. Of course, Newkirk got hit pretty hard on Saturday with a couple of tornadoes up there and a lot of heavy rain. So some big winds and some large hail, heavy rain moving back into that area, Emily.
Okay, thanks for that report. We appreciate our trackers out monitoring as this is the next round moving through. Some potent winds with it. Let's go back to the maps. We continue to track severe storms in northern Oklahoma. Again, 2 ongoing tornado warnings in southwestern Oklahoma. Some people had to sit under a tornado warning for nearly 3 hours near Roosevelt earlier. That is not the case anymore, but that's so hazardous when these storms are only moving at about 5 to 10 miles per hour, at times stationary. That's going to dump an immense amount of water and, of course, do more damage if it does drop tornadoes. It's kind of been cycling where the velocity tightens up, the couplet drops a tornado and then could cycle back again. Persistent circulation still near Apache and east of Frederick at this time. These have history producing at least funnels, so you're seeing the reflectivity. At this time, the area of concern, it's going to be wrapped around in rain. Here it is. The last few radar scans, I have to say, look a little bit more encouraging, so maybe more outflow dominant, the winds pushing out. This is going to be located northwest of Apache, but these things have a tendency to pulse back up. It is moving north. Broad circulation at this time. Still could have some large hail out of these storms as well. Let's go ahead and push farther southwest. Still tracking a tornado warning east of Frederick. Frederick, you've likely been in your shelter for a while. I know Chattanooga's been running the sirens, the tornado sirens. And I'm also keeping a close eye on this development north of the area. Northeast of Manitou still could have some larger hail with that one. So switching over, this latest velocity scan is indicating some damaging straight line winds. Now shooting out of this storm, technically a tornado warning with this, but there could be 80-mile-per-hour winds now just north of Hollister. You see how you're seeing the bright shades of blue? You don't want to see something like that. Those are some damaging straight line winds moving into the Hollister area. That's going to continue to track east-northeast, eventually heading towards Chattanooga. On top of that, easily very large hill cores. Interesting phenomenon just to mention real quick. In the Norman area, they had a heat burst. So what's happens are these surrounding storms, as they collapse, they can shoot out some dry air, spikes the temps, and brings you some strong winds. So that's ongoing right now. Those are not severe, though. Newer development to the northwest near Sentinel and Colony, also not severe. Farther north, though, we're still tracking. You see that thin line now moving through Kremlin and Billings. Those are the outflow winds. So these powerful, damaging winds that moved through Medford earlier, around 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds, possibly up to 100-mile-per-hour winds that knocked out power, caused power flashes. Those are now pushing to the south near Kremlin and Billings. And in addition to all that, you're going to have some very heavy rain, flooding potential here. Let's go back to Corey Inman. Corey, this is going to be persistent. This is going to last. That's why the severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 11 p.m. now in this area.
Yeah, Emily, we're eastbound, trying to get over here to the cell north of Blackwell. It's kind of separated itself and got out ahead of the line. That's starting to develop a little bit of a hook there on radar. So a lot of heavy rain and some giant hail moving through northern K County from north of Blackwell, Bremen over towards the Newkirk area. May stay just to the north of Ponca City, unless it turns and starts to move to the southeast. But right now, this one's kind of separated itself, going almost straight east. There is a nice lowering. Let me pan the camera here for you, Emily. There's a pretty decent lowering. Looks to be just to the northeast of the Blackwell area, not by very far. We come out of the trees here, you'll be able to see it with the night vision. Just a little bell lowering hanging down in there. That's kind of right in that notch area that's showing up on radar. So we're going to continue to blast east and try to catch up with it, get out in front of it, Emily.
All right, thanks for that report. Let's jump back into southwestern Oklahoma. We're still tracking the latest in southwestern Oklahoma. Ongoing tornado warning near Apache. This is now pulsing back up. Let's switch over to velocity, and you can see the couplet moving northwest of Apache. Let's take it out to Chris McBee. He's in the thick of it right now. Chris, go ahead. Chris McBee tracking the circulation, the tornado-warned storm that is located east of Boone, northwest of Apache. Go ahead, Chris McBee.
Sorry, Emily, I was having some trouble with my phone there. I will say the roads are really wet out here. Even I'm sliding around on these roads. Hydroplaning is very, very possible out here with these heavy rains and the winds and all that. I do want to warn people about that. But yeah, I am in the Elgin area. I'm heading over towards the Apache Y just to get north a little bit towards Apache and that ongoing tornado warning. Excuse me. Like I said, it's dark now, experiencing a lot of heavy rain, a lot of frequent lightning and everything. Haven't really had any hail today, at least where I've been. Luckily, I've stayed out of it. I know Eric Dixon was not so lucky earlier, but yeah, I'm heading up towards the Apache area. Just going to get a look at this persistent circulation you mentioned a minute ago, and I will let you know as soon as I get a little bit closer to see what we can see up there, Emily.
All right. Thanks for that. Chris McBee, of course, be safe. He was mentioning hydroplaning. These storms, because they are such slow movers, they've been producing 5 to 6 inches of rain. And these over areas, especially northern Oklahoma, it's moving over areas that received about that amount over the weekend. So you have saturated soil, and it is going to be even more wet weather over the next 24 to 48 hours. So from here on out, flooding is going to be a big concern. I think we are entering more into a flooding era. We've been accustomed to La Nina, so drier, warmer than average conditions over the past 3 years, and now we've shifted to El Nino, and that's going to be a little bit wetter than normal, and that's why our flooding risk is just going up. And we're getting into the thick of storm season. Moving off to the southwest, still tracking this tornado-warned storm that is east of Frederick. It's moving a little bit farther east, northeast. Still could have some very large hail with it, up to tennis ball size hail, but look at this, some strong winds. The fact that we're seeing this pulsing up into bright blues, there could be 80-mile-per-hour winds north of Hollister right now. Some damaging winds. In addition to that, there's the circulation located west of Hollister. So possible tornado there. Definitely want to get in your safe spot for Hollister. These are not severe south of the metro. Storms moving through. Out to the west, still continued areas of showers near Sentinel. Northern Oklahoma, the town of Medford, out of power because of 80-mile-per-hour winds. You see that thin line. Those are those powerful straight line winds shooting out ahead. And hey, don't let it fool you. Straight line winds can be as powerful as a weak tornado. So you don't want to be out on the road in this. You're not safe in a mobile home when you have winds to 80 miles per hour. That can tip over small mobile homes. We're also seeing it pulsing up east of Bremen, moving into Newkirk. Those higher winds are about to move into Ponca City. And there are some tornado-warned storms in Kansas moving into northeastern Oklahoma. Switching over to the velocity, we're watching those high winds quickly pushing south. So the potential is certainly there. In addition to that, we have had some very large hail earlier west of Watonga, up to grapefruit size hail, destroyed, unfortunately, our storm tracker's truck. Eric Dixon, he's okay, but he measured about 6-inch hail mark on his truck. Now the grapefruit size hail, that's about 4.5-inch hail. So that is obviously going to do some serious damage. Look at some of these rain totals as that storm just sat over this area. East of Hobart, that bullseye you're seeing, that's at least 6 inches of water that fell in a short time span. And then this is where the big hail happened. So east of Oakwood, northwest of Watonga, also corresponding with 2 to 3 inches. Let's go back to Chris McBee now in southwestern Oklahoma. He's still tracking the latest in Apache. Let's go ahead and hear about what you're seeing right now in this tornado-warned storm. Go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, still between Elgin and the Apache Y here. I'm about to turn north where I'm going to have a lot better view of the circulation there in Apache. I'm turning north here just momentarily. Hopefully as I get a little bit closer to this, I'll be able to see something. I mean, it's always tough in the dark, you know, to see exactly what's going on. But hopefully here in a minute, I'll have a better view of the structure of that storm. Hopefully some convenient lightning strikes and get some good view of what's going on there. But yeah, it is a persistent circulation like you've been talking about. So we'll see what's going on here in Caddo County. Just give me a few minutes to get a little bit closer to this, and I should have a better idea.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you. All right, there is a new tornado warning we have to talk about for southwest of Indiahoma. So Comanche, Kiowa, Tillman, that motion right now is moving off to the east at 10 miles per hour. So it's 6 miles southeast of Snyder. So that means at this time we have 3 ongoing tornado warnings in southwestern Oklahoma. The severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, has been extended until 11 p.m. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest. You can see the 3 various tornado warnings. So the brand new one would be the one east of Snyder. Let's go ahead and switch over to velocity real quick as I want to give you the brand new tornado warning. And we still have that persistent circulation that is north of Apache. It has weakened though in the last few velocity scans. This is the one that is pulsed up. My goodness. Wow, look at that circulation now located west of Indiahoma. This is the brand new tornado warning. And we're keeping a close eye on that. The reason why sometimes you see those big shades of orange, that's the radar picking up sometimes on large hail that's going to be around near the circulation as well. And these storms have been prolific hail producers. Earlier today, grapefruit size hail. So here's the circulation we're concerned about now. This is the brand new tornado warning. Latest motion. It's not moving fast. That's one thing today. These tornadoes have only been moving at 5 to 10 miles per hour or stationary at times, which means it'll cause more damage. So look at that, how this is pulsed up, and these things are happening quickly. Why is this happening still at night? Well, we have the low-level jet ramping up, and the low-level jet are these winds that can help create low-level spin even into the evening hours. So there you go. We're watching it. It's either where the red meets the green. We're watching that big circulation, and it's almost stationary. It's not moving very fast. This is going to be located, it looks like, off of Old U.S. Highway 62 and along the county line there. So it's west of Indiahoma, southeast of Snyder. We're also tracking the tornado-warned storm that continues. This is east of Frederick into Hollister. So switching over, taking a look there, and we are seeing still some very high winds shooting out of that into Hollister. 3 tornado warnings at this time to the southwest. Let's go back to Chris McBee, who is in southwestern Oklahoma. Chris, you have that new tornado warning. So they just keep popping up and cycling. We've been seeing that really since late afternoon, and it's still ongoing. We know you're being cautious, but be careful. Obviously, it's dark out, and hydroplaning has been a big issue with the amount of water out of these storms.
Yeah, Emily, it really has. I'm fighting. I'm south of Apache, heading north right now, and I am fighting just sheets of rainfall, just blinding rain, very strong wind. It's blowing me all over the road, honestly. Hydroplaning is a very serious issue right now. I've had my issues with it just in the past few minutes, actually. But heading north towards the Apache area, I think I did have a little bit of small hail just a moment ago.
Right, thanks.
I'm not. Go ahead, Emily. Sorry.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. You're doing great.
Like you said, the circulation kind of came down on that last pass, but I'm coming up on that area just to see what I can see, but I am in such blinding rain. I don't know that I'm going to have much visibility up here, Emily.
Right. The latest circulation, it's still there. It's located northwest of Apache. Let's go back to the map. So this is what Chris McBee is dealing with. Granted, a lot of this is going to be wrapped in rain, and nighttime chasing is already challenging. You're banking on power flashes or the lightning to illuminate the silhouette of the tornado. Very challenging to do anyways, especially if they're wrapped in rain. So we need our chasers to be cautious in this. North of Apache, you still have a broad circulation there, but this is what's really pulsed up. The brand new tornado warning that remains in effect. This is going to be west of Indiahoma. It is in more of a rural area. It's sandwiched just southeast of Snyder and west of Indiahoma. And the thing about today's storms is they're barely moving. The latest motion is actually taking this circulation a little bit farther to the south-southwest, but this is really tightened up. So I think there easily could be a tornado ongoing right now west of Indiahoma, and don't want to see this. Another nighttime tornado in place, and this circulation is getting stronger and stronger. You don't want to see the greens turning into blues here. We watch where the red meets the green, so going towards and away from the radar, that's the area of circulation. When you see the colors brightening up like that, that represents higher wind speeds, and therefore this is strengthening at this time. I think this weird beam coming out of it, that is the radar picking up on the chunks of ice also being suspended in the air as these storms are still churning out some large hail. It's because it was so warm today, so there's still plenty of storm fuel available. Now to the southwest, tornado warnings continue north of Hollister, and that really has been just sitting in place. It looks like they just reissued a new tornado warning for that storm at this time, and that continues to move off to the east. So there's the circulation right now. It's going to be located just northwest of Hollister, and the motion of this is still off to the east. In addition to that circulation, south of it, you have some bowing winds that are heading out towards Loveland, and that's definitely a concern. Let's go ahead. I'm going to zip through this. Nothing severe over the metro. We're going to expect this line of storms possibly making it south to the metro in the early morning hours, so likely after midnight if they hold together. What you see shooting it out are some damaging straight line winds earlier in Medford. 80 to 100 mile per hour winds possible, knocked power out. There were power flashes. We have Corey Inman in that area tracking these strong storms as they move south. Corey, you saw that earlier, some power flashes from the high winds. I know you're on top of it.
Yeah, those power flashes, Emily, we're back to the northeast of the Medford area. We're now east of Blackwell on Highway 11, getting ready to drive right up into the notch of this little cell that's separated itself and pushed itself off to the east. Blackwell, folks watching in Blackwell are in the clear. This thing is east of them. There is another cell back to the west over Medford that could be moving in a little bit later. But right now, you can tell, look of the storm, Emily, the green lightning flashes. There's a tremendous amount of hail getting ready to move into the Newkirk area. It should be right over the top of Peckham right now, moving off to the east. This storm should stay to the north of Ponca City. Right now, it looks like the most intense part of it is north of Highway 11. So Peckham, Newkirk, Kildare, on over towards the north end of Call Lake are going to take the brunt of this storm. But we're going to get over here and turn north on 177, Emily. We should be right in it and see what we've got.
Okay, we appreciate that, pointing out that Newkirk's about to get slammed with hail. That's the last thing we want to hear. As Saturday evening, Newkirk was slammed with at least baseball-size hail in the area, and now we're watching the hail core that is moving off to the east into Newkirk and extending south to Ponca City. Ponca City looks like it's going to be in the clear from that particular storm, but eventually it will back build south. These storms will continue to try and make their way south-southeast, and sometimes you can have new storms forming along the gust front, the outflow boundary, so we're tracking that very closely as well. I'm going to take it back a few slides, go back to the tornado-warned storms in southwestern Oklahoma. This is the strongest one at this time. The circulation is located still southeast of Snyder. The latest motion is taking it more to the south-southwest. We've been watching these storms do the carousel effect, where they go south-southwest and then move northeast and then move back north, and that's called the Fujiwara effect, and that's been the case all day long, this carousel effect. So it's almost nearly stationary in an area, which is terrible because that's going to bring high winds, high hail, possible tornadoes sitting over the same area again and again. So at this time, it is in a more rural area, but still southeast of Snyder, the motion right now more moving to the south. I am concerned about anyone who's tracking storms out there right now. You don't want to be in a situation like that where the tornado is making erratic turns. That's not typical to move that direction. So that's what we're tracking, tornado warned storm there. Still a tornado warned storm near Frederick and Hollister. And this is going to be moving off to the east-northeast, the one that's moving through Hollister at this time. That's the circulation north of Hollister. In addition to that, some very strong straight line winds moving into Loveland. So if you looked on the radar, you'd think that these storms, these towns upstream would be getting it quickly, but that's not the case. These storms have been moving different directions, and they're only moving at about 10 miles per hour or less. Let's go ahead and go back to Chris McBee, who's watching the latest in this area. Very heavy rain, even big flooding concerns. I see some spray coming up from under your car. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Emily, I'm going through Apache right now. Definitely a lot of street flooding here in Apache. I don't know exactly how much rain they've had today, but it's definitely a significant amount because really struggling with a lot of heavy rain in this area right now. Excuse me. I'm heading up through Apache right now, heading up to where that's. The tornado warning is still in effect. Looks like for this storm. So I haven't seen anything that would indicate any tornadic activity or anything. But I'm also in blinding rain, so my visibility is just about nil on trying to see any storm attributes right now. So. But yeah, definitely some street flooding here in Apache. Still following this storm, and we'll see where we go from here, Emily.
Okay, thanks for that. We appreciate your report. That storm's really on the downward trend, which is what we want to see. Still a very heavy rain with that as it's progressing off to the east. We're just getting news that there's loss of power in Medicine Park and in the Wichita Mountain Estates, just east of Medicine Park. So power outages there, not surprising with some of the winds and obviously tornadic circulations we've been seeing in the area as well. So that storm near Apache, it's not even severe anymore. So that's certainly good. Still flooding risk in that area. We really just have two big areas of concern at this time. Well, three big areas of concern. But look at this wider view. Wow. You could see these storms are playing off of each other almost. They're almost rotating in the same direction around each other, that carousel effect, that Fujiwara effect. They're interacting with each other. And so you can see the circulations. We have the one near Indiahoma, the one east of Frederick, and they're doing that carousel effect. And that's why the motion right now, this is to the east, but it's moving northeast, east of Frederick. And notice the motion south of Snyder, that's moving more south, and then will eventually curve around as well. So not very typical, but we are tracking it very closely. Two big areas of concern, and in northern Oklahoma, a damaging wind threat continues. Let's go ahead and switch over to reflectivity. Still tracking this tornadic storm near Hollister. That's moving more towards the east, and then tracking the tornado warned storm to the north. Hollister, some very powerful winds shooting out towards Loveland as well. And then moving off to the north, I just want to say the metro, those are not severe, but as these storms collapse, they could have some damaging winds. Moving off to the west, some development over Sentinel, that's not severe, but to the north, this is our next focus, already produced 80 to 100 mile per hour winds with power knocked out for Medford. So we're going to have to check up on the latest power outages. Maybe Jolene and Kevin have any updates. I know you guys have been watching some of the updates on these storms, and also we're going to check in with the power outages because we're getting all these reports. Medford's out of power and out of power near the wildlife refuge.
We are checking with the Bright Eye from OG&E on all of those kind of things, and we hope to have more on that for you later. But the best way to see what's happened today, like in Cordell, is from McIntyre Law Chopper 4.
This is what a lot of the roofs look like there in that southeast part of the community. The damage could be a lot worse, as we've seen. This looks like a lot of roof damage at multiple homes there. They are still assessing the damage right now. There are no reported injuries at this hour, so that is some good news, but a lot of roof damage.
And, but if it's your house, that's a lot of damage,
Absolutely.
as you well know. You've been through these before. And we're thinking about those folks who have cleanup to do down there. And we know that some businesses were really hard hit, and the school that John Hayes showed us a little while ago took some damage. Looks like one of their HVAC units fell off the roof or something and right into the school there.
And John is there right now. And John, that was the elementary building where the damage was that you could make out. I know it's dark there and it's hard to see and hard to make your way around the campus as there are things on the ground, nails, debris.
Power lines, watch out for that, my friend.
Yeah, Jolene, Kevin, the damage there was pretty rough. We've moved into a residential neighborhood not too far, about a block away from the elementary school now. If you'll take a look behind me, it's starting to rain here, but you'll see part of a tree branch here has been completely torn away. We don't know exactly where it came from, but the craziest thing that we've seen in this tiny neighborhood here is this garage door. You'll see it's been completely torn off of the hinges here and kind of curling up in itself, really just an impact from these devastating winds. We did get a chance to talk to the homeowner. Tells us he doesn't want to go on camera right now, a little bit bashful, but he is really concerned about what went down here tonight. He says it happened so quickly. Everyone that we've talked to so far, not going on camera, but saying that things came through here so quickly. It was really just in here 1 second and out the next. And really, this garage door is really just proof of how powerful these winds were. We haven't got a chance to see a bulk of the damage here other than the elementary school, that business that we showed you earlier, and this garage door. But we're told that a home just down the street, we can't see it right now, is actually looking like it's going to cave in. One of the homeowners tells me that the home that's in question here, the garage is pretty heavily damaged, that part of the floor from one of the rooms inside is pretty much caved into the garage, and they're really concerned about the structural stability of that property. It's really looking like it's going to be a total loss here. We're going to be out here tonight monitoring things. We were over by the elementary school. We showed you that business, and now we're seeing some residential damage, starting with this garage door here, some siding damage at a neighboring home nearby as well. But the bulk of the damage, we're told, is just down the street. So, Kevin, Jolene, we're going to make our way over there and, of course, bring you all another update shortly.
All right, John, we will see you then. We appreciate that. We have active warnings right now. Let's go back to Mike Morgan in the Forewarned Storm Center.
Well, I tell you, that damage just makes you mad. It just makes you mad.
Especially as a homeowner and a business owner.
Yes. This could be the best time of year and it could be the worst time of year. We know that all too well the past couple of days. So here's Oklahoma City. Skies are mostly cloudy here. There are not storms approaching the metro yet, but later tonight they probably will from the north. So we've had all this wind up here, some straight line winds up here in northern Oklahoma, and still some rotation down to the southwest as well. The most intense rotation not too far from Snyder and Highway 62. I'll show that to you coming up. There's a big break here between the supercells in southwest Oklahoma and the straight line winds from the west and the north up here in northern Oklahoma. And the strongest winds now are up around Ponca City on down toward Marland. And you see the big gust front here, the big outflow. That was the 80-mile-an-hour winds around Medford. And heavy thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms here. Lots of rain around Newkirk, a lot of wind around Newkirk, and a pretty good gust of wind around Ponca City as well, where you see that gust front bowing, where it has a big bow in it, and also you see the other bow coming out where those converge. You've got some pretty good upward motion to the atmosphere, and that's where the most intense storm is right now. A lot of power out in Medford right now. They're getting heavy rain and some hail, nickel, dime, and quarter-size hail. And in Kay County, the hail is quite large, near and just to the north of Ponca City, just north of the Ponca City Airport. That's between golf ball and tennis ball right now. Let's go to Corey Inman here first up in northern Oklahoma and talk about these storms. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, I'm east of Kildare right now, and you can see just from the shot out of this is the dash cam looking out the front. It's raining so hard, visibility is probably about 25 feet. Some intermittent quarter-size hail. Haven't ran into a really heavy hail core just yet. I was talking to Dillard off air there, riding this notch from 177 just to the east. Right in here on the leading edge of this notch, the rain bands kept changing directions. We'd have them coming out of the east, and then they'd come out of the north. So there is a little bit of spin in here. But like you said, the outflow's kind of pushed out, and it's kind of fighting that outflow. So if we didn't have that outflow out ahead of it, we might be dealing with a different story up here. But right now, just a lot of heavy rain. There's a lot of hail just to my north. I'm due east of Peckham here on the road going over towards Call Lake. So Ponca City should be in the clear, maybe just a little bit of rain down that way. And like you said, another storm developing back to the west. So we'll track this a little bit further, and then we're going to turn around and get back in position for the one that's in Medford, Mike.
Corey, thank you very much. Again, a lot of lightning up there, nearly continuous. So Grant County and Kay County, severe storms continue. There's the outflow. The winds are not as strong as they were in the Medford area, but heading on down into the Perry area, down into Pawnee County, and then on down into Payne County around Stillwater. That's where these storms are eventually heading. And by late tonight, they'll probably be coming into the metro. So we have an increasing chance late tonight in the metro of storms coming in from the north. So southwest Oklahoma, a lot of supercells here still, a bunch of rotation also running around down here, and some pretty good size hail down around Hedrick. That's every bit of tennis ball to baseball right there. And that one storm there west of Cache and east of Snyder still has an ongoing tornado warning there. The Boone Apache tornadic storm has weakened considerably and is no longer a tornado threat. In fact, it's non-severe, so it's really fallen apart. Had a brief tornado southeast of Apache, Boone rather, a little while ago, and now that rotation there basically is totally gone, and that storm is non-severe, so that's good news. So big hail again, Hedrick, just coming out of Altus Air Force Base area, and west of Snyder. You folks in Snyder, protect your property. That is baseball and tennis ball size hail back there, severe thunderstorm warning, and damaging wind. Chris McBee's down here in southwest Oklahoma. Chris, what do you have?
Yeah, Mike, I was following that Apache storm you were just mentioning. I get that it's dropped below severe limits, but boy, the rain is absolutely blinding out here, Mike. Very dangerous driving conditions. Hydroplane risk. Just you can't see much of anything out here. I am still getting some small hail in my location as well. So anybody driving anywhere in southwest Oklahoma really needs to take this seriously. Just because of the rain, much less all the other storm attributes. So a very dangerous driving out here in this very, very heavy rain, Mike.
Yeah, point well taken, Chris. Widespread flash flood warnings down there. We're talking about Kiowa County down into Comanche County, and even now heading down into parts of Tillman County and northeastern Jackson County, and also southern Caddo County. Local areas have seen in excess of 6 inches of rain, and as Kevin mentioned earlier, this could be very devastating for the wheat crop. Wheat crop is maturing a little more quickly down in this part of the state, and storms like this can wipe out stands of wheat. Between the hail and the wind, that is a very severe storm right there. West and north of Snyder, about to come into Snyder, so batten down the hatches and stay away from windows here. That's got a big punch of high wind with it and wind-driven large hail. Very severe storm now coming into Snyder. There's the Indiahoma circulation right there. It's weakened quite a bit to the southwest of Indiahoma right there. It's kind of spun itself out, but these have been popping up and going away and popping back up again. But still a tornado warning in effect here southwest of Indiahoma. But that circulation has weakened considerably just in the past few minutes, redeveloping a little bit now to the south of Indiahoma right there. And we still have that tornado warning down here in Tillman County, very close to Hollister, and rotation around Hollister has been quite strong. Down around Hollister, Oklahoma, down in Tillman County to the west of Chattanooga. Sirens have been sounding down here, and an ongoing tornado warning there, and that rotation is quite strong down there in Hollister. So let's hope there's not a tornado on the ground, but it sure looks ominous with the hook right there basically coming right through the Hollister area and that possible tornado right there, and some really high velocity damaging winds with this supercell as well. So these are really stout storms down here, capable of producing a lot of wind damage and a lot of hail damage. What was that, Emily?
Reports with that
Funnel reports
storm.
with this one right here in the Hollister area. So there's the center of the rotation north of Loveland and to the east of Hollister with a funnel cloud report down there in Tillman County. Classic supercell down there, and a big area of damaging wind coming around with the rear flank downdraft. So this is a really tough storm down in Tillman County. There's no doubt about that. So here's Oklahoma City. These will not affect the metro. May get a heat burst tonight, and that's basically sinking air around this complex of storms here that heats up the atmosphere. It's called a heat burst, so not impossible to have temperatures climb back up into the 80s. especially in the South Metro, down through Grady County and Caddo County. So if it starts to feel like it's getting warm again outside, it's called a heat burst, related to the complex of storms, sinking air around it, and related to the outflow from that complex of storms. So tomorrow, we're going to have more severe weather tomorrow. We'll have morning storms in the metro tomorrow morning, and then we're going to reload tomorrow afternoon in western Oklahoma with a threat of large hail, damaging winds, and flooding rainfall. Tomorrow's going to be a stormy day. Tomorrow night's going to be stormy, and a pretty good part of Thursday is going to be stormy as well. I have an active pattern here at least through sometime late Thursday evening of this week. Kevin and Jolene have more from the news desk, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Let's go back down to Cordell.
That's where John Hayes is. And John, you are going through the neighborhoods there. The last time we saw you, you were outside a home and the garage door was peeled away. It looks like you're with a homeowner now.
Yeah, it's raining pretty hard here, so bear with us, but I'm with Coach Blackburn now. Coach, tell me a little bit more about what you guys were here for, what you experienced, and what's going on.
Okay, it was pretty surreal. I coach baseball over at Canute. We're going to the state tournament Thursday, and we finished up with practice, and my wife said it was starting to rain and hail here. And when I pulled up for our team dinner tonight, one of the mothers said, "It's a good thing you're here and not Cordell because there's a tornado on the ground." And I checked my phone, and my wife had called me, and once I contacted her, she said, "Our street got hit, our house got hit hard, I'm fine, but it's bad." So I started heading this way, and everything else has just been kind of crazy, but as long as my wife's fine, it's just a house, and we have so many good people from Canute and Cordell that showed up to help us out, and you can't ask for more than that. Prayers are just going up, and it'll be fine.
Was your wife here at the time that the tornado came in?
She was here at the time. In fact, she was in the back bedroom and walking down the hall and saw the fence go down, and she ran and got into the bathtub thinking, "I'm in a tornado," and everything happened, and then she got out, and they said there was a second tornado coming up, so she ran up to Rob and Nikki Keeney's house where we all go. They have a large basement, so the whole neighborhood went up there and got in the basement.
Did she describe what she felt, what she was going through, and did you hear from her before you heard from the other folks that you were with that there was a tornado?
Fortunately, I heard from her first, and she was, bless her heart, she's more worried about me. "Don't come, there's a second one coming, just wait." So I slowed down at Burns Flat, but she just said, it didn't sound like a railroad train, but you could just hear a swoosh. And she said when the fence went down, she said, "I thought, I'm in a tornado." And she just went and got in the tub and laid down until she could get out and head up there because she thought there was another one coming.
Okay, Coach, we want to show people this damage. We've been talking about it a lot here. It's pretty dark, so it's hard to make out. Isaac, I want you to pan and show people while I'm still talking with the coach here because it's pretty dramatic. Tell me what we're looking at here, Coach.
This is the north side of the house, and it completely sheared off. Obviously, it sheared that off. I have a metal building, which is crazy because it flattened it and took it to the neighbors, but yet my hunting feeder, my lawn mowers, everything's still right there. But as you walk around, it took the fence out, and there's a lot of structural damage, a lot of tree damage. Contact our insurance, they were great. We're just going to wait for an assessor, and we'll go from there.
And this side of the building, this is where the garage is, right?
Yes, and there's a large piece of the garage that's hanging down, and it folded the garage. And my wife's got a brand new Subaru that we'd like to get out, but we don't want to compromise anything, so we're just going to pray and see what happens.
When did you guys get the Subaru? How new is it?
We got it back in the fall, and it's got about 8,000 miles, but it's just a vehicle. It's just a house. It's fine.
So I want to walk off more to the side here because there's more damage really it's really hard to see with how dark it is, Isaac. And you're going to see part of this fence here. Coach Blackburn, how does it feel? I know you're saying that it's just a house, but was it surreal to get home and see it for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, it's been 20 years since I had the opportunity to go to the state tournament, and everything's been great, and we're so excited. And our girls are playing tomorrow, and we were going to have a dinner and a little fishing tournament tonight. And I thought there's a little rain and hail back at home, and then all of a sudden it just happened so fast. But I'm telling you right now, the people from Cordell and Canute just rolled out and have just been so helpful. I got former players, even from the 80s down at Walters, that have reached out, and we're going to be fine. A lot of prayers are being lifted, and we'll be fine.
Coach, we thank you for your time. As Isaac just shows us one more look at all of this damage, Kevin, Jolene, we're going to send it back to you, but really miraculous that no one was hurt or killed here.
Thankfully, no injuries. Mike Morgan in the 4-1 Storm Center, you've got an update for us.
Hats off to the coach, guys.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow. His wife is fine, so therefore he is fine. His family's fine, so therefore he is fine.
Things can be replaced.
Things can be replaced. Great job, Coach. So northern Oklahoma here, big-time storm, pretty big hail here. Ponca City, east side of Ponca City, northeast side of Ponca City, heading for Call Lake. Corey Inman was talking about that a minute ago. Let's go back to Corey up here in Kay County. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, I'm here on Enterprise Road, just south of Highway 11. That's going to be to the northeast of Ponca City, to the west of Call City, about 5 miles. Right now, we're taking $50 to occasional golf ball size hail. Right before you came to me, we had a northwest wind and heavy rain, and then all of a sudden we took a straight north wind at about 40 miles an hour, and then it went back to the northwest again at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So this is kind of right in that little notch that we've been watching. It's going off to the southeast over towards the Call Lake area. But right now I'm going to switch over to the dash cam for you. You can see it's raining so hard in here, Mike, that you can't see anything. And we're taking, like I said, $50 to intermittent golf ball size hail. Just absolutely blinding rain. Visibility is down to about 5 feet here in front of the truck. So just kind of creeping along. Not sure what that was in there, but it got a little hairy for a while when the wind switched directions a couple of times and increased speed to about 40 to 50, Mike.
Make no mistake about it, there's been a lot of hail damage tonight. Corey Inman up there in the Ponca City area with $50 size hail, and you can see the big hail core right there, all that purple. So east side of Ponca City now heading right into Burbank and Fairfax is where that's heading, up into Osage County, and there's the hail core. That is every bit of tennis ball, might even be local baseballs. There on the far eastern side of Ponca City over toward Call Lake Dam, and the wind gust map here showing it heading on down into Pawnee County and also Noble County over into Osage County. And there's your approximate time of arrival at that wind shift. But this is damaging hail right here and damaging wind. That storm has intensified greatly. It had 2 gust fronts converging on it, which makes everything go up and it intensifies the severe storm. Happened right there on the east side of Ponca City right now. So again, the wind shift line heading down toward Fairmont and on down toward the north side of Guthrie here, not too far down the road. So we'll have storms moving and approaching the metro here in the 1, 2, 3 a.m. time frame. Probably have some storms around in the morning related to all this activity. A lot of this is going to head down toward Tulsa, but quite a bit of it's going to head on down here toward Oklahoma City late tonight and tomorrow morning as well. So right now there's nothing approaching the metro except for that later tonight. Southwest Oklahoma still supercells here south of Snyder. That's got a lot of damaging wind and a lot of big hail, wind-driven big hail. That's a damaging storm right there. Through the Snyder area, Hedrick, just east of Altus Air Force Base, a little ways to the north of Manitou and Tipton, and flooding rainfall in Comanche County. Still that tornado warning just to the southwest of Cache continuing. The Apache storm is no longer a threat. It is near Cyril. What's left of the circulation is very, very weak and not a factor anymore. That's southeastern Caddo County. But this has got big wind with it right here and a lot of hail. This is a damaging, severe storm. There's no doubt about it. Heading right down into that wheat country in Tillman County again, and more heavy rainfall and additional flash flooding. Let's go to Chris McBee down in southwest Oklahoma, right in the middle of all that. Chris?
Yeah, Mike, I've kind of been all over southwest Oklahoma today. I was on the Apache storm. I'm near Cement now. Storm is below severe limits, but still have some blinding rain, a lot of hydroplaning hazards like I mentioned earlier. A lot of frequent lightning out here. I'm still getting some small hail as well. So in southwest Oklahoma, I had the rotating storm out near Roosevelt earlier with possibly a couple of funnels. And that's a long way from where I am now. I've been all over southwest Oklahoma. But, yeah, there's a lot of strong storms down here tonight, Mike.
So we're going to transition here over to Chris McBee. Thank you. We'll check back with you over to Hollister. So down here in Tillman County, a tornado on the ground here. Tornado debris signature again east of Hollister and to the northwest of Loveland. Classic supercell. The RFD, the rear flank downdraft, has some really high wind with it. So this is also a very damaging storm down in eastern Tillman County. That's a tornado, and it's a pretty big one again with a TDS or a debris ball with it. So that's a confirmed tornado that's getting larger north of Loveland in eastern Tillman County, just southwest of Chattanooga. So you folks in Chattanooga, this is really dangerous. Here it is nighttime again, and that's a big circulation center. It has debris being lofted up into the sky north of Loveland and southwest of Chattanooga. And right now, the net motion on that is basically due east, maybe slightly east-northeast. So from Loveland, with very high velocity damaging wind coming in from the northwest on the south side of the tornado, to Chattanooga with the tornado signature approaching you, with a debris signature showing up on radar, and a powerful circulation in Tillman County. That is what you do not want to see ever. And at night, it's especially dangerous down here in Tillman County, eastern Tillman County, to the west and southwest of Chattanooga. That is a confirmed tornado. And based on the velocity signature, it looks like it's a pretty good size one as well, north of Loveland and to the west of Chattanooga. So life-threatening situation down here in eastern Tillman County. Take your tornado precautions away from windows, storm cellar or basement. Mobile homes will not be safe. So Loveland, damaging winds, mobile homes not safe, tornado there, southwest of Chattanooga, mobile homes will not be safe. That is literally, you can tell it's dragging across the Earth's surface. It is slowing down and literally dragging. So in fact, we got to just go push all the way into that. We got to just push all the way into this. So this is a significant, that is a significant tornado right there. That's what you don't want to see. Look at all that, we call it velocity folding. That's a significant tornado. There's no such thing as an insignificant tornado, but what I'm saying is that's a powerful tornado, could be a violent tornado. And you're looking at it right there. See that? See the colors just going wild there, and they all connect, right? They're connecting right there in the middle. That's the center of the vortex. That's a big tornado right there. So that's life-threatening. So north of Loveland and southwest of Chattanooga, by far the strongest indication of a powerful tornado we've seen today. Eastern Tillman County. Over to links 2.
We don't want to see this.
So here's the debris ball and the TDS. So right there, it's a core again. It's a core of debris.
The debris tracker, yep.
So right, how it shows up right there, that's a core. So it's a powerful.
Here, I'll pause it.
Cylinder of debris being vaulted up into the sky. So again, there's Hollister.
And I can show you the shear as well.
And you see the shears hitting right where that debris
matches
ball
the debris.
is. Yep. And it's getting bigger. So this is a big tornado. And
so velocity.
There's Faxon and the Chattanooga's right here. So that's a big tornado right there. It's ongoing, and it's got a big core of debris. Emily, you might go over to Twin Lakes and see if Twin Lakes sees the TDS.
Yeah.
Because the radar beam from Twin Lakes is up at about 10,000 feet. And we're just going to hang with us here on this. We're going to shift radars.
I do not know what it's
doing
right now.
No worries on that.
There we go. It's too zoomed in.
So this is from Oklahoma City here, looking at it, and the signature is still there. So it's a powerful signature way up high in the sky, which is what you don't want to see. So Emily, thank you for that. This is what you don't want to see, but we're basically just confirming what we see on radar, and that is this is a powerful tornado east of Hollister and just southwest of Chattanooga. This needs to stay away from anybody who lives down here because this is a life-threatening situation, no doubt about it. That's a big, big deal right there.
I'm going to put it back to the debris tracker for you.
Moving basically due east.
It's gone up.
Yeah, so it's just a big core of debris. So dark color, big core. There's Chattanooga right there. So it's almost halfway between Chattanooga and Hollister right now.
I'm going to try and put a track on it. It looks like it's moving east-northeast.
Kind of east-northeast is the net movement.
Yep.
And Chattanooga's to the northeast of it. And, so we're talking about 12 to 15 miles southwest of Chattanooga is where it is right now, 12 miles, 10 miles to the west-southwest of Chattanooga. So If you know anybody in Chattanooga, you need to call them, text them, make sure they know that this is the real deal down here. Not only is it at night, but it's a powerful, powerful tornado. Back over to Max 1, and on Max 1 there, you see it ongoing, and you know, even if you're not well versed at reading Doppler radar signatures, you can clearly see for yourself the red goes to a completely different color, which it's called velocity folding, which means the wind's just getting stronger, and the green is going to blue right there in the tornado vortex itself. So those are the velocities of the spin getting faster and faster and faster. And when we see it doing this, that's consistent with EF3 type tornadoes, for example, EF3 plus. So we're looking at potentially a violent tornado down here. It certainly could produce extreme damage. There's Chattanooga again right there. It needs to stay away from everybody here. So it's south of the highway, which is good, and it's north of Loveland, although there's some strong wind coming through Loveland right now. So it's north of Loveland, but there's some strong wind, enough to blow out windows down around Loveland on the south side of the tornado. But that is a really dangerous situation down here in Tillman County. So powerful tornado likely on the ground. We have a TDS, or a debris ball that is being lofted, debris well up into the sky, many thousands of feet. So a lot of wheat fields down here, fairly sparse ranch land, wheat country down here. But this needs to stay away from Chattanooga right here. And anybody between Chattanooga and that tornado needs to stay away from them. So this is a bad deal right here. And it's moving basically due east, maybe slightly north of due east. Again, we're getting all that folding of the velocities where the colors get very chaotic looking. And it might even, well, it is. Yeah, so you have red, and then you fold over to the green, then you're going back over to red again. So that's another fold, which is something that you don't see very often. This is a strong tornado. Notice that it's lifting up toward Highway 5. So anybody on Highway 5 over to Chattanooga, you need to be in that storm cellar or basement. And the safest place, you need to be there, because this type thing can level homes. That's how strong this is. Mobile homes, very unsafe. Very unsafe. Storm cellar, you got to go there. Highway 5, Chattanooga, the time is right now. We need to have this stay away from anyone who lives down here. It's just about a mile or two to the south of Highway 5, but it's definitely lifting up toward Chattanooga, which is what we don't want to see right here. It's lifting on up here toward Chattanooga. And you see it's moving east-northeast. By far the worst situation here that we want to see, and it needs to stay in rural countryside as much as possible.
Yeah, Mike, it's very discouraging to see when we can start tracking debris on here. Absolutely, the last thing we want to see after what everyone's gone through on Saturday.
And indications even from Oklahoma City, from a long way away, that we can see that signature as well, and that's up at like 10,000 feet, 11,000 feet. So this is lofting debris way, way up into the sky.
And it matches with our shear trackers as well, of course.
Yeah, so you look at that dark yellow right there. That's where the tornado itself is. Mm-hmm. So again, here's Chattanooga right here. So it's very close to Highway 5. And let's go back over to Max 1. So we're focusing on this because this is extreme threat to life and property right here. So we're focusing really solely on this one storm because this is it right now in terms of extreme threat to life and property, extreme. And it's clearly still a large tornado. All the colors there, all chaotic. We call this velocity folding here, where it's going from red over to the green, then back over to red again. And those are consistent with the EF3 plus tornadoes. Very similar to what we saw down around Sulphur and down around Holdenville last Saturday evening. A very similar situation here. And we need this to stay away from Chattanooga, and everybody along Highway 5 here southwest of town, they need to know. Everybody needs to know about this, and they need to go, if they can get below ground, have them get below ground. Storm cellar, basement, yes, go there. Mobile homes not safe. This is very dangerous right here. It's clearly still on the ground and still at peak intensity right now. Those are some really high velocities. No doubt a lot of wind down in Loveland, out of the west. Some very strong west wind, likely very damaging wind down around Loveland. But Highway 5 up toward Chattanooga right here. Emily, get the ruler there. You got your measuring device. You might just
go ahead and put a track on it.
Put a measuring device on that from where it is to Chattanooga.
Yep.
We know it's very close already, right? So it's quite a ways east of Hollister. So
It moved a little bit northeast. Then it looks like around 10:22.
yeah, so that was what 10 miles away, right? 10 miles away is what that was. And so it's just under 10 miles to the southwest of Chattanooga. And again, it's just to the south of Highway 5.
You want the ruler. Got it.
Yeah, so just so you're looking at how many, what is that right there?
It's about nine
Yeah.
miles away.
Yeah, so it's 9. Now, at this very second, it might be more like maybe 7.5, just because of the way things work here, down here. So this needs to lift, and it needs to stay away from Highway 5, and it needs to stay away from Chattanooga. Powerful tornado, no doubt, on the ground down here in eastern Tillman County. This is down here near the Red River, and here's Cotton County, so Walter's here, and then Lawton is straight up from Faxon, basically.
Looks like it's
so
veering
Lawton's
a little
right up
bit
there.
more northeast now. So I'm
Yeah, it's
putting a
lifting.
track on it.
Yeah, it's lifting a little
bit
more
towards
to the northeast.
Yeah, which would take it towards Chattanooga, which is the last thing we want to see.
Mm.
So it's still tracking around 10:18-ish, maybe 10:33 towards Chattanooga. So everyone needs to be in their safe spot.
Yeah, so 7.5 miles away,
Yep.
moving east-northeast, and it is lifting more to the northeast. You can see for yourself.
Yep, about 6 to 7 miles away, Mike.
So the tornado was here, and then it was moving due east, and now it's right here. And the general motion is right up here toward Chattanooga. But again, you need to know that it's going to be on the highway here, Highway 5, very soon. The edge of the tornado is just really literally approaching Highway 5 right now. I mean, the actual edge of it.
Right. The hope is that it will continue to veer north. That's what we've been watching all night long and all afternoon long, the Fujiwara effect, where it's making it move more towards the north, right? So hopefully it moves just west of town, but very dangerous situation.
Hit your CCs, your debris ball over there on Links.
Yep.
Back
Let's
over
go
to
back
Links
to Links.
2, and so
It's still looking discouraging.
Still there.
It's
Yeah.
still there, and we know that it's true because sometimes it can be muddled, or we can have false information, but we know it's true because it matches with the shear. It matches with the tornado indicator.
So it's kind of wobbling back and forth here a little bit. If you look at the actual core of the debris itself, it's kind of doing a little wobbling with kind of a net motion just to the north of due east.
Now.
So again, here's Highway 5. Let's go back over to Max 1.
There you go.
We're zoomed in on Max 1. So it's literally just sitting right there, about 1.5 miles to maybe a mile south of Highway 5. And Chattanooga's right here. So there's no doubt that everybody in Chattanooga knows. The sirens have been going off, so they're very weather alert and very weather aware, and there's no doubt they know. Folks, I'm sure, have been calling and texting them, and no doubt they know what's going on down here.
5 to 6 miles away from the town of Chattanooga right now.
Sulphur took a direct hit on Saturday. Holdenville on the west side of town took a hit. These insidious tornadoes can hit these towns, and it's just a tragic sight. And we don't want this to hit Chattanooga or anybody to the southwest of Chattanooga. But everybody in Chattanooga has to know what it is. If they do, they can take the appropriate safety measures to protect their lives and their property, their lives. Because this is what's going on right here. It's still very much on the ground, and it's still very strong, and it's still lifting very slowly up toward 5. It looks like it's going to cross right there at the junction just southwest of town by 1.5 miles is where it looks like it may cross. It's going to come up on 5 right now. And let's just be clear, mobile homes with that type of signature, they will be blown away. That's how bad that is right there. That velocity is so high.
Yes, report of rain-wrapped tornado.
What time was that? How long ago was that report of a rain-wrapped tornado?
1 minute ago.
It's 9:58 right now, so at 9:57, rain-wrapped tornado. 9:58.
Yep.
So we're focusing on this because this is the real threat here to life going on right now. This is eastern Tillman County, down by the Red River, southwest of Lawton is where this is right now.
Yeah, the other tornado warning, it's kind of blown out. It's more outflow dominant, so not quite as bad. This is the main circulation.
And this thing went right over Hollister and had a lot of wind in Hollister. It went right over Hollister with a lot of wind.
Yep.
And now it's set down a large tornado, and you see it is kind of lifting here up toward 5 now. And that is the core there. You see the colors there that go over to that dark blue color. That's the core of the tornado, and the core itself looks like it's, measuring wise, it looks like it's a quarter, at least a quarter mile wide, just measuring that core. It's a pretty wide core, and it's very dark blue, indicating it's solid debris here coming up. So everybody along Highway 5 again, everybody in Chattanooga no doubt knows they're in that very safe spot where they can be. Warnings like this advance warning like this can get folks, in their next door neighbor's home who might have a storm cellar. So they can go next door, their neighbor, and go to their storm cellar if they don't have one. Or if they're in a mobile home next to a house that has a storm cellar, they can go there. That's the kind of thing you need to do when you have this advance warning like this. And the one thing that needs to happen is have this lift. And we're literally kind of almost watching it like an eye of a hurricane, right? Sometimes when you watch hurricane coverage, you look at the eye of the hurricane, as it moves along and it makes landfall and things like that. That's kind of what this looks like in a way, because it's just a big core of wind and debris here. And you're looking at the actual core of the debris in the circulation and inside the circulation of the tornado itself. So ongoing life-threatening situation here. This is Chattanooga. And then up from Chattanooga is Faxon. So we're talking about the area south of Lawton is where this is right now. And it's easily still on the ground. Still on the ground.
Yep. We're going to zoom in.
Yeah, so it's still very strong. When you see that, it looks like it might be potentially constricting a little bit. It might be getting a little bit narrower. And I say that because this green area has pulled in. So that great big green area is all pulled in, right? And this area up here is pulled in. So it may be constricting in size, but it also may still be at peak intensity by looking at how hot both those colors are. You're looking at one side of the vortex there and the other side of the vortex right there. So you're looking at the rotational peak in each direction of the spin of the vortex. Those two hottest sides you see opposing each other. That's what you're looking at right there. So here's Faxon again. This is southwest Oklahoma. So you see the map down here. Tillman County down there. We still have some wind and hail up in northern Oklahoma right now. Wind and hail up in the northern part of our state. But this is an ongoing gut-wrenching thing to watch. And we need to have it lift. But it's in the wheat fields down here in eastern Tillman County. And so it may have just peaked in intensity because the colors are easing back a little bit. So in the past couple of minutes, the colors have eased back.
It is going to be wrapped in rain if it...
Yeah, and when they're wrapped in rain, the rain will usually slow the spin down because rain is a drag on the rotation. And eventually it can help to diminish the tornado when it's wrapped in rain. So it's a rain-wrapped tornado.
It looks like it's trying to jog a little bit north, about to cross Highway 5.
Yeah, a little bit north, just right there on the south side of Highway 5 now.
Yeah.
So again, here's Chattanooga. There's the junction there just southwest of town by about 1.5 miles. So it's pretty much heading about right for that junction. And folks, the locals down there know exactly where that is. And just need to make sure that nobody is unaware that might be living in a mobile home or a structure that is not substantial. And you need to go to those safe rooms or the storm cellar or the basement.
You go, Mike. So the other tornado warnings no longer a case. This is the only tornado warning in the state at this time. The other ones are severe thunderstorm warnings, still strong winds, but this is what we're mainly focusing on.
And it has peaked in intensity. It's still not a good thing because it's still a powerful tornado, but it has peaked, at least for the time being, and hopefully permanently in intensity. And it's trying to lift right up to Highway 5. A lot of times they'll turn to the left or to the north when they start to begin to rope out and constrict and get smaller and begin to weaken. And that appears to be a potential trend that we see right here. It is definitely getting smaller in size. There's no doubt about that. And the peak rotational velocities are diminishing, but it's still a very strong signature on radar. So no doubt it's very much still on the ground. And there's the Yeah, so as Emily was saying, look at you can see the eye. It's got an eye right there. It's wrapped up in rain, and there's the eye, which is the updraft of the vortex itself right there. But it's got level 5 and level 6 precipitation, which is extremely heavy rain and some hail, wrapped all the way around the tornado itself. But the eye was plainly visible in the middle of all that rain. So the rain will help to diminish it, and maybe it'll kill it, but a lot of times it does. But when they're big and strong like this, it takes some time. So Emily, get the ruler out again, and let's take a look at the distance. Recall a short while ago it was between 7 and 9 miles away. It's not moving very fast. That's one good thing.
4 to 5 miles now.
So now it's 4 to 5 miles away.
But it is veering it's occluding north a little bit, so hopefully it'll keep it west of town, which is ideal.
It's lifting to the north.
Right.
It is lifting to the north. You can see it for yourself. In fact, it hasn't stopped.
It's almost stationary.
It's almost stationary. It's thinking about actually being stationary. And that may be the best thing, as long as it's not stationary on the highway.
Right.
We don't want it stationary anywhere near the highway because there are a few folks that live on these highways, right? These rural highways. And the speed is still holding its own, but it is weaker than it was. But right there, literally on the south side now. 5
Mike, I have on Max 3. If you quickly want to recap, folks in northern Oklahoma, what's going on here?
So a bunch of hail here and some flooding rainfall. It's been like training over the same areas, like on a train track. So heavy rainfall here, Grant County, Kay County. There's that big hailer that Corey Inman was on. It's now over in Osage County, over near Fairfax. And that likely, Corey had $50, pretty widespread. It probably had at least tennis balls, maybe baseballs with it. And part of Ponca City was affected by that. The storms farther to the west from there have a bunch of nickels, dimes, quarters, and maybe a couple of golf balls. But flooding rainfall and lots of lightning. Let's go back
Here's
to
an overview, Mike. The severe thunderstorm watch continues until 11.
11 here in blue.
We have the one tornado warning now in southwestern Oklahoma, and we're still picking up on debris on links.
And a new severe thunderstorm watch for northern and northeastern Oklahoma here, including Tulsa.
Correct.
And then that one tornado warning, eastern Tillman County. Let's go back over to the view of that and see. Yeah, so it's just about completely stopped. And it might even be drifting north at a mile or 2 per hour. I mean, not very much. It's almost stopped. And the velocities are still diminishing. So just to point out here, right? So the red is the wind going this way, and now it's all red on that side of the tornado. So there's the middle of the tornado, right? So this is all red now. So that's wind going this way to the east, and that green is the wind going to the west. But now notice that it's all red on one side now instead of red and then green and then going to another color there inside of that, which is called velocity folding. Those colors are going away. So it's basically fair to assume it's going through the rope stage, and it's a tight core, not nearly as big as it was, and it's gone stationary. So it's still about 5 miles away from Chattanooga right now. So it really hasn't made any progress toward Chattanooga, but know that it's got a decent chance at crossing Highway 5 here pretty darn soon, because it's just not really moving very much. It might be drifting, to the north and to the northwest. But the winds are coming down, and the vortex core itself is constricting, is getting smaller and smaller. So it's likely going through the rope stage. And the fact that it's surrounded by rain on all sides is probably trying to kill it, which is really good. Still powerful, but it's just not nearly as big as it was earlier. And that's still a substantial signature, but it's just not as strong as it was.
We're watching an emerging circulation now just southeast. You can see it kind of forming by Loveland.
Right here. Right there.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens when one storm occludes in and then a new area of circulation develops. I think that's what we're seeing right now near Loveland.
Yeah, it's occurring right down and through here. It's on the front flank. Might go over to intensity and just see if we can still see a core of, so it's right there. It is moving northwest. Little tiny, little hole right there. So it's actually made a jog to the northwest. It's moving due northwest at a very low rate of speed. It's sitting right there. So it's no longer approaching Chattanooga. but it's coming up to Highway 5. It's on the edge of Highway 5 right now, about 5 miles to the west-southwest of Chattanooga. Notice the debris signature is also constricting and getting smaller. It's still a definite hole punch in the atmosphere, debris, solid core, but it's much smaller than it was. So it's probably a rope sitting in there now is what that looks like. So it's good that it's not moving toward Chattanooga anymore.
It is kind of jogging northwest now.
Kind of jogging to the northwest. Yeah, very low rate of speed. Drifting to the northwest as it, what we call it occludes.
So that circulation over Loveland is anticyclonic circulation, the one that we were pointing out?
Right here.
Yep.
Yeah, right there. It's going the opposite direction.
Yep.
So that's a mirror image is what it is. When the helicity or when the wind shear is really strong and perfect for tornadoes, the supercells will put off a mirror image. And it's a developing tornado and it's anticyclonic.
So the tornadoes would spin the other way.
It'd go clockwise instead of counterclockwise. So it's a mirror image of the main tornado, which is kind of rare, but not incredibly rare when conditions are really favorable for tornadoes like they are again tonight.
Well, Mike, we've been having all these storms kind of playing off of each other.
And this one's doing the exact same thing.
Exactly. I'm just seeing a wider view to see how the other storms are playing. We want to keep an eye on everyone, of course, but this is our main focus as it's the only tornado-warned storm in the state right now.
So now it's moving due west. It's now it's doing a loop. It's doing a loop, and now it's moving due west. It's moving very slowly, though, so, for you folks in Hollister, what will likely happen is it'll just sit here and gradually spin down. But it is actually moving to the west now, so it's moving east.
Okay, and so there's that new tornado warning, Mike, for the southern circulation. The anticyclonic circulation has a new tornado warning.
And we know this because the red, if you want to, kind of get into the weeds here, but we know this because the red is blowing away, and the radar site's over there at Frederick. So the red is wind away, and the green is wind toward Frederick, away from Frederick and the radar site, and toward Frederick. So that's clockwise. That's clockwise.
There you go. And this track is taking it more east, southeast.
Counterclockwise. So it's spun off a mirror image of itself. Which does happen on significant tornado days. That does happen. So that is an anticyclonic tornado making an attempt to form right there. The colors are a mirror image of each other, those two circulations right there. So Emma, let's go ahead and go back in and take a look at that main tornado circulation. So a new tornado warning down toward Granfield.
Right.
It's anticyclonic, meaning it's spinning clockwise. And look, look how it really hung a hard left.
Wow.
And it whipsawed back. It's whipsawed back to the west now. So it folded completely over on itself, and now it's heading back to the west. And it's still a pretty strong signature right there as well.
The debris is now gone on the debris tracker on that circulation.
And that's the best news we could say right there. So
yes.
we lost the debris ball. And for the Frederick 88D, the next rad is not very far away. It's sitting right there, so it's very close. So if it can't see debris, there's a pretty good chance that it's a very weak tornado now, if it can't see debris at that close of a
On links 2, I have the shear tracker, and it's showing that shear moving off to the west, almost the west-southwest now.
Yeah, so it does a loop. You look for that. You're looking for that darker, the red going to the darker yellow, and it makes a loop, comes back. Onto itself, and then here's that anticyclonic tornado sitting right down there.
I wanted to pull up real quick just the hail tracker. We still have some very large hail with some of these storms, Mike. Look at that.
Yeah, this is every bit of, some tennis balls in there, at least with that, west of Snyder. And there's some tennis balls even sitting in there, too, that darker purple color right there.
Yep.
So this is far southwest Oklahoma, if you're joining us here. This is the only 2 tornado warnings we have in the state right now. And we're hoping the Chattanooga tornado has lifted. There's no debris signature anymore, so you see it right there. Colors are still pretty hot, but they're nothing like they were even 5 minutes ago, not even close. And it was a powerful tornado about 10 minutes ago. So the trend on that is really good. It may sit there and spin that way for quite a while. So that's down here in Tillman County, down in southwestern Oklahoma. And yeah, look, it's going away pretty fast. That latest scan was really good. So there it is right there.
Little hook's trying to form southeast of Loveland.
Yeah, and there's the hook right here on on the anticyclonic or the clockwise spinning tornado. There's a bit of a hook right there. Yeah, that it looks like it has lifted. That's really good. So we went from a powerful tornado to hopefully no tornado in the past 10 minutes. And there's all that wind and hail that came right through Snyder. This has been a damaging storm back here on the backside. A lot of large hail, a lot of high wind with this coming right down, and we'll probably wind up getting sucked in to this big storm here near Chattanooga. It's already kind of heading toward it right now. And then a lot of flooding rainfall up in Comanche County, a lot of flooding rainfall. So yeah, look how fast that spun out.
Yeah.
It's fair to say that one's over. It's done. It is no longer there.
Yeah, this one's still holding on.
And that one is still got a little tight. There's probably a little rope sitting right there, the way that looks. It's likely
moving
a little rope.
South.
It's almost
southeast.
It's kind of drifting due south or southeast.
West of Granfield, the way it's heading.
Just a little. That's a little rope, is what that is. A rope tornado right there.
It's only 3 miles from Granfield.
Totally spun out to the northwest. It didn't take long for that one to fall apart up there. It's a really good. The rain killed it. Is what happened. All that rain wrapped into the circulation and killed it. So the big tornado has lifted. Just so you guys know, to make the point totally clear to you for Chattanooga and everybody along Highway 5, that tornado has lifted. It's no longer there. It completely dissipated and it's gone. There's a little smaller anticyclonic tornado, a little rope to the northwest of Granfield moving south. So you folks in Granfield are under a tornado warning. Little rope tornado sitting right there. Not nearly as strong and not nearly as big as that one up there, but it is a tornado all the same. And it's a anticyclonic tornado spinning the wrong direction. It was spun off by the big tornado just to its north and spun off in the opposite direction, kind of pinwheeled away from it, spinning the other direction. And that's ongoing. So to see a radar example of that is somewhat rare, as classic as that effect is right there. But the best news, that big tornado, the classic tornado here has lifted. It's gone. It's no longer on the ground at all. It's totally gone. Really, really good news. So let's shift back up into northern Oklahoma and
Max 3.
On Max 3. And let's take a look at Max 3 here. Do we have Corey Inman? Can we talk to Corey? Corey's going to be near Ponca City. Notice that storm coming into town has strengthened.
New flash flood warnings for that area.
Coming into Ponca City, a lot of flooding up there. Corey, that next core coming into Ponca and the Conoco area has gotten a lot stronger.
Like, we are south of Highway 60 here on Ranch Drive, southwest of Ponca City, headed down towards the Marlin area. The main core of that storm looks to stay to the southwest of Ponca. I'll tell you that first storm that came through pulsed up in a hurry after we talked. 5 minutes worth.
Working with the pro.
Got the video if they can pull it up of the hail, and it was shredding the tree there. So we are southbound towards the Marlin area. The camera's kind of focused back to the west, Mike. Quite a bit of hail between Marlin and Talkawal, kind of moving to the southeast, just south of Highway 60. So, and the houses here on Ranch Drive, we're poking through now. Should be able to have a look back in there with the night vision. You can see just a tremendous amount of lightning back in there. There's one little lowered area you can see right there on the left side of the screen, but just kind of keeping an eye on that. That should track down towards the Marlin area, Mike.
Okay, Corey, thank you so much. Update for you folks up there in Kay County. So here is the broad view of the current warnings that we do have. So there is a little debris signature with that anticyclonic tornado northwest of Granfield. It's a small tornado, but it is on the ground with a little debris signature right there just popping up. So you folks in Granfield know that. It's the only tornado warning in the state right now. Here's the severe storms and the flooding rainfall in northern Oklahoma. And Kevin and Jolene, that was really good. That lifted. Let's hope that no one was affected by that big tornado that we just witnessed there looking at it.
Amen to that. You guys just put on a master class of how to read radar signatures and to explain it to viewers. You heard Mike talk about the tornado in Cordell. It left behind some damage.
And News 4's John Hayes is there tonight. John, update us.
Yeah, we showed you this home a little less than half an hour ago. We want to give you a better look here. We talked to Coach Blackburn. He says he wasn't home at the time that the tornado tore through here, but you can really see a lot of the damage that's left behind as we walk here. You'll see this side of their home. It's actually the side that their garage is on. They say just underneath all of this roofing debris that is now collapsed partially is a brand new car, a car that only had about 8,000 miles on it. While the coach wasn't here at the time, he says his wife was. It was a really terrifying experience. He says she called him, let him know that she was okay, that everything was okay. But just a little while ago, he described the panic, the sheer panic that she was experiencing while inside all of this happening. We want you to take a listen real quick.
She was here at the time. In fact, she was in the back bedroom and walking down the hall and saw the fence go down, and she ran and got into the bathtub thinking, I'm in a tornado, and everything happened. And then she got out, and they said there was a second tornado coming up, so she ran up to Rob and Nikki Keeney's house where we all go. They have a large basement, so the whole neighborhood went up there and got in the basement.
Really terrifying experience. We just saw that fence that we showed you here on the air. We also just got some new information from the Cordell Chamber of Commerce in regards to what's going on. Again, no injuries reported so far. That's some good news. They say they're still assessing damage. The Red Cross is in town. Local law enforcement agencies are in town to help assess that damage as well. As far as right now, they say that at Baptist Church, they have a shelter set up for people to go to that might have been impacted by all of this. No pets are going to be allowed there for now. Not sure how long that shelter is going to be open, if this is a 24-hour shelter. Obviously, a lot of folks reeling from tonight. The Blackburns, in this case, still able to stay here tonight, but obviously shaken up. One of their cars pinned underneath this garage behind me here, and part of their home destroyed. Kevin and Jolene, again, thankful that no one so far has been reported injured in all of this. This couple in this home okay, but shaken up here, really a community that's going to rely on a lot of help from not just each other, but the outside communities as well. And of course, the state, Governor Stitt, tweeting not too long ago that the state is monitoring the situation and will have resources available as this community needs it over the next several days and of course the next several weeks as well.
All right, John, great job down there. We hate that you had to be there for that, but close-knit community of about 2,500 coming together.
Yes.
Thank you. Also tonight, we're going to be talking about State Superintendent Ryan Walters, and he was in Marietta as well. We're going to be talking to Spencer Humphrey about that in just a minute. All right, now let's go to Tanner De Leon.
Cleanup is underway in Sulphur and Marietta, both taking direct hits this weekend. The governor touring the damage there. News 4's Tanner De Leon is in Sulphur tonight for us.
Mostly stubble is all that is left in the small downtown of Sulphur. Tragedy and devastation an understatement, as local business owners say the area was starting to thrive, but all of their hard work gone in just a matter of minutes.
Sunday was quite shocking. Nothing like this has ever happened to Sulphur.
Sulphur residents still in shock days later.
A lot of disarray. Everything was in disarray.
Downtown Sulphur taking a direct hit. Business owners left to pick up what Mother Nature didn't carry away.
It's been really hard on everybody, but you can really see everybody pull together to help one another.
The Littles were able to salvage some of the items inside their boutique.
We were able to grab clothing, shoes, purses, some earrings from the rubble, and they really are still in not bad condition.
Answering the phone.
KOCO's Elise Jones talked with the lead dispatcher in Hughes County, where more than 60 homes were damaged, about what they do when the call comes in.
The call to 911 is typically the first one people make when panic strikes. Dispatch here in Hughes County say they were ready to respond to that call, although in a community where everybody knows everybody, it wasn't an easy one to answer.
It's tough, I'm not going to lie. It's really tough to do. And in some of these instances, I knew some of these people.
In the midst of an emergency,
you go into survival mode, and you just do what you've got to do to get everybody to where they need to be.
The first one to pick up the phone is the dispatcher, ready to help.
The panic sets in for the public, and so they always call 911. They don't know who else to call, so they call 911.
Hughes County Dispatch typically has one person ready to answer, but Saturday night, 2 of them sat by the phones, and when the tornado warning was issued,
our emergency manager called and had me set off the sirens. We did 2 sets of those. On the second set is when we lost all power, all phone, radio, everything. So everything had had to be done through my cell phone.
They did everything they could to protect themselves and their community, taking shelter, then rushing to the phones.
We did the best we could do with what we had.
One dispatcher says calls were sent to Seminole County until they could get things back up and running. And when they did, the phones rang off the hook.
I would say probably 100.
5 times more calls than they typically see. Some of the calls they'll never forget.
Because it's sad. There's a lot of sadness and loss. And that is sad, but I think it's just, knowing this line of work and what I'm used to, you just kind of have to put it on the back shelf for right now and do your job and then process it later. And everybody processes things differently. I'm sure later I'll probably shed a few tears or something, but for right now I'm just trying to do what I have to do and get that taken care of for the citizens.
Those first responders here in Hughes County have been working around the clock to help all the residents and the families, including the families of the 2 victims that died in Saturday night storms. Now they say they'll continue that work until everybody is back on their feet. In Holdenville, Elise Jones, KOCO 5 News.
A man is on bed rest after fracturing 2 bones in his neck. This from the Sulphur tornado. Austin Thompson remembers nearly all of what happened Saturday night when a tornado came right through downtown Sulphur. And what he can't figure out is what caused his fractured neck.
When I open the door, I take like a few steps and I'm like, holy crap, I'm not going to make it, 15 feet to the shelter. C6 and C7 neck fracture, and then a fracture in my nose, and then a 2-inch gash under my chin that they had to put, I think he said 30 staples, but I thought he was joking, into my chin. And then also some staples into my ear right here.
I actually spoke with Austin's brother in Sulphur Sunday. He's a law enforcement, a first responder there, but Austin is just one of around 300 Oklahomans injured in this weekend's storms. I'm glad he's going to be okay.
We're coming to compete regardless of how old we are.
As players, these are the moments we love to be in.
There's difference between age and maturity.
Thunder making history, and they are way ahead of schedule, and that is just like they like it. Next on KOCO 5 Sports.
Cheers.
Cheers, Dave.
Oh, I like that.
Love travel? So do some of our favorite celebrities.
Oh my God, am I gonna miss this flight?
Welcome to In Transit, where we hunker down at an airport bar to chat everything from travel horror stories.
I hate this airline. This is the worst.
To top travel destinations.
I love Milwaukee. It's gorgeous.
Plus, hot spots to hit in your favorite cities, so you'll have an Esquire-approved itinerary.
In Transit, only on Very Local.
It's kind of cool to think that there are people who see what you're doing and think, oh, well, maybe whatever I thought was outside the box, maybe there is a place for that.
And just get out there and do it.
These are the incredible stories of our Maker Nation.
Nobody loves where they came from more than me, Boston Rob, and I'm back for a new season. To take you on a tour of some of my favorite places in Boston and beyond. This has to be one of New England's best kept secrets. I hear we're gonna fly a plane today.
You are. You're gonna do 90% of the flying.
Really?
So you cool with that?
Are you messing with me or
no,
really?
No, you really are gonna do all that.
Plus explore New England in ways I never have before.
So we do recommend that you go in the nude.
In the nude? Jackie, this is a family show. I mean, it's a good workout.
You're doing really well.
So come with me as I explore places of incredible beauty and meet amazing people. How's it going?
I'm John. I'm Edward.
Hi, Rob. I'm Patty.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, too. This is my backyard, and I can't wait to share it with you.
Boston Rob does Beantown and beyond. Only on Very Local.
KOCO 5 Sports.
We're fired up, right? The Oklahoma City Thunder on their way to the second round of the playoffs is super impressive, right? A sweep of the New Orleans Pelicans, and this has become tradition after a big road win. You get to the playoffs, it's what you do, right? Load them up. You go to the airport, which it's very cool, you know, and you can see all the players, the youth in their faces. And it's the youth really that brings out all kinds of doubters, but it's the youth that makes it pretty darn awesome.
All right, congratulations, guys. Good luck.
Oh, how sweep it is.
It's very impressive.
Pirouette, follow-away jumper, good.
It's very hard to beat an NBA team, no matter what NBA team, 4 times in a row.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are the youngest 1 seed in NBA history. And now they're the youngest team in NBA history to win a playoff series.
We didn't take them lightly, you know, at all. Even going up 3-0, we knew tonight was going to be a challenge. And guys came in with the right mindset, 0-0, and we, you know, put it to bed.
Like, we don't see it as youth or, you know, or being young, or, you know, we haven't used that excuse all year.
Jalen Williams, what a shot.
And with an average age of 23 years, 343 days old, the Thunder are the youngest team in NBA history to sweep.
Obviously, we had never been in this situation as a team, and so I think everybody was curious. I was curious to see what version of ourselves we'd bring into the series, and we were very much in character.
I guess you can say we're young and don't have the most experience in winning basketball games. To figure it out and to stick with it the way we have is very impressive.
So the rest of us wait for this team to act their age, to be afraid of the moment, to crumble and fade away. But after 86 games this season, they've shown no signs of coming up small or waiting their turn.
You know, we're coming to compete regardless of how old we are.
Oh, he cuts his way to the cup.
I don't think we pay it too much attention to be the youngest to do that.
Every series is going to look different. Every game is going to look different. Teams make adjustments. You play different teams. Just try to win at all costs.
Thunder, as a result,
Thunder head coach Mark Daignault calls this team uncommon. It was only the second sweep in franchise history and the first in 12 years when Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook swept their way through the Dallas Mavericks and then 3 weeks later busted down the door and into the NBA Finals.
Oh, nice job.
In 2012, the Thunder were way ahead of their time. Well, this team thinks it is their time. And after 86 games this season, that's hard to argue.
As players, you know, these are the moments we love to be in, love to play in. So, you know, it's no time to shy away now that we're here.
I've learned not to underestimate this group of guys. You know, there's a difference between age and maturity, you know, and we have a mature team, we have a committed team.
Here's Holmgren.
Nothing that they do surprises me at this point.
Up next for OKC, it's either one of those two teams. That series tied 2-2. Game 5 tomorrow night. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Oh, great story, Brian. Thank you. Turning back now to our ongoing tornado coverage. While damage was minimal in the OKC metro Saturday night, the people here are stepping up in big ways to help.
KOCO's Colby Terrell talked to a local church that's gearing up to provide volunteers and also supplies.
Hygiene kits, there will be tarps, generators.
The Oklahoma Standard is on display as Oklahomans head to Sulphur to help out after tornadoes devastated communities across the state.
We will receive a 53.
Practice, and my wife said it was starting to rain and hail here. And when I pulled up for our team dinner tonight, one of the mothers said, "It's a good thing you're here and not Cordell because there's a tornado on the ground." And I checked my phone and my wife had called me, and once I contacted her, she said, "Our street got hit, our house got hit hard, I'm fine, but it's bad." So I started heading this way, and everything else has just been kind of crazy, but as long as my wife's fine, it's just a house, and we have so many good people from Canute and Cordell that showed up to help us out, and you can't ask for more than that. Prayers are just going up, and it'll be fine.
Was your wife here at the time that the tornado came in?
She was here at the time. In fact, she was in the back bedroom and walking down the hall and saw the fence go down, and she ran and got into the bathtub thinking, "I'm in a tornado," and everything happened, and then she got out, and they said there was a second tornado coming up, so she ran up to Rob and Nikki Keeney's house where we all go. They have a large basement, so the whole neighborhood went up there and got in the basement.
Did she describe what she felt, what she was going through, and did you hear from her before you heard from the other folks that you were with that there was a tornado?
Fortunately, I heard from her first, and she was bless her heart, she's more worried about me. Don't come. There's a second one coming. Just wait. So I slowed down at Burns Flat. But she just said, you know, it didn't sound like a railroad train, but you could just hear a swoosh. And she said when the fence went down, she said, I thought, I'm in a tornado. And she just went and got in the tub and laid down until she could get out and head up there because she thought there was another one coming.
Okay, Coach, we want to show people this damage. We've been talking about it a lot here. It's pretty dark, so it's hard to make out. Isaac, I want you to pan and show people while I'm still talking with the coach here because it's pretty dramatic. Tell me what we're looking at here, Coach.
This is the north side of the house, and it completely sheared off, obviously. It sheared that off. I have a metal building, which is crazy because it flattened it and took it to the neighbors, but yet my hunting feeder, my lawn mowers, everything's still right there. But as you walk around, it took the fence out, and there's a lot of structural damage, a lot of tree damage. Contact our insurance, they were great. We're just going to wait for an assessor, and we'll go from there.
And this side of the building, this is where the garage is, right?
Yes, and there's a large piece of the garage that's hanging down, and it folded the garage. My wife's got a brand new Subaru that we'd like to get out, but we don't want to compromise anything, so we're just gonna pray and see what happens.
When did you guys get the Subaru? How new is it?
We got it back in the fall, and it's got about 8,000 miles, but it's just a vehicle. It's just a house. It's fine.
So I want to walk off more to the side here because there's more damage really it's really hard to see with how dark it is, Isaac, and you're gonna see part of this fence here. Coach Blackburn, how does it feel? I know you're saying that it's just a house, but was it surreal to get home and see it for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, it's been 20 years since I had the opportunity to go to the state tournament, and everything's been great, and we're so excited, and our girls are playing tomorrow, and we were going to have a dinner and a little fishing tournament tonight, and I thought there's a little rain and hail back at home, and then all of a sudden it just happened so fast. But I'm telling you right now, the people from Cordell and Canute just rolled out and have just been so helpful. I got former players, even from the 80s down at Walters, that have reached out, and we're going to be fine. A lot of prayers are being lifted, and we'll be fine.
Coach, we thank you for your time. As Isaac just shows us one more look at all of this damage, Kevin, Jolene, we're going to send it back to you, but really miraculous that no one was hurt or killed here.
Thankfully, no injuries. Mike.
You can talk to me if you're feeling sad.
Thanks for hearing me out, bro.
Whenever you need to talk, I'm here, okay?
Storms that we see across northern Oklahoma. If you're getting ready to go to bed across the OKC Metro, our chance for storms is quite low. We'll watch for a few scattered cells that pop up as we go up in towards the early morning hours, because this complex right here will move from Cherokee and Alva down to the east, and we'll likely see some additional cells that will develop, kind of back build. So as all this moves down to the south, we'll eventually see some storms that are likely going to pop up across Payne County as you go east of I-35 into the early morning hours. Michael, let me come back out to you. I know, Michael, you all are up in northern Oklahoma right now. You're watching these storms come through, watching this next batch of storms that we have ongoing as well. Again, what are you...
Still in shock days later.
A lot of disarray. Everything was in disarray.
Downtown Sulphur taking a direct hit. Business owners left to pick up what Mother Nature didn't carry away.
It's been really hard on
now is White Eagle, Ponca City, Marlin, Damon. That has got to be some significant hail right now, along with extremely torrential rainfall right now up and down 177. I mean, between Sooner Lake, Bill's Corner, and on up to Ponca, that storm might be twice as bad as the one that came through the north side of Ponca that we were talking about just a little bit ago. I'm not kidding. You're looking at the lightning. I mean, look at it. It is absolutely continuous lightning in that storm right now. I'm looking over back to the east at that storm, and it is just going bonkers right now across southeastern K County, moving down into Noble County. Plus the flash flood threat up here, Damon, it just keeps training over the same area, storm after storm after storm. So 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then some massive hailstones right now falling just south of really downtown Ponca and south of probably of Conoco, but pretty close to Conoco on the south side of Ponca. There are Highway 60 and 177.
Looking at a storm impact graphic right now, and we see your picture there. There's a ton of lightning. I mean, it's just nonstop lightning there. But also, what I see at this moment is that storm right now that you were just referring to is really dropping some pretty large hail that we see right now. I mean, it's maxing out right here. Now, the storm has warned for 2-inch size hail, so that's going to be about the size of a lime, so some pretty large hail. Could easily be getting even larger hailstones than that coming right on through. Again, Marlin and White Eagle, and so that is some significant hail that we have right now for far northeastern Noble County going in towards Kay County, and then that's headed down towards Pawnee. But this is just going to be an area that's going to see these storms basically continue to train over the same areas. Now, as we go out towards Medford and all the way up towards Wichita, we don't see nearly the large hailstones. We saw some pretty large hail, but not nearly as large as what we see down southeast of Ponca City. But these are going to be quarters from Medford out towards
here. So, Kevin Cosby, tell me again, you're 270, right? Highway 221 and US 70, tornado on the ground. North-south 220 and US 70. North-south 220 and US 70, tornado on the ground. You see the big hook right there, right there at 70. And also Grandfield. Rotation there still with a TDS or a debris ball, so still dangerous down here in Tillman County. Both these storms here with tornadic activity with them and a lot of damaging wind and a lot of tennis balls and baseballs. The velocity signature right there going into Grandfield. We hope those folks are seeking shelter in Grandfield, and approaching the Red River now south of Hollister is where that other signature is located right there. This is south of Lawton. A lot of flooding up here to the north with widespread 4 to 6 inches of rainfall plus. This will stay down in this part of the state tonight. The Metro's activity is going to come in from the north. So we're going to reload after morning storms tomorrow morning out west, and tornadoes are possible again tomorrow, along with baseball and larger size hail and 75-mile-per-hour winds. So there go the storms tonight, but storms do come in from the north, so it's a pretty decent chance here late tonight and tomorrow morning. The Metro has scattered storms around. Some could be locally heavy, and then late tomorrow, here comes the severe weather moving in from the west. So you folks in western Oklahoma and northwest Oklahoma, heads up for you tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. Flooding, rainfall looking likely again. There's a lot of fuel out there. Jet stream's a little stronger tomorrow even than it was today, so we're tracking that for you. 64 tonight with a 60% chance, especially the north and eastern sides of town, but coming in from the north tonight, and lingering storms in southwestern Oklahoma for a while longer as well. So that's your overnight map tonight. Some storms severe, and 75 for tomorrow. Storms especially in the morning, and then a bit lower chance in the afternoon, but storms develop and fire out to the west tomorrow afternoon. You see that right here, and these will likely be severe. 70s and 80s for daytime highs with a stationary front draped across the region. So again, a computer model approximation here. The point to make is that there's some big numbers here. The red and the yellow is again 3, 4, and 5 inches of rain. Just a computer model approximation. These locations will change, but there's going to be locally heavy rainfall going forward. 64 tonight, 60% chance of storms late tonight and tomorrow morning, and then a lower chance tomorrow afternoon, a high of 75. Severe storms tomorrow afternoon out west especially, and then still a decent chance on Thursday. A jet stream storm comes in, a high of 77. Some severe weather Thursday as well. Things do calm down Thursday night. Friday looks quiet. Your Friday evening looks quiet as well. 75 on Friday with light winds, and then 30% Saturday, 50% Sunday, 80 Saturday, and 73 on Sunday. And that's your 7-day this evening.
Forewarn Weather, sponsored by Oklahoma Generator.
If you upgrade your hot water tank or toilets today, anything over $1,000 will receive 0% financing.
Hey, it's SuperTech Joe with the Hunter SuperTechs. Be the hero of your home and call us today at 405-266-COOL.
Spring into big wins at Lucky Star Casino. Every Saturday in April, we're giving away $15,000 in free play. That's not all. On Saturday, April 27th, we're turning up the heat with a chance to win your share of $200,000 in cash. Come and get your luck at Lucky Star Casino.
Come and get your luck. Ooh, yeah. Come and get your luck.
Discover the new ultimate online freedom and flexibility with Atlink's next generation internet, starting at just $49.99 a month. Get used to our award-winning customer service. With Atlink, you're not just getting a connection, you're getting a commitment. Say goodbye to rising bills and hello to our price lock guarantee. Sign up now and get your 60-day risk-free trial. That's 60 days for free. Visit atlink.net to check your address for availability. Are you ready for next generation internet service?
Some mobile companies make it hard to get a good deal. But at Cox Mobile, we know there's a better way to save. A smarter way. That's why we run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability without breaking the bank. You'll pay as low as $30 per line. It's a win-win. Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile.
At Mathis Home, we have your style in stock now during the Spring Style event. Whatever your style, let our experts help you find the carefully curated options to pull off the look you want at Mathis Home. Whether it's a casual and livable farmhouse look or an elegant and detailed classic style. Shop dozens of clean modern dining sets or these updated transitional styles available in every possible configuration. Only during the Spring Style event at your furniture leader, Mathis Home.
It's not a good day, it's a great day at Continental Siding. It's time for a good spring cleaning. We've got siding too short to be seamless, but too long to be recycled. So we're having a seams on the back of the house sale. If we can use our shorter pieces of siding on the back of your home to make just a few seams, we'll make the front and two sides seamless. It's almost like getting the back of your home done free. This won't last long, so click or call now.
I'm Noble McIntyre. A semi-truck can become an instrument of great destruction when rules of the road are ignored. Lives can be shattered in an instant. At McIntyre Law, we understand the devastating impact these tragedies can have on families. Our dedicated team fights to protect your rights. We'll stand with you, ensuring that those responsible are held accountable. If you or a loved one has been the victim of a semi-truck crash, call McIntyre Law at 405-777-7000. We will fight for you.
Now at Johnny Carino's, enjoy our 4 for $16.99 ribeye steak and shrimp meal deal. Juicy ribeye steak, Parmesan shrimp, your choice of pasta, bottomless salad or our Italian nachos, and bread for only $16.99.
Now, sports with Brian Brinkley.
The Oklahoma City Thunder finished off an impressive sweep of New Orleans last night, winning 97-89 in Game 4. Holden Cruzmark was in the Crescent City and has more on how the Thunder got it done.
For the first time in 8 years, the Thunder have advanced past the first round of the playoffs, and they do so in resounding fashion by sweeping the Pelicans. The players and coaches may not want to get too far ahead of themselves, but they certainly made a statement in this series, a statement that they belong in the conversation of teams that can make a deep run in the playoffs.
Well, I'm happy for the players, first of all. I mean, the energy that they exerted, focus, commitment, togetherness, I thought all of that was on display. Obviously, we had never been in this situation as a team, and so I think everybody was curious. I was curious to see what version of ourselves we'd bring into the series, and we were very much in character.
You know, you go all the way back to training camp from last season, and all the little things we worked on, the fundamentals that the coaches hopped on. You know, at the time, it might seem, you know, you might be like, we got to do this, but it really shows up in times like this, and this is a time where you want to be at your sharpest, and you know you're never going to be your best at the first game of the year, but this is the time of the year that you want to start hitting your stride. You want to be sharp, and I think this series guys were unbelievably sharp.
The last time they won a playoff series, they went to the Western Conference Finals. The last time they pulled off a series sweep, they went to the NBA Finals. For now, the Thunder will sit and wait and find out who they play in the second round between the Mavericks and Clippers. Reporting from the Smoothie King Center, Holden Cruzmark, Oklahoma's News 4 Sports.
And we're back with more after this.
Noble McIntyre Law Chopper 4, looking out for you.
You can buy any size or price.
Cordell earlier, it's been pretty significant, and they are still issuing tornado warnings. A brand new tornado warning was just issued for Cotton, Tillman, and Wichita, Texas. So now these warnings are beginning to roll into Texas, and hopefully we can basically watch these storms fizzle out. Let's do another look up into northern Oklahoma just to get an update as to what we see here. And so we do have scattered thunderstorms right now. Ponca City, your severe cell is going to be over Marlin. Let me do a storm impact graphic here because that large hail is going to be right over Marlin right now and White Eagle. This is still warned right now for 2-inch size hail. That's going to be about the size of a lime. And then another severe thunderstorm warning that we have for Grant County. That goes until 11:30. So definitely been watching these storms out across northern Oklahoma. If you're in Kay County, if you are in Medford, watching these cells, flood warnings as well. Over 2 inches of rain has fallen from these, and these storms will continue to slide down to the southeast here. There's a chance that we'll see some development very early in the morning east of I-35. We're going to keep a really close eye on that one, though, because the chance for at least some storms out there early in the morning will probably look a lot like this, has some gusty winds in them, and then still watching for tomorrow afternoon and going into tomorrow night for a line of storms that will likely begin to make its way through here. There's a chance that these storms may last long enough that it could disrupt the atmosphere. We would love to see that for tomorrow, and hopefully that will help lower the risk, but we're just going to have to, wait and see on that one. Otherwise, let me go down here real quick. Let me get an update on this storm that we have here in the velocity segment. Oh, wow, look at that couplet right there. There's going to be your tornado. I know there are so many red flashing polygons. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of what is what right now, but this is the most current tornado warning that runs from Cookietown down to Ranlet, Burke Burnett, and just out towards Granfield. It's going to be for this couplet right here. So here is I-44. And let me get an update. Let me see how this is moving. These kind of move in funny directions. They don't exactly move the way that you're probably used to seeing it, a storm. It does look like it is sliding. Let's see here. Let me see something right now. So the way that I see this likely moving right now, here's your couplet right here, is that it looks like it's kind of tracking down like that, headed towards Ranlet. Typically, though, with these type of circulations that we've had on the radar, they don't stay on the radar for long. They really kind of maximize themselves, like at least the strongest velocity couplet, for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then after that, they begin to kind of fan out. There may be another area that picks up a rotation couplet, but it does look like this entire complex is beginning to move down to the south. And so these rotation couplets may begin to pop up even closer and closer to the Red River, and then they may go over the Red River. But I know across far southwestern Oklahoma definitely has been a pretty concerning afternoon and evening, really, with all of these storms that have been out there. I mean, it has really been a very impactful afternoon. So severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings down there. For northern Oklahoma, brand new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. This is going to be for 2-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And so this is going to be for Kay in Noble County. And it's going to be coming off of this cell that's in between Sooner Lake and White Eagle. Let me go back up to Michael right now in northern Oklahoma. Michael, brand new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for some really large hail for far eastern Kay and Noble County. Michael, give us an update on what you're seeing from Storm Command.
Yeah, that's that storm I was telling you about, and you can see the lightning from it. I mean, just look up and down I-35 with me right now, Damon. Wow. I mean, the number of storms up here has increased dramatically. We were talking about this earlier when we were saying, actually it looks like northern Oklahoma, it's not going to just dissipate with the heating of the day, that actually storms would increase, and this is exactly what's happening. I mean, there's lightning all over the place. Pretty much no matter where I look right now, like the camera is just filled with lightning strikes, just over and over and over, just a constant barrage. Not to mention, you got the hail threat, so severe thunderstorm warnings, and the flash flood threat, and now we have brand new storms going up, just northeast of Enid and northwest of Garber and just west of my location. And so there's east winds ahead of these storms, Damon, I'm hoping that we don't see something that's going on down in southwestern Oklahoma start to develop up here. If that outflow relaxes, I mean, I don't even want to think about it, to be honest, but I have to at least entertain the thought of the fact that it's possible we could start getting inflow into these storms. If they become surface-based, as much shear is out here, there could be tornadoes up here, too. I mean, this is truly, we're just in for a ride. That's all I can say.
Well, and I'm hoping that we definitely do not see that out across northern Oklahoma, is that these storms catch up to the outflow, at least at this moment. I'll show you what I mean here. Step back over to the radar. See this blue line that is rushing out? This is outflow. Basically what happens is, imagine that you're holding a water balloon up in the air, you drop it, the water balloon, it hits the ground, and then that water spreads out. Well, these thunderstorms are doing the exact same thing as well. They push out these pockets of strong winds, and so that basically messes up the wind field in front of them, and so that keeps the tornado risk pretty low, as long as these storms are ahead of this blue line. Now, by some chance, should this outflow slow down, and then these storms catch up to it, then you see a threat. Now, I want to emphasize that has a very low chance of occurrence tonight. But still, basically, we're now, what, an hour away from rolling into the month of May? So we're gonna watch it. There are additional storms that are popping up. You heard Michael mention it up in northeastern Garfield County, east of Kremlin, near Garber and Billings. So we're watching these storms drop down to the southeast here, and we're going to continue to watch this as the storms continue to make their way down to the south. But let me just look here. I'll look to see if there's any low-level circulations that we see right now that are going to be ongoing with these cells. And so there are little, like you can see them right here, there are little rotating segments. Now, they're not tornado warned, but we do see them, such as right here, southeast of White Eagle near Marlin, where you have the red and the green kind of coming together. Now, once again, red and green together does not always mean tornado, but there are at least some little rotating segments along this line here that's advancing down to the southeast here. We'll continue to watch it, but otherwise, I would say that a bulk of our severe weather that we have ongoing this morning or this evening is going to be tied to this complex that we see that's happening way down in the southern Oklahoma. Thunderstorms extending all the way out as far east as I-35 from Turner Falls, as you go down towards Ardmore, and they extend out towards Duncan, Marlowe, Comanche. And then all of these tornado warnings, let's see, I believe there's 4 of them in here. 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings. And I would say, so this is the most recent one, by the way, from Burke Burnett down towards Granfield. Let me double check this velocity couplet here, because you go away from this for a few moments and then you come back and it's probably going to look completely different than it did before. It's definitely not as intense as what it was even just a few minutes ago. I'll go back 15 minutes and you can see when it looked like that right there. But that's really been the story with a lot of these storms. And so now it's still a pretty strong radar couplet and one that is definitely one that we're watching. Tornado threat there down by the community of Duval. That is west of Ranlet, in between Granfield and Ranlet. Any tornado threat that I see right here would be right over Duval, and that is moving down to the southeast here. So this is inside of a tornado watch, by the way, is what we call a short fuse tornado watch that lasts until midnight. So watching that. Otherwise, going up to the point, or going up into northern Oklahoma. Let's see here. The strongest storm that I see right now is going to be east of Marlin, north of Sooner Lake. It's going to be this cell that is going to be in far eastern Noble County. That's where you're going to have your 2-inch size hail. And then we do see other areas of storms and hail that are occurring. These backbuild all the way back to the west. You see them from Tonkawa towards Lamont, Pond Creek, Medford, Wakita, Nash, Cherokee. Now, these are not severe. We do have flood warnings on there. By the way, for over 2.5 inches of rain, they're falling in Bedford. But otherwise, cluster storms here down by Lamont. And then from Billings down towards Perry Airport. And then towards Marlin and Sooner Lake. These storms that we see up in northeastern Garfield County will be dropping down to the southeast here. So we're going to continue to watch those. Again, any tornado risk tonight across far northern Oklahoma is going to be very, very low. but it's definitely one that we still have to watch, and we will be watching it closely, not only for tonight, but also additional storms as we go into tomorrow. Tomorrow, Michael, we are rolling into the month of May. That is a peak of our tornado season, our severe weather season, and it sounds like this busy April, hopefully, Michael, this busy April is not going to be any indication as to how May is going to go, but because it's Oklahoma, we'll always be prepared. Michael, what do you see from Storm Command?
Yeah, I think that we're going to have to plan for that. I mean, based on the pattern, there's still a number of opportunities, even beginning tomorrow, continuing on Thursday potentially. There's just so much going on. What I'm seeing right now, Damon, I'm starting to see some lowered clouds forming right now with this brand new storm, and they just issued a severe, I think they just went severe. No, they haven't gone severe on it yet. This storm has really intensified quickly northeast of Enid, just northwest of Garber, and actually I'm starting to see a little bit of shear on the storm. I'm trying to figure out just how much it has, because it's pretty new, but it's just north of Breckenridge and northwest of Garber. And you can see in my shot how low the clouds are underneath it as well. I mean, it's growing, and it's growing fast. And there are some inbounds and outbounds just not very far west of me right now.
Michael, when we put up our rotation tracker, we can see that shear, by the way. And again, tornado risk right now is low. I don't want anyone thinking that like a tornado is about to occur up in Garfield County in the next couple of minutes here, but we're just watching these storms right now. That shear that Michael was referring to, it's that green line that you see right there, south of Hunter, west of Garber, northeast of Enid, and otherwise, while all storms have shear, we are going to watch it for a wind and a hail concern over the next little bit here. It's been a pretty stormy night, and the reports that we've had today with the tornado that went through Cordell, and then what we have ongoing in southern Oklahoma, it's been another bad day for those in Cordell, and then even as you go all the way in the far southwestern Oklahoma.